The 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 will be held in Jakarta, Indonesia from June 2nd to June 7th. Top teams from around the world have qualified from their respective national and regional tournaments to secure their slots in this coveted main event. This is the final stop on the road to the PMGO Season 1. 32 teams have emerged from millions of competitors. The first 2026 PUBG Mobile World Champion will emerge right here. This is the grand global stage where every player has the chance to shine in the eyes of players across the world. These 32 teams from 8 regions will play in 2 days of group stages. Group A playing on June 2nd and Group B playing on June 3rd. Each group will play 6 matches and the top 6 of each group will advance directly to the grand finals. While teams in rank 7 to 14 from each group move to the survival stage on June 4th. The remaining 16 teams play 6 more matches to keep their dreams alive, but only the top 4 will advance to the grand finals. The stage is set for the epic conclusion. The grand finals will take place from June 6th to June 7th. Day 1, 6 matches, pure fire. Day 2, the smash roll is activated. The smash point will be determined by the total point score of the Day 1 leader plus 10 additional points. Once any team achieves the smash point, they just need a winner-winner chicken dinner to be crowned the champion. If no team
drops begin to glow, flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show.
A no-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a silver squad. No royal blood, just a drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas.
Flame on and go.
Welcome to Jakarta, Indonesia, home of the 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 main event.
32 teams were merged from millions of competitors around the globe. But the real test, it begins now.
That's right. Today, Group A takes the stage, where they're only going to have 6 matches to prove where they belong. The top teams will advance straight to the grand finals. The bottom 2, their journey ends today. The squads in between, they're going to be left to face the gauntlet of the survival stage.
Every point matters, every chicken dinner counts, because the margin between glory and elimination, it's razor thin.
That's right. Before we break down the format, the teams, and everything you need to know, let me show you where all this is happening.
Right behind us, the iconic GVK complex, the absolute sports heart of Jakarta. This is where champions are born.
And today, inside Tennis Indoor Sanayan, a brand new global legacy is about to be written.
But now, let's get the action started.
It's Group A,
It's day 1.
and today, the journey to greatness begins.
Right now.
There ain't no talking, moving militant. I'm the big homie, but they dealing with the kid again. Now I'm winning at ease with the soldiers. Never did it for myself, I did it for the culture. I had to come up with a plan for you vultures. Got the upper hand to where I rock, I need a sculpture. Way y'all, you know what it is, I hold the city down. They ain't see that we could be great, I bet they.
Hailing from France, Boss Gaming.
Ever you should say the best for last, okay? We here to stay, we here to squad all day. They here to stay, and we don't never go away. We here to stay, I got them saying okay. They here to stay.
I'ma stay right where I'm at. Tell me what's better than that. What's better than I'ma stay right where I'm at. Tell me what's better than that.
Yo,
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top like. Hold up. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element. Never switch up, never switch up, never switch up. Keep that same energy. Never switch. I'm in my element.
From Indonesia, Boy Shikari.
Only get started when it's midnight, keeping it tight. If a nigga wanna feel so cool. Yeah.
Roll like that. Back to the
Representing Thailand, E-Arena.
money on that more, this is minimum.
I ain't got a bread when I'm in my bag, no, no, no. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a bread when I'm in my bag, no, no, no. Been through a lot, don't know the half, no, no, no. When I'm on track, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on track, never lose control.
Live in Jakarta, Indonesia for the 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, and these two gents right next to me need no introduction, but I'm gonna do it anyway. It is Maxman and the 7WG boys. How are you feeling today?
Oh, excited! It's PMGO time once again. Really hyped to be back in Jakarta. It's been, what, 4 years now since PMGC a few years ago. We're back and can't wait to see who's going to be taking home that trophy.
And we're going to be getting a new champion because the champions from last year are not here. So we'll be crowning a new PMGO champion, Dukes.
Ooh, baby, I can't wait to see that. We got so much action for you guys, so much to talk about. But of course, before we get into that, we got to give some love to the Infinix GT50 Pro with real liquid cooling. I was checking it out. It's actually so sick. If you guys want a game at that 120 FPS, that's the phone to get. It is no joke, guys. And I'll tell you what, today is no joke, right? Because this is it for Group A. 1 day here, Max.
I mean, PMGO is brutal for this season. We'll look at the format a little bit later on, but I can tell you things are going to get spicy here for some of these teams, but so many big names have qualified here in Jakarta for this tournament, and this is only the first half. We're going to have PMGO Season 2 later on, so man, I can't wait. This season, this year, is looking insane when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esport.
Every year, it just keeps going up and up and up. The skill level, the amazing gameplay that we've been able to see here, not that level 1. We're talking about that level 10 gameplay from some of their squads, and honestly, I can't wait to see what it's going to be bringing this year because we already saw some people pop off in some of those early tournaments too, qualifying to PMGO Season 1.
That's right. Well, we said it earlier, right? Today is Group A, the group of doom here, Max, man. I mean, this is absolutely a stack squad.
Yeah, I mean, Group A is looking insane. Of course, we'll look at some of the names that are going to be on that group, but come on, out of every single region, we have so many region champions here in this tournament. 5 regional MVPs here also for this group happening today. So, man, this is going to get real hectic in these 6 matches.
Yeah, I mean, we'll look at the format in a bit. I don't want to spoil anything, so we'll wait for it.
Let's go. Let's take a look right here, right now. You can see it, guys, right? We got right now Group A, the top 6 teams are going to be going straight to those finals here, Max.
Yeah, of course, finals, that's where you want to be at the end of today's 6 matches. But of course, the bottom 2 do get fully eliminated. So normally you're like, oh, group stage, it's chill, you're making it to the next stage. No, if you underperform significantly, 7, you're fully out, but the middle teams will go straight into that survival stage.
And if you think this group stages are cutthroat, wait until we actually see what's going to happen at the survival stage, because it's not going to be the top 6. It's actually going to be the top 4 that are going to be moving over to the grand finals, and then we'll have our sweet 16 teams on those grand finals June 6 and June 7, Jukes.
Ooh, that's what I'm talking about. I'll tell you one thing, boys. I do not want to be in that survival stage. That's for sure, right? I mean, this is going to be so crucial for the squad. And one thing, Max, I know that you wanted to mention something.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the finals, you might have realized that's 2 days only.
That's right.
That's a bit short, isn't it? And also, we got the Smash ruling in play.
Yes, so we could actually end up seeing just only 8 matches.
Only 8 matches is crazy. And you know what? We got some serious cheddar on the line here. $500,000 here for just a few days of work here, Seven.
Some players are going to be making it rain, not only with those 500K, but also my favorite point of all time that I always have to mention, that 1 point per elimination, because it is going to be 6 matches. It is going to be so compact, and we have seen through the years how much that 1 point per elimination comes into play. Either teams getting disqualified by just 1 point or going to a tiebreaker too.
I've seen so many regional tournaments where even if you remove the placement points of a team, they're still in #1. Like literally, off of eliminations alone, they could become your champions. But of course, $500,000 on the line. And keep in mind, it's not just about PMGO Season 1. Also, if you do well in this tournament, chances are you will be qualifying later on for PMWC. So there's not just money on the line, also a spot in one of the biggest tournaments of the year.
How much money?
$3 million.
Baby, well, hey, you know what? You got to be able to make it through this. And these are our participating teams. We got some serious squads here, Max.
I mean, I'm especially happy for South Asia. Hora is here. Train to Kill are here. Finally, we do have Nepal back in the global. We had no Nepali teams in PMGC 2025. They took a while, but remember back in PMWC 7 last year, Hora did really well for themselves. Maybe they can bring that heat back at PMGO.
No cursing this time, no choking this time. It's time for them to show us what they got. And not only that, I'm happy to see some of the other teams there from Southeast Asia. And the one that I'm looking at is none other than Team Flash, because this is going to be their second global event. And I'm hoping that that confidence is going to shine.
And they're going to wait for the airdrop to come down to save them
No.
again.
No. All right, let's it was a lucky one. It's not going to happen again.
I mean, during the qualifying stage, Team Flash did great, right? It was just, you know what? It takes a little time to get warmed up, get things going here. And you can just see also we got some squads from the other side of the globe, Max.
I mean, looking at Turkey in particular, you got 5 teams, which of course some big names, but Ulf, second place, right? Going back in PMGC of last year. They were so close, yet so far, losing out barely to Alpha 7. And now with also Calci on the team, I'm telling you, Ulf, they're going to be hungry for that trophy, for that championship title here on the global stage. So Ulf going to be a big contender for the entirety of PMGO Season 1.
Talking about another Turkish team, S2G, no longer having to do a hashtag invite S2G on social media. They were actually able to qualify based on their skill, and I'm hoping that that skill is going to showcase here in PMGO Season 1.
But they're in the same group as Alpha 7, and we know there's a little bit of drama over on Instagram, but keep in mind also, HamCG on that team has won here in Jakarta in the past with S2G in that PMGC, so who knows, maybe he's going to have that area advantage here in Indonesia.
Dude, I'll tell you what, there's been tons of drama online here. I love it. This has been so intense coming up to this year's first major event, and you can see the different time zones, and also, again, 7, look at that, the group stage, just 2 days. Group A today, Group B tomorrow.
Cutthroat, honestly, that's what it comes down to. Just absolute cutthroat. You're only going to be able to play 6 matches. I can't wait to see how some of these teams are going to get started, because this situation, if for everybody currently watching at home, we'll be able to get a chance to see it earlier, the matches that we're going to be playing, but every map counts. You cannot sleep on any match. If you do have a bad match, you got to be able to bounce back. You cannot go onto a downtrend with only 6 matches to play.
Yeah, and you can see here, this is that Group A, guys, right? You can just see the different names. So much work that has to be done right here. One team, though, we got to talk about. And Max, I'm going to ask you about this, right? Because we are in Indonesia, right?
Yes.
Team Panda, right? Had a breakout year this year.
I mean, won right away from the get-go in PMPL Indonesia, able to win in the last game on Rondo. And we know Rondo is going to be very important in the format of PMGO Season 1. But everyone on the team is looking insanely good, able to qualify in the last game just over McJoe. And even then, going into PMGO SEA, they didn't have to perform well because they were already in. And yet they still made in top 5. So this is a team that's a lot of momentum and looking strong here.
Hey, well, speaking of strong teams, right? 7, I know you want this one here. Alpha 7 is here, and they got a big goal they are hunting.
2026 might be the year that we might establish the greatest team so far in PUBG Mobile Esports. We're talking about a PMWC champion. We're talking about a 2025 PMGC champion. And if they're able to get that Grand Slam, Max, honestly, the best team of all time.
I mean, PMGO, if they make it happen here, I think the GOAT status could be in the cards for the likes of Alpha 7. I feel like you in particular will be happy to call them that, I think.
Yes, 100%. I'll get to Brazil.
Yeah, but of course, looking at the other teams, you have S2G here. We already talked about it, right? This organization has won in the past here during PMGC in Indonesia, Jakarta. Different roster, right? Except for HamCG, Are we going to see them try and reclaim that past glory? Because they failed to qualify to a lot of global events as of recently. So that's a team that we know has a lot of expectations. They need to perform.
And we were talking about Team Flash earlier. I mean, you can see the top 16 PMGC. I know it looks bad, okay? But that team wasn't even supposed to be there because of that crate that you were talking about, Max. But they got that confidence. And so far, I want to see what Win, the standout player for this squad, is going to be able to do here in Group A.
It's actually very interesting because off the back of PMGC alone, they've got so many fans now. Like, this team came out of nowhere just last year, realistically, and now just dominating out of nowhere. So Flash looking like a potential contender for that #1 spot.
Well, you know what? They're going to have to do it here quick, guys. These are the today's matches. Normally, we're just like, yeah, it's okay. This is what we normally play. But I'll tell you what, this is it, right? So one rondo will be played, and that could be make or break for so many of these teams here, Seven.
It is the make or break for a lot of teams, especially for teams that like to start hot and stay in that momentum. They need to be able to get those eliminations. Now, I don't want to see a team end up camping and not end up getting any eliminations. And I'm calling it out right now because that's just not gonna work, especially on just 6 matches on one day. I need to see at least minimum 5 eliminations and try to get into a top 5. And I definitely have some teams in my head.
Hey, Hotrix, he said the C word. He said camping. You can't say that.
That's right.
That's illegal.
That's illegal.
We used to camp before. Oh, that team.
Exactly. Well, you know what? Rondo is so incredibly important here, guys, because I mean, one good solid Rondo match could just lock you in for that next stage. And one team in particular I know that you were really impressed with when it comes to Rondo is Aura, right?
I mean, Aurora have been looking really good onto that one. I mean, so many teams have been able to really hard focus their strategy on that one. But Aurora, they hot drop Yulin, and they have this really cool strategy. Top goes for the quick recall, and then they kind of alternate the entirety of that hot drop to try and just get as many players as possible in that city to get, of course, high eliminations. But they're not the only one. There are just so many teams that on Rondo are looking so damn good.
I mean, some of those teams, 4 Thrives. We gotta talk about 4 Thrives a little bit because this squad is usually a squad that ends up performing really well on the first rondo of a tournament. They have won it in the past, and I'm hoping that that's gonna continue. And I'm intrigued because you and I were talking to them, Max, and they were still trying to figure out who was the player that was gonna go to recall. They said T24. Somebody's ended up saying IQ. Let's see what actually ends up happening for that squad.
I think Falak also wanted to be the recall
Do
player.
not send Falak to the recall.
He's the South Asia MVP. Put him in the fight.
You're going to send your best player to a recall? I'm actually going to be livid if that happens.
Okay, but genuinely, we talk to so many players, coaches, analysts in the background. So many teams are so adamant this event to commit to the hot drop because you go for the 3-1 split. You lose 3 players, guess what? You got a second chance at life. You can still get a bunch of points on board. But if you do get a good rondo, that one map alone, hey, Hotrix, could be a one-way ticket straight into the finals.
Hey, speaking of, we're talking to some of these players and coaches, right? I know you got a chance to talk with Coach Knight before this got started. He kind of told you what he was kind of thinking about Rondo, right?
So they want a hot drop, but passively. It might sound a bit weird. So they want a hot drop from a distance around, right?
Which team, boys?
Hopefully none of the players are listening and getting the strats. But no, they want to actually third-party it from a distance and maybe send it when teams are at their weakest.
And for everybody that doesn't know, where Knight coaches, where does Knight coach?
Furia.
There you go. And it is a super experienced coach. Now, some of the other squads that I actually want to keep an eye on, it's going to be GOAT, because GOAT, even though they ended up getting that second place in ECA finals, this was actually one of their weakest performing maps. They ended up getting an average placement of 12th place and only 6 eliminations. And when you actually convert that into just points, ladies and gentlemen, it's just the elimination points. That means you end up with just 6 points, and that's just not going to cut it in the situation that we're currently here in PMGO Season 1.
They can do well on Rondo the day we have the hovercraft on Rondo. Moxie loves that hovercraft, but it's only on the Wrangler and Miramar as of right now, so maybe a future update.
But it looks like we are about to get started here for match #1. It's Rondo, the only one we're playing today here, Seven.
I'm excited. I want to see those plane paths. Are we going to be getting a double plane path?
Give me a double plane on top of Neox Factory. Oh, it's a single one. But it is on Yulin and Testrak. It is reachable, so meaning Yulin, Neox is going to get real busy here.
And something we got to keep an eye on, too, for some of these drops is I wonder if anybody is going to be targeting those solo players. Because this is something that we saw happen last year. And I think, Max, if I'm not mistaken, you were talking about this, too, off the stream, before we even started here. I think it's going to end up happening.
I think if you want to try and weaken a potential competitor for that top 6, it's maybe the best way to do it. Send 3-4 players on one solo. unless it's Refus, you might win it.
Not only that, I mean, you might end up just getting a full squad elimination, and if you don't have to worry about the squad anymore because that's the last player of them trying to get that recall, it could end up working out massively in your favor. Now, let's go look at some of the drops here that we're seeing. We're seeing Pandem there with the 3-1. Any jumps that are currently just popping out to you, Max?
As of right now, no, we're just seeing real hectic drops on Yulin. Test track, Neox Factory is going to be reached by a few of the squads. I'm not seeing Aurora right now. Where did Aurora go?
That's the question. You can see Alpha 7, they got a whole spot to themselves right there. They're looking good, but the action has begun. Let's take it to our casters, John Allen and Blake.
Thank you very much, guys. Over on the desk, we're already on board with Furia here, down on the south side near Yulin Gardens. These hot drops are popping off. We're ready for the action, Black.
We're ready. We're in it. Welcome to PMGO Season 1. We're here in Indonesia. It's going to be a fantastic little time here for us. Furia, like we just said, aggressively, passively, hot dropping, a different type of style that seems to be working out quite well at the start here at least.
Ooh, Ayala doesn't even need to be the one to pull the trigger. Another player from 721. Gonna get clipped down now. They're on one player alive, but remember, they can go for those recalls. They do have a player over towards Hangshan. They will be back in the fight. Furia wanting to stay alive as 4, trying to play it 3 on the spot here. It looks like they're gonna survive in the center of this one with Aurora potentially around the corner.
Indeed. I mean, Aurora was able to pick up at least one of the eliminations there. They were able to get 2 on board. One player fairly low on HP. You've got Doc over towards the eastern side of this. He's playing in just underneath Neox Factory. Has himself a recall beacon there to work with, but it is Ida. Swain going down here. This is over on the other side of the map. This is far over towards the northeast. This is around Test Track Neox Factory.
Alula locking horns with Ida in Test Track. It looks fairly deserted, actually, over towards Test Track to what we may have expected here. Yulin is popping off, but even then, a lot of teams sending out to the 4 wins blank. It seems like maybe people have decided to take a little bit more of a reserved approach here. 4 Thrives, ooh, do take a knock on the forefront against Hora as the regroups look to come on through, but I'm not expecting anyone to go down just yet, Blank. There are so many opportunities to go for these recall beacons.
Falak taking the knock there and the flush, but we're happy to see him in the fight. A bit of a weird one here for Thrives, because this is a team that quite likes to drop over towards Neox Factory. They gave up on that. They've moved down towards that southwest side, towards Yulin. I think part of that is choosing that playing path. Not really ideal to go over towards Neox Factory, but it is funny. You only get 2 teams there, and I think it's exactly like you say, John. Teams are really taking today at face value in terms of it being incredibly difficult to mitigate that variance. So the way to do it here is you play a slow rondo. You try and get as many consistent points as possible. You ignore those teams getting all these points in the early game and hope you can make it towards that late game.
But someone is potentially going to earn a whole lot of points. Furia wanting to add 1 more to the tally with Joel going down. Aurora going to have to go for another recall there. Top, we saw him earlier beam down a player on the southwest side, and it looks like they're not really going to go for those rotates. They do have quite a decent position closer to the circle. Might look to try and recall up there. Boars in the meantime, Blank a little bit further over towards Stadium, west of Neox Factory, are going to be back and forth with S2G. Now, Boars seem to be on the back foot. The nades pouring on in through the windows. They are answered, but nothing really finding its mark right now. Finally, some damage come through from a nade, but Vagnazada's on the back. Snoix playing it quiet on the ground floor, might be able to catch a player unawares, and nearly Vagnazada goes down, but no, he just about stays alive on a sliver. Snoix still holding his nerve, waiting for a corner to turn. Not going to hop in just yet. Spots one as he darts through the window. I don't think that they saw him in response either, Blank. And he's waiting. He hears these footsteps. Huge. One on the broadside. Looks for another. Second to breach through. It's from the back. He needs to worry, though. And now he'll be back into the plane almost immediately on the recall.
Yeah, it does go down now, unfortunately, but almost had the slip on them. I think Snoix has been putting a huge amount of work behind the scenes alongside Vagnazada as well as Robs. You know, this team has really been trying to get things into contention. Terminus looks like a good player on the team, but I do think this guy needs to bring the levels up a little bit to closer towards Robs as well as the other boys on boards. But overall, a pretty good team. Pandem now up against the Flash. A similar situation they faced before here. Win on the front side towards Zeus, sending some nades in over towards Leo.
Pandem with 3 players in location. Here to Test Track, just on the outskirts of it. Team Flash. putting nades forwards. Furia getting lit up in the Elim feed in the meantime as well. Jubran holding the cross, doesn't quite spot the player. The smoke bloomed in time. The shotgun now around the corner, jousting back and forth, and Jubran able to win out that trade. And able to get away pretty healthy as well there. Nice and tight amongst it. Team Flash going to lose one. Zeus is down, but they can definitely still get him back up. They just need to make their way to a recall tower. There's the hop forwards for Leon, trying to get some more extracted from Team Flash. If they can keep these points coming on through, they're looking to try and raise the bar on Rondo.
Not they are. Flash, they went down to a 3-man in their final match in their region, but were still able to put up a fantastic performance, getting themselves that #1 spot. So going down to 3-man here, it doesn't feel like it's going to hurt them too much. They are up against Panda at the moment, though, who are doing a good job to pen them in. Win looks to hit this challenge well, but won't quite find it. Luckily, Bozy is here as backup. We'll find one player in Leon's.
Hopping through the window now, a 1 versus 1, Jubran versus Bozy. Not too important to go for the res here. Will actually allow the flush. More important to be on the trigger, but he's not going to be able to find it. Pandem win out the fight with 3 players alive. They will, again, get Leon back up. They win out the trade. 3 elims on the tally for Pandem.
Tapping the shots off here as well. I'd say that's a little bit of vindication felt for them there after their last matchup against Flash in their region. But good stuff. Aurora. This is a team that a lot of players are very worried about, and a lot of fans at home are cheering for. They're a slow starter usually, but the 5 elims they have so far, not a very good indicator for that. It looks like they're coming off the blocks looking very, very speedy.
Yeah, and over towards Yulin Gardens. They only have Horror to deal with now, but they might want to get a move on fairly soon with the circle moving up towards the north side. Clearing this one out is going to be great. They add a 6th point to that tally blank, and they are looking pretty fearsome. Reefus leading the charge with 3 elims already, doing a lot of work for the roster, and they'll be happy with that. Horror looking to get those recalls out. They've got an outpost over on the east side, but the recall towers are going to start to get occupied towards the center of the circular area, so you might have to go a little bit further afield to get your players back now.
I love the way that Aurora has developed over the years, where you've got the likes of Doc, Top, Zyol on that team, all players with huge name value, and it was always Reefus. It felt like he was catching them up all the time. This guy is now full-blown MVP caliber. From his 4-man nade in the final match to hit the smash, to now looking extremely good on the main stage with 3 elims and finding himself 1 more there. It just looks phenomenal. 7 elims for Aurora Gaming. Oh, I think they're going to be just going straight for it today.
With a west shift on the circle, they do have access to the southwest portion of this zone that a lot of teams may not be able to get to quite fast. But Aurora have been fighting this whole time. They haven't been grabbing those vehicles. They are a lot less mobile now, and that is what they should be worried about. Teams are going to start to get in front of them.
Now, we haven't had much chance to actually talk about the circle, to talk about the rotations. That's understandable. It is Rondo. It's action-packed. But what we're looking at right now for Aurora, it's not a terrible rotation in for them on the western side. They can make their way up, swing through, they're right on the edge. Most teams are playing on the northeast here, which is a little bit strange considering that initial playing path. I think Aurora Gaming, though, they've kind of taken out a lot of their competition on this southwest side. Obviously, they'd like to see another south shift on this one if they want to get something good done, but I like this heavy rotate coming in from Boars. They are quick, they are fast to the mark, straight towards the center of the circle. On this western side, a little bit of terrain to play around with.
And they've got, I think they're on control of a recall as well, so a nice position to stop teams, if not use it for themselves, to stop other teams from using it. A very important position to hold on that southwest point, potentially very profitable. Oh, the EMP zone's just popped up blank on the north.
Yeah, EMP zone's going to be a bit of an issue for some of our teams, especially on that northern side. It has limited rotations a little bit, makes it slightly more difficult to make that full send towards the center. Dissipated now, so teams can start to get themselves a little bit of a move on. Alpha 7 is marshalling that north side right now, though. They've got E-Arena underneath them. E-Arena, definitely not a team to be scoffed at either. Looking fantastic at the moment. But in this game, 0 points. Nothing found just yet. But they are a full 4-man. They are towards the center of the circle. Hope they can start to pop off a little bit soon.
There's only one team with 2 players alive, and that is Team Flash, who are struggling to get a recall, it seems. They're up on the north side near Stadium, so could potentially go in there. In the meantime, Alola and Furia. Ooh, what a turnaround there, quick. Able to do a lot of damage to Furia. This is over near the south point of Test Track as well. And the recall opportunities are going to start to become a little bit slimmer over time. Alola on the front foot of this fight, but a nice nade from Chief, able to get an answer back in through the door. And that's going to maybe slow Alola down on their roll. Furia happy to see a little bit of a falter in the step. But can either team swipe fully through the other roster, Blank? It, again, as I say, may be impossible now to go for these recalls with the density of teams we're seeing.
Yeah, it gets very difficult. You need to have full control of that position to make it happen. Circle does move over towards the eastern side, which gives a real good chance towards our teams on that center edge. Looks very good for the likes of S2G. Ida also moving in. Our Turkish teams mainly, it seems here, are having a good time of it.
Chief for more, able to find one on the hop. Needs to get back behind cover. That was risky going for the flush, but it comes off good. And now Chief with a second challenger. Might have to try and find something pretty deep on this one. Furia branching out all the way into the blue to try and make it work. Quick wants to shut him down on the inside, but Chief's not giving up without a fight. Won't go down without swinging once or twice, but will fall in the end. Not able to do the damage to get another knock there, and Alola claimed the south side of Test Track.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, that is a really, really hard fight to win as well. For Alula, that's what I would call an upset. But the boys over on Furia, it's kind of the successors to the Team Liquid squad, right? They have some extremely good players on that team, but not being able to win against Alula is a rough position to be in there. But they should be able to get themselves back up on their feet, back into action. They're down towards the south side, got themselves a bit of a recall towards Igor as well as Ayala.
Got to find a spot to go for it though, Blank, and that's not super easy right now. Team Flash are trying to send on through. They only have 2 players, and they are putting all of their eggs into this basket on the south side, trying to get through this roadblock. Maybe make their way out towards a recall, potentially, over towards Yulin, maybe? That's still technically open, but no, okay. They're committing to playing as 2.
Just play the shack here.
4 units already.
Yeah, it's the best thing you can do. I think, honestly, once you get to this stage of the game, you're sort of forced to play this sort of style, try and get as many points as possible, confirm yourself up towards that top 6, which will get you through from the groups. Look at the map feed, though. It's a strange part of the map, honestly. You look over towards that western side, a lot of fielded areas around here, around Boars. The Boars, I think it's most important for them to clear this portion of the map. They will likely be looking over to 4 Thrives. Falak has just arrived on the scene towards their northwest. If they can clear him, their movement over towards the east becomes a little bit easier.
Alola now have to fight through Aurora with their outposts. A lovely shot from, actually this comes through from Reefus. Okay, I thought it was top. It turns out it's Reefus. You were singing his praises earlier. He wants a little bit more of that sauce as he's going to layer it down on top of Alola. One more player on the inside there, trying to make their way through.
Nightmare.
4 players are alive for Alola, and there's potential for them to still get a recall, but it's going to be really, really tough, as it will shut down an opportunity. The backline's being solidified as well by Doc for Aurora, playing that more adjusted, supportive role.
It's a great position to play for Doc as well. He's playing elevation right now. He's gathering as much information as possible. They're mainly looking to control this southeast side. Once again, the circle moves away from them, up towards that north edge, towards Team Vicious. Now, Team Vicious actually has a surprisingly damn good squad. The likes of Narvala on one side, Koa, a lot of names you'd recognize from Western Europe, playing from a different region this time around. But this is a good squad. I like the way that they formed this team. It seems like they've got a lot of synergy on board as well from watching their regionals.
See if they can bring that to bear on the world stage. Alola still going for this fight. Yasa is down, but R38 wanting to find those angles a little bit faster. Aurora do have to leave this position, Blank, so it's not really a holdout at this point. 721 having a tough time against Go, as they are getting lit up. The nades, the volleys are just sailing on in, and there's S2G as well chiming in. Okay, yeah, Vicious are there to party too. It is a tough spot, and I don't really see 721 getting out of this.
Yeah, it's sort of like mini Hung Shan, honestly, over towards this side of the map. It's an area that can hold quite a lot of teams inside of it, but it's pretty sparse, pretty open, not too fun to play around with. So for teams getting over here, it's a bit of a mad send. 4 Thrives, though, they do manage to get a send on towards the north side of things. They're currently playing with 2 players, though, which is a tough thing. I think that for 4 Thrives, a bit of survival options right now. Having Falak up and alive, though, is useful. Those CQC grenades are going to come mighty handy for the squad right now.
Oh, you're definitely going to need them. Aurora on the send out. They're happy with their tally of 7. They're going to move away from the test track South Point and move over to a really important part of the map. They've just gone straight central and unchallenged.
Yeah, unchallenged indeed. A lot of scouting coming through from top, apparently. He saw the lines, he saw the vision, moved straight through. There was absolutely no clap back from any other squad. Retaliation nowhere to be seen. Aurora Gaming moves in. They've dropped a ton of emergency cover flares here. They're trying to light up the lobby in a big way. They've taken quite a bit of damage so far, down towards half HP at the moment, but they're looking to recover on this. Doc consistently having to move around the edges of the Doritos.
And these are the angles that you were talking about, being so surprised that weren't clapping. That's Panda and that's Alula on the north and on the east. Just doing nothing to slow them down. Really interesting approach to that one. Boars are going to crash into the compound in the meantime as S2G look to defend. A nice opener, 1-for-1 on the trade. Boars are happy to storm through the gates here, but they may lose Terminus in the process. A nade in, looked like it might have done a little bit more, and there's more shots ringing out over towards S2G as Horror get involved out towards that east side. And in he goes, Robs with the shotgun. Name a more fearsome duo.
Hey man, we were talking him before the event started. We were talking about the shotgun, saying he's the shotgun king, and he said, I'm going to deliver this tournament. And he certainly has already from the inside of the building. He's a terrifying player to come up against if he's got an S12K, if he's got a pump shotgun, and if he's got the DBS, you are in trouble.
S2G, S2 going, S2 gone. They are the first team to drop here in a vital map. And they are not going to be too happy about that one. So we'll see if Ida can keep the banner running for Turkey.
It's kind of an interesting one as well. What a nade from SnowX over the top. It lights Horror up. They were not expecting that one. High ground control completely eliminated there. But for Boars, it's interesting because S2G, they had a run-in with them earlier. They must have known the general path they took. They were able to recuperate, restabilize, and get straight back into the mix. Good stuff from Boars.
And they get the points to prove it. And they're on the south side now with the circle shifting up north. Will have to make a dash for it. Fury are moving in on the west side. Could be a challenge into the center of the circle there as well. Might be dangerous to make these maneuvers. Horror trying to go toe-to-toe now with the Boars. Of course, those recalls are now completely unavailable. They have been shut down, so no more getting your players back up and onto their feet. Aurora still giving it large over onto Furia from the opposite side of those compounds. We see those maneuvers over towards the central area as Horror get to a bit of a standstill with Boars.
It was a good thing that we had no fear get himself up towards the top side of the building as quickly as he did, because they lost that aerial superiority. In the meantime, Irina up against the Flash, able to take them down, and Flash will fall with 4 points despite a decent start to their game here. That is not where you want to fall here on the Rondo. The first one of the day, this is where you can pick up a lot of those points, get yourself an early buffer.
I have to question the decision to not go for a recall that early for Team Flash going down to 2. I think they have the opportunity to do so. It is not going to work out for them this time around. I'm going to say the same thing about 4 Thrives as well. I think they were 2 fairly early on. They made a big push down towards the south, and they're not prioritizing the recall, which I find interesting here. We'll see if 4 Thrives can profit more off of this match as another team falls. That's Furia out as they try and make their position in the center tenable. It will not prove to be so. Alpha 7 with a challenge now, with Etch bearing down upon them. Looks like they're doing okay, but it is not without scrapes, cuts, and bruises all over.
Alpha 7, the big squad, the big boys in the lobby. Looking for the Grand Slam here at PMGO Season 1. It is an incredible roster, coming off from a high from last year. Now looking to set the pace here over on Rondo. They came in from that north side, so they were slightly isolated. They haven't been in too many fights. It's the first time we're seeing them on camera so far. They already find themselves in a spot of bother, though. We're back on side with Boars. Turney K steps up to the plate, has a nade in hand. Boars are running for their lives.
Ooh, they've sent up to this north side, leaving their position on the south. They're doing okay, though, Blank. They're doing okay. A big nade onto the back, and Schweppes falls as well. Damage is done to Wagnazada. It will bring him down, but SnowX charges forwards, moving in to envelop the Fury laid down upon them by Irina's regroup. A nade onto the backlines, and there may still be a res here. It's gonna be enough for Snowix to bring it down, and there goes another Fury Arena. A beautiful hold for Boars, but the blue zone will not give them a break.
Yeah, I mean, Boars got to keep moving here. They just about get themselves in one vehicle. They're going to try and move out, try and create an anchor point for the rest of the squad. Great shots over towards Mormon. That was the big problem. He's down to very low HP, trying to get the first aid kit off, realizes he has no time, and Boars somehow, some way, get themselves into the circle.
Vagnazada, the sacrificial lamb there on the southwest side, but he will be the cost that they pay for a very solid position. Points now starting to rack up for Boars. They're on to 4. As Aurora, who did go down to 2 in that central location, a little bit leg swept on that one. Unfortunate, but Pandem able to step up to the north side. I mean, I said Pandem right there. It's going to be the big opportunity here to put massive points on the board. They're on the top of the tables when it comes to Elim's Horror, struggling to weather the storm. As forwards the Goats charge, it will be Horror falling down. There was an answer though, a knock over towards Goat team, but I don't think anyone's going to capitalize.
Yeah, a bit too much there for Horror to handle. But now the Vicious, like you say, look to get some nades over the top. It's a good time to try and stymie the approach here coming through from Goat. They're one of the direct competitors on that south side. But the Vicious, they can wait things out. The difficulty is that 4th Thrives on their front side, as is Aurora Gaming. These are 2 wildcard teams with 2 players each. Doc, though, gets a nade in the window. T24 is down. Now Falak might be receiving the same.
Ooh, the answer doesn't come through from 4th Thrives. Instead, from Pandem, who are making their north side pressure felt. A nice outpost coming through as they make sure that 4th Rise have a little bit more to say into this game. And Doc going down is pretty nasty for Aurora, leaving them just on Reefus.
Yeah, trying to get over towards the bold here is the best thing he can do. Try and step up, get a position for the Reefus to move up here. If Reefus can get to Doc, a res is possible. The sightlines within the bowl here are not great for a lot of teams, and you can kind of hide yourself away, but it's getting there that is the issue. Good shot there from Reefus over to one of the players on the Vicious. He might just make it through on the barest amount of life. Gets towards his buddy Doc and is looking to pick him up here. Revo finding shots over towards Darkin. It's an instant flush from his side. 600 damage on the game for Evo.
He's going to be able to find a little bit more on the north side. Plenty of fights stepping his way. Ida want to find a bite back over towards them. With Ida on the west side, Blank, they are in a solid spot to hold. They want to hold that ridgeline to their south because the Boars are going to try and push over fairly soon as well. And they're going to have to be worried about that too. Look at the Doritos littering the parking. Oh dear, no parking available for any cars, but Goats not going to be worried about that. They're surging forwards, but a sideswipe comes through. A massive light up comes in. Everybody's chiming in, and the Goats get cut in half on their push.
Yeah, decimated there. Reefus even got involved. Just picked up Doc here. He will get instant re-knock. Bay goes down there to Reefus too. He is just not giving up this game. This man is on a thread right now, but refuses to finish his run. Dimsy though, Pandem, like you said, they had a good run in from this eastern side. Doc as well as Reefus looking to finish off the final players here from Go, or at least get some more points off the back of them. But it is Toblerone Valley over on that side of the map. The amount of Doritos is oppressive on those sightlines. Luckily, they're going to be out of the zone soon.
One more knock over towards Goats, and that's Pandem up to 11 now. They are really starting to gather momentum. Up he steps and down he goes. No way Goats were getting away from that one. Doc is still down in the middle of the bowl as Reefus tries to pick it back up. The Boars are trying to move on through now, trying to fight off against Vicious, doing a lot of damage, but not quite finding that final tick. There it is. The nail is going to land square into the edge of the coffin, but the Vicious are now flagging. Look at how low they all are.
I mean, good run from Boars, though. You got to respect it. I mean, they were fighting the entire time, but the circle comes down towards this. The Vicious were just able to hold on just that little bit longer. Ida's going to come in from that western side. Revo looking mighty strong over towards the northwest at the moment. 600 damage, and that is just counting up right now.
You just want to keep those tallies rolling. MVP, maybe, in his mind already. We'll see. Pandem on 13 on the north side. Oh, man, this is a real big breakout for them and in a command seat of this circle.
is just snaffling up points everywhere they can. They have been so present inside this lobby. We talk a lot about rondos, how you just cannot be passive, right? And I think that despite Pandem's position on this eastern edge, you would think to yourself, these guys aren't getting a lot of eliminations here. Suddenly, they're on 13 elims. They have been capitalizing on this endgame, and they just keep going.
More and more, but Forthrive's managed to pick one back, I think, as they are picking up the points where they can. Forthrive finally do go down. Jubran looking to try and take the Vicious out of it entirely, and the Vicious will fall. That one, I think, yeah, that goes towards Ida. So, no extra point for Pandem, but there are still a couple more for them to earn. We'll see how far they can go, because right now, it is looking like the tide is undeniable.
Yeah, still, but Rufus, though, at least secures the team a minimum of 4 extra placement points on this game. He has been looking very, very good this match. Real boon to the team. Ida makes the mad dash in. It's the best they can do here. Try and look for a dip created by the nades. Work off the back of that. Alpha 7, though, a little bit quieter on this northwest side. Clearing ahead, you can see Pandem, the 44% on the winner-winner chicken dinner percentage. I'd agree with it.
It's looking pretty good for them right now. Alpha 7 trying to move forwards. The potholes from these nades for Ida are giving them a significant amount of cover here. Alpha 7 may be giving them a helping hand with that bombardment, but in goes Rufus. Yeah, they know he's here. There's no way. There's no way he gets further forwards than this, right? Surely not.
Yeah, the cover flare, it just isn't in either. So he's going to have to push out this position. He's just hoping Dimsy peeks him and then he can make a run across. Basically relying on the gun skill here. Throws out a last-minute nade, but that will be Aurora Gaming going down. 8 eliminations, 4 points, 12 points on the match. It's not a bad start to their day here.
Ida and Alpha 7 needing to settle their differences, or Panda will just run away with this one. Look at the high ground ridge that they've got against these two teams, Blank. It is a shooting gallery out there for them. They're looking to rack up a 20 elim chicken dinner on the first game of the day, potentially put themselves into the top 6 and stay there no matter what happens.
I mean, we all say you get a massive game on Rondo here during this initial Group A. It's almost a guaranteed top 6. Right? If you can continue to just do a little bit throughout the rest of the day, you are living life to the large. So for Alpha 7, they've got to make good use of this rock, but the circle moves down towards the south side, pulls them out, and suddenly all these holes that Alpha 7 made earlier are a big issue for them. They created the cover for Ida.
They've got to play a game of whack-a-mole here, Blank. Yeah. It is going to be Ida popping up, popping down. You never know where they're going to be coming from. It is dangerous to try and move out, but then you've also got Pandem with a big hill that sit on top of you and say, you want to play whack-a-mole? We're taking your mallet away. You just can't play at this point if you're Alpha 7. It is nasty business.
The big deal right now for Alpha 7 is there is hard cover to work around with. Whether it's in the circle or not is a very, very different idea. There's a good nade from Revo. Again, he's just revving it up this match and he just keeps going. The nade comes back. It's off target. Never mind. It's towards Carrillo. Guizao looking to get the res off, but Pandem, they see their opportunity and they look to strike.
And they want to add those points, remember? Those points, if they go down now, go down towards Ida. And they do not want to let that happen. You want those points in your bank. Push yourself even further beyond. Guizao looking for those reses. The nades are bombarding back from Alpha 7. May be able to find him, but in come Pandem. The side swipe comes through. They are marshalling their forces. They are not going to let these points get away from them. Now Revo goes down, and Pandem slurp the whole milkshake.
This is just everything going their way. They've got tons of util still left remaining. Pandem looking to secure it right now in the first game of the day here. There's nothing clapping back towards them. There's no retaliation, and it's over. Pandem with a massive game 1.
What a way to break it out. First day, first match. They are here to play on their home turf. Pandem put the Pandem in pandemonium. They go crazy.
Insane stuff. I mean, for them, this is just such an easy day. For the rest of it, that buffer is very hard to catch up to going forward. For Alpha 7, it's not a terrible game. They showed that they're still some of the best in the lobby, some of the best in the world. But versus that position that Pandem had, it is so difficult to work with. They almost created that little foxhole as well for Ida to play around with. And that sort of came back to bite them like the fox itself.
Unfortunate stuff, but yeah, Alpha 7 getting in late. Ida doing pretty well as well, getting in late. We had Aurora commanding for a lot of it.
Look,
until they have to move.
There's only one thing to say right now. Oh my God, these are some amazing teams in Group A. There's a reason why it's called the Group of Death.
Yeah, it's very, very great stuff. Great plays, great rotations, pretty good decisions being made. It all looks clean. It all looks decisive. It all looks
Nice
cohesive.
PUBG Mobile.
Absolutely. Took the words right out of my brain. That is fantastic stuff coming through from Pandem. They've had a great start, and now they are going to command from the top of the tables. Will anyone be able to assault that position and join them in the top 6? We'll see you guys in the next match.
I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. You waiting on the boy to fail, then hold your breath and face your death. Cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex.
If you're asking the question if hometown advantage is a thing in PUBG Mobile, this game just proved it. A massive win for the hometown heroes of Pandem and for Indonesia as a whole. This is the group of death boys, and they just popped off.
I mean, Rondo is their empire, and their reign of terror continues. They've done it back in PMGO Indonesia on the very last game to qualify here. And you know what? That one game might just be their ticket for the finals, because it's a high elimination game too with that chicken dinner. Woo! And the execution macro-wise, a thing of absolute beauty here.
And I gotta give you credit. You were able to call it when we were watching this match. You said if they were able to clear Alula, they would just be having so much freedom there towards the east of the map, and that's what happened wonderfully. And you said it too. I mean, for this squad, great start for Indonesia as well here in the hometown.
I'm really happy with the performance, but exactly, if they get rid of Alula, they knew they were going to win it, because so many teams are just over to the western side of the road, and especially in that southern compound, just all busy in fighting each other. They were just chilling at the very end, able to actually get a few more eliminations too. They played aggressive. I was scared, Hot Troops, they might play a bit more passive, not willing to go for those extra limbs, but man, oh man, Leon in particular, he sent it.
You literally were like, okay, Leon, calm down a little bit right here. This should be in the bag, but no, they wanted every single elimination they could possibly get. And Max, you were just talking about how powerful this squad is on Rondo. The biggest stage this year, they proved that they came to play.
Oh, they get all the Rondo milkshakes every single time.
I drink your milkshake.
Oh, yeah, but at the end of this play here, a little bit of an overpeak right here, Sam.
Yes.
We were talking about it. I think it was for Guizao in particular that went a little bit too far and did get punished.
Yeah, Gisao overextending there. I thought he was going to be able to maybe pop back a little bit more, pick up that other player that was knocked, but ultimately he ended up being Revo. But for Alpha 7, what a performance to even be able to survive Bamboo, because at one point they were just being cornered and they didn't look like they were going to be able to make it out. Something to keep in mind, though, from Alpha 7 is they played so passive at the start until they finally decided to end up making a push on, I think it was Circle 5 on ETSH, but they ended up losing one player.
I mean, normally you go in Bamboo, you don't come out alive from Bamboo. So indeed, as you said, really good podium finish from the entirety of Alpha 7. But here we go with the overall player stats. Ooh. And my boy Jubrenki putting up the numbers, followed up also with Frenzy and Leon's getting 6 eliminations apiece. But Leon, when it comes to SEA, he's a standout player with that utility, and those grenades and Molotovs, whew, those were good to wrap up that match.
Man, they were just straight money. I love the fact that, you know, when you get to such a big stage here, you know, the nerves can kick in. You know, you might have that slight hesitation in some big decision moments, but on Rondo, Pandem, they didn't hesitate at all, and they shut things down here.
Boys, 19 eliminations?
Woo!
Are you kidding me? To start off the day, too, especially with how much we've been hyping up. I honestly, I was kind of joking around a little bit when I said, show me that 20 elim match with 10 points that you'll get from that chicken dinner. Boy, did they end up performing. You can see there Leon with the MVP, and yeah, I mean, he was scaring us a little bit there towards the end, but the confidence just came in full flush.
I mean, it was a really strong position, maybe overly aggressive, but all of the nades of Alpha 7 and also the other side were just completely used up, right? So they were not able to really fight back efficiently, so he was really safe with that utility, and peeking so beautifully too. So his peaks were amazing, and because of that, he was one of the main catalysts for this chicken dinner on Pandem side. And sure, one big game, but if they just get a few more points here, Hot Jukes on Erangel and on Miramar, boy, that top 6, it's locked in.
It's a lock at this point, all right? I mean, there's no way they screw this up at this point because, I mean, with a performance like this, you should be able to see them in those finals here because there's only 5 more matches left to go. These numbers are just crazy, Seven.
Talk about a lock when you have the top 3 players out of the top 4 players for Pandem right there. Not only Leon getting that MVP, we saw the stats from Frenzy, we saw the stats from Jabranki, and it's just a full sweep for Indonesia because it is another player from Indonesia, a player that was able to win the Southeast Asia Finals, Zeta from Boyne.
He was the MVP
Yep.
last year, right? So
Yep.
they're definitely able to get himself some good points. 29 points are coming out from Pandem.
Jeez.
Ooh, insane stuff, but hey, Aurora not trolling really on the first game. And no stepping up, able to clear the entirety of Yulin against Aurora, using that strat of having Top going for the quick recall and then joining the fray in Yulin itself. They got rid of Furia, then Hora. Man, that was a great hot drop for the entirety of Mongolia.
Yeah, that's how you got to get it done right there. I mean, we saw them put up some serious eliminations right off the rip for Aurora. Unfortunately, they weren't able to finish it off there, but they put some points on the board. 12 to start things off is definitely not something to shake your head at here, Seven.
Let's rewind that a little bit. You said series eliminations. 10 minutes into the match, they were already up to 7 eliminations. We do have to talk about them a little bit in regards to a push that they were able to do that we didn't quite like because they ended up just crashing onto a fence that was just open on the parking lot, and they ended up being forced to use just all their cover flares.
Yeah, it was a good response. You get in the parking lot, it's very open, especially when you have teams like Pandem that literally have the game-winning position right up north of you. So they used all the cover flares, which was a good idea, but unfortunately, cover flares can only take you so far, and it was down to just Reefus. Again, the guy just keeps keeping Aurora in the conversation, but at the end, the Rondo win does head the way of Pandem.
I mean, that's what you got to do at that certain point, right? I mean, Alpha 7, they were there on that edge. I think they did a good job for the position they had, right? They put up some good points on the board, but Pandem just proved here that if they have that dominant position, they are not going to lose it, Seven.
Yeah, and Alpha 7 show what happens when you end up getting blessed by the circle because, my goodness, that was a blessing if I've ever seen one. And yeah, Pandem, I mean, the way that they were able to play, you already mentioned it, Max, too, and I'm just going to double down on it. I love the way that they were able to just execute that. They were aware of where everybody was, and they were able to take full control of the map. Now, I want to see them if for some reason the opportunity comes about where they can actually do that again, whether it's in Erangel or maybe later today we end up seeing that in Miramar. I want to see that kind of consistency now to some of the other teams that we ended up seeing there on the leaderboard towards the bottom. I want to talk about 4 Thrives. I was expecting a lot out of this squad. 4 Thrives, they're used to known to being able to perform really well. A very low start for this squad. In regards to eliminations, they didn't really have many. They ended up finishing the match, if I'm not mistaken, with just 2 eliminations. So I don't know what's happening there, but the main question and the main thing that's always hindered this squad is that mental. And with only 6 matches, now 5 matches, you can't really get into your head about it.
Yeah, you know what? Speaking of, rough performances, S2G, first team out in this one. And you know their rivals, Alpha 7, did good. What do you think's going through their head here, 7?
With their owner doing a watch party, you best believe they're probably like, we got to perform. If not, they're probably going to end up switching us out because that squad loves to change their rosters every single month.
Yeah, I mean, it was very unfortunate because Boars initially go for a fight onto them, and they initially have a really good defense, right? Able to actually get a few knocks onto it, but then Hora were very opportunistic, fully send it right back into the compound. And not only that, they had, I believe it was Jiggle, who was onto the mountaintop, trying to also get an off angle, so they can't even leave the buildings without getting instantly shut down. So Hora, sure, only gets 7 eliminations, no placement points, but the overall aggressiveness and also passiveness and the macro around the map was just well executed again for the first global event from Nepal in a long, long while.
I'm with you. I got to double down on that point that you just made. For them to be able to adapt the way that they were able to do, to make those pushes, to make that third party, to have the awareness to live that last player on that mountain, making sure that he didn't overpeak, because even though there was 2 players from Furia looking there, if it would have gotten knocked, that's not a position that you want to be able to put your other teammates in. So great awareness out of Hora. They might not end up getting the win, but it's a good showing nonetheless.
It was also not just an off angle to be aggressive on Boar and also S2G. If they wanted to leave, which eventually they did because of the circle, they go to the anchor point player, which was Jiggle on the mountaintop. So it was an aggressive position, but also that kind of saved the day in case they do have to play it a bit more slowly.
Love to see that kind of macro play there. You got to know when to flip on that aggressive switch and when to say, hey, you know what, this ain't worth it. Let's back off and live a little bit longer here, because this is it. We got 5 more matches left to go. Bottom 2 teams are out of here. We're going into Erangel, though, right? Now, when it comes to Erangel, we got to talk about something here that's been meta changing completely, and that's the loot truck, Max, man, right?
Oh.
Just how huge is this going into Erangel?
Oh, I love myself some loot truck goodness. You got 4 of those happening all over the place in Erangel. Teams dropping in Saverni, Yasnai Poliana, inside of Pachinki, gonna have a big advantage. And actually, as I talk about Yasnai Poliana, I believe we're going to have Horror versus Team Flash happening over there. And there's a bit of drama online that they might actually commit to the fight. And if you do win the fight, you get 4 eliminations and access to a loot truck here, 7. That's a big early game win.
Hear me out. Even though Team Flash, I think they ended up getting some eliminations this match, they didn't end up having a good rondo. And if there's anything we know about hot drops, and especially with, I have to keep saying this, especially with only 6 matches, now 5 matches left, you don't want to waste that time. You really don't want to get into an ego battle here over just a point. You have to have those backup places where you're going to end up landing.
Yeah, it's going to get a little bit hectic there. Hopefully they don't commit, because Yasnai Poliana, in particular, is a city where you can have 2 teams. You don't have to commit for it. If a fight does happen, it's purely out of ego. Though, just to wrap up my point on the loot truck, which is where the conversation initially began,
exactly.
you're going to see late games with so many P90s and maybe a few MG3s. It's absolutely mental. The loot truck, if you do go in one of the main locations where it spawns early, it gives you such a significant advantage that you can take any fight at that point and possibly come out on top.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if that's going to spark an engagement in Yasnaya here, because, I mean, that loot truck is pretty broken. I mean, in the games I've played, you go and you get that thing, you're going to be fully level 3'd out, so much ammunition. The whole looting phase is pretty much just done right then and there, so we're going to see how that's going to work out here. But, you know, we're going into Erangel. This game is, I think, extra huge for the teams that didn't perform well in Rondo. I think they really need to bounce back here early, because we're going to see some of these top squads continue to dominate here, Max.
Yeah, and it's going to get really hectic. You've got 3 Erangels back to back to back. It is your bread and butter. So any team that took a massive L on Rondo, this is their time to redeem themselves, because normally group stage, you don't make it to finals, don't worry, you still got the next stage. You know, if you're bottom 2, you're fully out. You're eliminated on day 1 of PMGO Season 1 2026, which, of course, 7, you don't want that to happen to your favorite squad.
I want to see some teams starting to be a little bit more aggressive, especially just kind of set the pace here in this match. If they do end up getting in a position, kind of like what Pandem was able to do in this last match of Rondo, I want to see them being able to do that too. And I mean, if we're calling out teams there towards the bottom, Hodjux, you got to call out S2G.
Yes.
Hey, we didn't plan this, but it ended up happening. If you're seeing S2G, if you for some reason can hear us, we need to see a reaction out of you here as we're going into the first Erangel.
There we go, baby. We're going into Erangel, the main map here in PUBG Mobile. Let's see how this is all going to turn out here. Remember, guys, there's only 5 more matches left to go.
And with this playing path right now, I mean, you know Aurora's gonna end up going military, and I'm wondering where all the other teams are gonna be going, because Fairy Pier might end up being contested. Just Naya, we're not really gonna have to worry about this one as much, but I'm looking at Milton Power as well.
I mean, Yasnai Poliana is out of reach for some of these teams, right? Flash, Horror, are they going to try and go for a secondary option? This is the perfect playing path to have a secondary drop location up your sleeve, just in case this kind of situation comes your way. Of course, you have a very southern playing path. That means Aurora. They drop Military Island.
Yes.
That is their main location on all the battlegrounds on Erangel. That is their bread and butter. If they get a circle off the back of that too, man, oh man, that could be a big Aurora win.
It depends where they end up getting the circle as well, because you can see Goat is going to end up going towards Novo too, and we know Goat can be aggressive with what we just saw them do, especially in Rondo. You don't want to end up getting too long or taking too long there looting in military base. We have seen this in the past from Aurora when they were APG, so they got to be aware of that.
I mean, also you've got to think about it. For Goat, Moxie will get the hovercraft here from Novo.
Well, let's get it going, guys. Going into Erangel. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters, John Allen and Blake.
Thank you so much, Hot Jukes. We are ready for our first Erangel, but I wasn't ready for that blank. The circle just gives us the fright of a lifetime.
I mean, this playing path into this circle is absolutely devastating to so many squads here. It's a really, really rough start to the day here on Erangel for our teams. A super southern playing path into a heavily eastern shift on this one, with still chance to head down towards Sosnovka here. It's not out of the realms of possibility. For Alpha 7, like the guys on the desk were talking about, it's very important to have those alternate drop spots, and Alpha 7, they have quite a few. They've got Zaki, they've got Georgopol, they've got Lipovka, and here that really supports them, where they're able to instantly head over towards Lipovka. This is a very good spot to start from. They can move down towards the crates on the roadside. This is a very easy peasy game here for Alpha 7.
Well, to start off, right?
Yes.
Because it is going to get tough. There are a lot of teams going to be shunting into the southeast side of the mainland here. Pivotal points include places just north of Milta, around that Lumberyard Hill. Controlling the rotations along that stretch of land will be so important to make sure that you're keeping all of your players alive in that location. That's teams like S2G, like Al Ula, like Alpha 7 on the north side of all of that up and towards prison, as well as potentially looking at control over a bridge when you get closer down towards Milta that could be important in the future.
I mean, for GOAT, Aurora, you're absolutely right. Having control over towards that eastern bridge, super important here. It's a really, really big factor for how this game's going to progress, because you know a lot of teams are going to go for that southern rotate. It's a rotate that makes sense a lot of times. If you can squeeze in on this western side early, it works out quite well. And Alula's already tried to go for something like this. They've headed on towards the Dead Woods, just towards that northwest side of Mini Milta. Not a lot of loot down here, though. I mean, they can play up towards Lumberyard. That's a potential. But they're not going to be getting a huge amount of crazy loot on board early in this game, but they have position. So that's the trade-off.
They may be able to find one or two goodies in the process, but it is going to be tough for them. Over in South George, one of our furthest dropping teams, and out late on the plane, remember, it went from east over to west. E-Arena probably were one of the tougher rotations coming into this one, but they might wait for that second circle, wait for it to give a little bit more clear intention moving into this one, and see if they can find that one going. Leon obviously topping those damage numbers there, breaking that 1,000 barrier for Pandem, and they will sit pretty atop the pack right now. A lot of points on offer this match, not quite as many as over on Rondo.
Rondo is always a fire starter, though, really, and the fire is just getting started as we're going to get ourselves into a bit of a bonfire towards the end of the day, looking towards our top 6 who will remain around that bonfire. Maybe cooking some marshmallows, you know, quite happy that they'll be moving straight through towards that grand finals, whilst the other teams will be heading through to survival stage, which is brutal. Like we say, a 4-team finish there at the top there is really quite rough for our squads. But we get a first elimination of the match, and it is over towards GOAT. We don't have any recall beacons this time around, so GOAT will be playing on as 3.
Yeah, they try and move into S2G turf. That's not going to go well for them. Although S2G have moved over towards a little bit more of a bridge command position here, Blank, which is interesting. They've decided to sequester themselves on the the south side of Milta to maybe get that overlook over towards the bridge approach to sideswipe onto that angle. GOAT trying to control it as well. 7-2-1. They didn't start their first match too well. They got 0 points on the game. The only team, in fact, to go down on a big goose egg there. And that maybe something they're looking to change, but not quite able to connect on the spray. Al Ula, in the meantime, with Alpha 7. 2 of our more central teams actually clashing as Alpha 7 goes south. Al Ula try and move all the way out to the east, and Guizhao is the casualty for it. Al Ula pushing all the way over the Lumberyard Hill.
It's greedy, right? I think that's the only way to describe this for Alpha 7. It is very greedy. They try to play through over towards Lepovka, which makes a lot of sense. You're trying to get these 2 players really looted up to assist you in that endgame. So they've got the frags, so they've got the smokes. I think taking 2 buildings is too much from Alpha 7. They should have known there's going to be tons of teams heading down towards the southeast side. Everyone wants to try and commit a position around the Dead Woods, give yourself a nice rotation later on. But for Alpha 7, I think that knock and flush was totally unnecessary.
They certainly could have taken an opportunity to get a little bit more on board. The rest of Alpha 7 are moving south, and maybe they've got revenge on their mind, or maybe they're just trying to play on the east side of the circle, because a lot of the teams are going to be approaching from that west, and that's really what prompted Al Ula to actually go over that hill in the first place, right? The knowledge that everybody's going to be pushing in there.
Yep.
It's going to be really tough to hold out all of them. Let's give the better position, potentially, to another team who comes in a little bit later for our own survival.
Well, the thing is, in a weaker lobby, that play would have been totally acceptable for Alpha 7. But I think as we come into this year of 2026, we have so many tournaments this year with cracking teams, unbelievably good teams, over 4-5 separate events. It is amazing to see, and Alpha 7, they're going to wise up here, realizing that they can't really be taking these similar tactics they would versus feeder team lobbies. They don't exist here.
You heard it here first. Blank called South American lobbies a feeder teams. You know, it's his words, not mine.
Hey, there's some in every region.
There are some in every region. Whichever team I'm on, mostly, it seems. Don't know why that is. Draw your own conclusions. Alpha 7 looking to try keep it together, but Revo is now the second casualty of their approach towards the south. Team Flash move in unabated, potentially with Aura breathing down their necks, but it's not going to stop them from taking these shots out. They're going to take these buildings from them. Alpha 7 have no choice in this game.
They've just haven't met the speed of the lobby yet.
Ooh.
And again, the players on side for Alpha 7 are very good, but it hasn't been the gun skill that's been letting them down. It's the macro here, 100%.
Mosey struggling here, needs to reload, doesn't have a lot of ammo, has to step in with the DBS. Will quiet it down a little bit, but Obscure was giving it a good go there. 2 players from the Team Flash are going to go.
In.
And yeah, Horror, they were up at the top of the hill. They were expecting this one to be a clean sweep, so they weren't stuck in earlier. But now, a big opening is presented. A res happening on the backline for Team Flash. A big nade to hold it. The forward position. Zeus is a stalwart defender, but it's just all too much. Horror able to crash down the door. The reses have now come on through, and 2 players from Team Flash looking to try and roll back on in. The off angle, Sleepy, not really going to have an impact now as Top Z is into the fight. Sleepy regroups, knows that they need to keep it together as they lose one of their own. Forwards he goes, the nade, the knock, it's good.
But sadly, Horror will... Actually, they're able to get themselves back up to all 4-man. That's actually an incredible play from them. I'm actually very surprised. 3-man, sorry, apologies. Up to 3 players here, which is very, very good. I mean, losing 1 player isn't great, but the amount of third parties here, they've dwindled. All right, most of them have come through at this point. Aura was the last of them. Flash had to hit the Flash step there, but didn't quite happen. Weren't able to immediately get themselves back into position versus Obscure. Obscure actually has a huge impact on that fight because he was able to get knocks when it should have been an easy cleanup.
Let's take a look at this circle, Blank. It's gone over to the mainland, so we're cutting out that military island finish. It's a little bit kinder than the first circle shift. A lot of teams have already put themselves in position here, though, which means that not a lot of shuffling is going to happen at this stage. We're sort of already in that stage 2, in towards that stage 3 idea, moving forwards into this one. So surprisingly, not quite as dramatic a shift. The Boars looking to play on a very central position, looking pretty good with it, and all of the teams from that military island have crossed.
Ball's around Milton, right? But they're on the north side. They're not quite fully fixed in it just yet. Goat's in a little bit of a better position, but we still don't know where the circle's ending up. There's still a lot of water in here. There's still the bridge involved. It's difficult to know. If this heads down towards Milter Power, Mini Milter, becomes a little bit more difficult for these teams to rotate through. Alula, I think they're going to go for a gamble here. I don't think they're going to leave. You just want to secure this position. You've heard the amount of fighting around you. You know this should be a safe space to play.
They've got a lot of latitude over there. And again, it's that pressure from the west that they read into. They sent over that hill early. They are doubling down on that, like you said, taking that gamble. We'll see if it's going to pay off, though. There are plenty of other teams who want the top of this hill, who want this area around Milter. Ball's in command of it. The Vicious, they had a very central position in that previous rondo as well, playing on the edge of what would be the death sentence for everyone who wasn't Pandemonium. On that location, they had a good position. Aurora, we've got the pressure level up as well for you, a new little indication of how much pressure they're going to be feeling potentially in whatever location a team ends up being. It's looking around the 30% there, I think it was, 30 to 40% for Aurora, and they are fairly late on this rotate. They went west bridge to come into the west side of this circle.
We're not quite deep sea pressure just yet for their mild amount of pressure, right? We're just pressing down on the forearm right now. It's not a big problem for them. Should be able to get themselves in here. Going in through from that western side. Again, that shift back over towards the mainland really helped out a lot of teams. I think so many squads are worried this was going to end up over towards Milter Power. They tried to secure a location over there early, but we did cut out like a lot of teams earlier on. Alpha 7 just down to 1 player now. 1 team completely out in the flash earlier on, which is very sad for that team as they weren't able to put up a massive amount of points. Next circle does head direct Milter, though. This is around Farm, this is around Milter. You still have those compounds on that western side that are playable and workable. It's just difficult, right? There's going to be a big old funnel around Prison. On that north side as teams attempt to get themselves down. There's a fair amount of elevation on that southeast side. It's an interesting bit of terrain here and difficult to navigate.
I think this is good news for S2G. They were all the way on the south side of Milter. Everybody was crammed into the north. The fact that they're now very central is great for them. It means they don't have to move it will take the risk out of it for them. Ida trying to move now around the edge of these hills. And at the moment, they're doing okay. They're on 4 players alive. They are just beneath Hora, who, remember, lost one of their players. And with Ida now ahead of them, it's going to be a difficult descent from that hill. But everybody else is out of that hill. They are moving so much closer to Milton.
It's difficult though, right? With the northeast side just blanketed in fields, how are you going to make this cross? How are you going to make these movements? You're dealing with Lumberyard right now. You don't have a load of information on that side of the map, so you're trying to navigate around there, skirt your way in. 721 doesn't want to move, neither does the Vicious. Pandem's on that north side, and 4Thrives are coming in. You wonder how much information Pandem has on 4Thrives as they make their way down from that northern edge. You can see shots here coming through from S2G, trying to ruin the day of Alula, who did make this bit of a mad run across those fields early on, and that was when the circle shifted. That was probably the only time they were going to make that cross happen.
Absolutely. They managed to thread the needle there and get on in there. Playing, I think, as 3 now, as they have lost 1. On that crossing, on that move from the east side. And nobody will really be running them down at this point blank, so they do just need to weather the storms. And the big thing there is that teams aren't going to want to commit all of their nades at this point, right? So they can hold out for quite a while under very little threat of actually getting crashed. So the timing on it has paid off very, very well.
It's one of those things where, up until the end of the game, if you're playing in that fielded area, unless it centers up on that field, teams aren't going to want to put that much effort into dislodging you. This is not a great position to play right now. It's a workable spot. It's a placement-giving spot. Is it a game that's going to give you a ton of elimination off the back of it? Probably no.
Unlikely stuff. 4Thrives on the northwest side, playing from the angle close to Arena, just across the road, who are on a wide west side split. So not all of their forces are close to it. Aurora navigating very well. They're playing that roadblock to the northwest side of Milta. Looks like the Boars haven't been able to control that one. Despite having 4 players alive, they are much more concerned with staying alive. All as 4. You can see the circle sits dustily as the next one just about to pop. That west side. Ooh, 4Thrives are poking their noses over the road, but have to get turned around there. No entry. Not allowed in. Circle up north on this.
What I'm really curious about here is how Aurora's going to play this, because Checkpoint is not fun. It really is not fun to play. It's a place that gets easily overwhelmed as more and more third parties come through. You could probably deal with the first team if you're Aurora Gaming, but as you can see, they all cross the road. They're looking to put themselves a little bit further over towards the hillsides on that northeast edge. That makes sense to me. You can still take shots towards the teams leaving Milta as well, but a good game, potentially again, for Pandem.
Yeah, it's going to be a big opportunity to just lock that one down even further. Arena going toe-to-toe right now with 4Thrives across the road. Schweppes gets knocked, but there's an answer. There's a flush coming through. T24, huge with this Mini 14 on the backlines. Needs to go for the reload to get his teammates back up into the fight if they want to stay alive. Let's keep as many as you can forwards, but Fralak goes down. IQ is gone, and that is nasty. Half of the players for 4Thrives now out, and T24 not enough on that Mini 14 to be able to slow Arena. Instead, they now have to send the backup. They have to draw that line in the sand, step forwards in the arena, have the challenge for them, but there's the rundown. Hits the E-brake and swivels it around, doesn't go down in response. Potential third parties, they are already trying to move, and T24 is not quite as stylish with it, not quite as slick. And now it's a 1 versus 2 on the angle. Orman charging forwards with the S12K, wants to find it, but won't quite get it done. Tourniquet now in position, and Mormon just about able to lock it down. 4Thrives fall.
It's a good nade. It's a good nade to open that up, makes the initial shotgun shot much easier. There's a potential there. He goes down to 10%, is able to clap back, but on 50%, it's almost certainly a one shot there. So it's an important nade to send through. T24, after what started as a really, really key pickup over towards Schweppes, the main off-angle player coming through from Arena, and to play like that, that's tough from 4Thrives. Frustrating as well. I think they had a bead on that fight, and it just gets thrown away towards the end.
It's unfortunate stuff. That northwest side getting a little bit too hot for them. Not the sort of business they want to handle. Ida, in the meantime, they moved in around the foothills of that lumberyard on the south side, trying to play that rake downhill. Looks like they're doing so fairly successfully. No elims just yet, but they're able to hold out towards Etch on that north side. Pandem, as you said before, with a big opportunity on that north edge. And I'm interested what the Boars are going to be able to capitalize on here. They are on 0 elims currently, but they are really secure at the moment.
Yes, nice spot. From where they came from, they played far up towards Rozhok, actually, because the usual spot towards Apaz, as well as Score, a bit taken, right, by Horror. And I don't think they wanted anything to do with that. They know that Horror's a pretty damn good team. It's not worth trying to fight for that hot drop here when you've only got 6 matches to play today to try and qualify. But you're right, Boars, it's not a bad spot. They are very congested over there, though. They don't have a lot of sidelines. They're not playing a 2-2 split. Go trying to make the move and are decimated by the likes of Furia. Chief grabbing all of those with Soul K getting 1.
Big pickup there. Of course, we saw Goat losing one earlier to S2G on that south side, who have since been fairly quiet on the backs of Milter. They have managed to rack up 4 elims, though, so starting to take control of the settlement on the south. Furia will have made their presence known. That's a great circle for the Boars. I mean, in terms of survival, as you were highlighting before, maybe the sightline's not quite as strong. It's also going to take a little bit of the wind out of the sails of Pandem, but they can edge guard over towards Horror, over towards Etch, over towards Ida as well on the east side.
Look, man, I'll tell you right now, this is a horrendous circle for the teams on the south. How are you getting out of here? They're going to be shots at one another the entire time. Furia's going to have to contend with S2G, though, because both these teams can't really let each other leave too easily. Furia desperately doesn't want to have to play over towards Checkpoint. They know they're going to be running into teams there, so they have to push through S2G or push through the fields. And I think there's going to be sightlines available to 721 as well as Alula. Alula and 721, similarly, they're just waiting things out. I think Alula's been played for fool here a little bit by 721. We were able to get ahead of them. They just weren't fast enough, but I also feel for Alula. Getting out those fields, not impossible. So it's a hard thing to do there, so I do feel for them.
They've taken 2 gambles in this game, right? Committing to that southeast side towards Mini Milter, and then moving over to that shack before. This second one, not going to play out super well, but maybe they can find an outpost.
Oh!
Big burn underneath his own feet there as Doc toasts his toes a little bit too close.
Well, Tony K is going to come in over towards Mormons, and Mormons basically prepping himself for a massive fight there, only to find the Doc goes down on the upstairs, and Tony K is happy to pick up the points for the S12K. Easy peasy for him. Not sure what that was all about. Now Aura has to send their way in with Ree first, but it's Swain looking over towards the guys here on Edge who try to step up towards position, but Ida is happy to hold on. Now these guys got themselves on some nice little bits of loot here and there. Might have been dropped out the back of a vehicle potentially, maybe.
Oh, could be. Either way, Ida going to be happy to hold with the PP Byzant in the hands. He's spraying it down. Swain doing a lot of business with it. Etch struggling to get out of this spot on the top of the hill. I mean, it's been the position that Ida's been holding out for a while now, Black, so it's good to see them get some points out of it. With 2 elims now on the cards, they may have just let one through the net. We'll see if they're going to be able to close that one down. Alula, I was going to say this before, right? They sent an outpost far east, and they actually have wrapped around over towards the roads to the east of those fields, and have managed to slide on in whilst Ida were taking the fight.
I take it all back a little. You guys are somehow threading the needle every single time. This is the sewing squad of the lobby. They can't quite sew themselves back together here versus Ida, though. That is where they will finish. I'll give them that, though. They are able to find some miraculous runs in towards the circle. Don't know how that happens. 721, they can see them here. They're inside a shack, practically all of them playing around this position. This is a death trap.
It's looking pretty inescapable for them right now, I think it's safe to say, on the north side of those Milter fields in their shack, with the downhill advantage for Ida as well. The only reason that Alula were able to get into that position was because Ida were taking the fight uphill, right? Trying to fight against against Etch. There is no way that they make that move if there are those sightlines available. And as soon as Ida did turn their attention down that way, they were immediately wiped out. So there we go. New circle though, hard north.
Igor looks to sniff over towards the northwest side here. Snow has got his hands on a Lynx AMR. That just dropped as well. He's just picked that up and instantly gets himself a quick knock off the back of it.
That's a bargain. Coming on through, what a trade-off. Able to immediately pop those shots. Nades in over towards Horror. Pandemonium on the north, sorry, just Pandem on the north side. They were pretty loud in that first match.
Oh no, they've caught you off guard.
They really have there. As 4 players alive, they did manage to get the res. Aura very, very low. Looking to get those heals going.
Oh, great shot.
2 first aids getting popped, and there's a backline insurgency coming through from Vagnazada on the Boars, who are able to take a long shot angle. There's one of those sightlines that they can have.
That's a beautiful team shot coming through, because it was both Robs and Vagnazada getting those shots over towards them, but you know it's team shots with how quickly Vagnazada was able to pick up the elimination afterwards. And that's a big pick-off. That seems like a team that's on fire right now, and for Boars to find one of them, cripple that team a little bit, drop them down to 3, really increases their chance of success. Ida now moving in from that eastern side. We've got Furia on our screens, looking to clear out S2G. They had a little peek over towards that northwest side. Igor, he didn't like the look of it. So this time, they're just going to try to push through S2G, hopefully get further over towards that north side.
There's Aurora in the way. 3 players alive on the hillside, but they're sending towards it anyway. They don't really have much choice, though, Blank. Into the zone they go. They managed to hop out unscathed, and S2G now playing as 2. They've left 1 player for Furia to face off against it and lost. Can't quite find the face.
Well, he's lost the rest of Furia, that's to be sure. Igor left as a bit of a sacrificial lamb here versus the guys on S2G, but he's doing his best to put them in the graves before he gets in it. Gets 1, will find the first. Now looks for the jump shot. It's disgusting. Igor's not having to pick himself back together. He is going to be dismantling the likes of S2G.
The Milta mashup going well for Furia. They look for the scout, leave him behind, but he is thriving in the chaos there. 7-2-1, going to be able to pin a few through Ida as well in the meantime, and that might give the route out from the north side a little bit more latitude. That's going to help teams on that south edge, specifically Furia and 7-2-1. Although the backline there not looking super healthy.
Irina finding 1 player there coming through from Aurora Gaming. Hasn't gone down yet, so they might be able to get top back up again. That was a shot from Irina on that northern side. Oh my days, Boars get yet another loot crate just over towards their west. These guys are getting kitted for the late game.
Oh yeah, they are going to have it all delivered to them really on this one. This is Boar's game to lose, I think, in this position, at this stage. With Furia on the south having to deal with Aurora, I don't think anyone's getting out of this unscathed, but I may be wrong if Furia can bare their fangs over towards the team on the west side, but the uphill battle against Irina may be the ones to topple the western edge.
Yeah, playing Watchtower right now, they have a huge amount of sightlines. And the thing was, is Doc was protecting that position for this exact reason. It has sightlines down towards the south side. Doc had to hold on a little bit longer for that assist, but it's Aura coming in, removing Pandem from their rocket. It's so swift, you can hardly believe it.
A west side shift on this one. They've sent all the way out to the east. They need to get back fast now, Blank. As Ida charging in from that eastern side as well. The Boars need to hold their nerve against Furia because with the diminished power of Aurora, all of a sudden, Furia have more opportunity to move up the hill. But there is a knock that's going to slow Aurora down.
The Boars at the moment, mainly they need to start taking some more shots towards these teams, but they just can't quite get the sightlines on them just yet. You can see it's all uphill towards them. Irina, not likely going to be leaving their position either. They're currently playing the Watchtower. Reefer's got himself back up again, only to instantly be felled by the boys from Aura on that top side. Now they know we got to go east on this one, lads.
Got to send it, got to get out of there. Try and play on the edge now. Aurora playing as 2. Really no hope of getting Reefus back up unless he can make a mad crawl across. Aura want to try and challenge from this north side. They spot Reefus, get that flush coming on in. 8 elims apiece for Ida and Aura. They have really been getting stuck in, but so are Furia on 7. And on the south side, with 4 players alive, they may have a better opportunity here. But again, it's the Boars who have been so quiet. With 1 elim only so far, and Ida looking to try and snatch 1 or 2 more away from them. Nades over the top from Aurora, not quite landing, but there's more coming on in, and the Boars finally open the cannons.
And this is what they've got to do. They understand that from their position, they have a huge amount of control over the map, and they only have 1 elimination right now, but I think that's fair from when they're playing. I don't think it's near enough what they need at the moment. They have to get this chicken dinner to have a chance to get up towards this top 6. At the moment, I think that's the only way, or get involved in some more of these fights, because at the moment, Ida is just cleaning house. 9 elims on this match.
They are, but they are only playing as two, and the blue zone breathing down Darkin's neck is going to force him forwards. Rob steps up, and Chief goes down for it. Furia now cut down to 2. That's going to give Swain a little bit more opportunity to move forwards, and a big nade over the top sees Chief down, and the Boars don't get the point for it. They get the knock, but that's another on the tally, and it is Furia now with a raucous volley sent their way, not quite able to close it down, however. Furia have flagged, and the Boars have been delivered this match.
Aurora Gaming just going for the crash here, and his Boars looking to hold them out, but Robs goes down immediately. Someone might try to capitalize off the back of this one. Boars might just be able to get their player up. Terminus goes down on the back line.
Ooh.
This is a disastrous moment for the Boars, and Horror, they're sending it. It makes sense.
No fear first forwards. 2 players on the backline for Horror. In he goes. 1 res comes through. So Blank, we've still got Robs in action. He's got that pump action around the edge. And Vagnazada on the upstairs looking with that P90. A good smoke. A good stunner out the window as well. And No Fear is slowed. So Horror don't quite have the same opportunity to find that opening. A little bit too slow potentially to capitalize.
Potentially that. I mean, for Boars, they're looking just to recuperate here. Robs, I don't even know if he's got a first aid kit. It's a good smoke, though. He wants to deny as many sidelines as possible from No Fear as he moved up, but he's going to swing back towards the rest of his team, potentially hoping for a northeast shift on this one. If it does shift northeast, Boars have to fight uphill, which is a nightmare. And the question is, how much util do they have left? And if this is to be believed, they have 1 smoke, John. 1 smoke to work with.
But then you look at the other supplies, and it's only E-Arena who have more than that, right? So potentially a little bit difficult. I don't think this counts smoke launchers, though. So there may be a little bit more utility in the pocket than that may lead you to believe. So we do need to be wary that that could be the case. We'll see if they're able to unveil some of those. The garage has been strong for Boars. Those sightlines, sure, cut low, but the survivability is strong. Robs, though, trades 1 for 1 with Furia. That's not the sort of angles you want to be going for. Magnazada with the nade cooking, looks to try and stop Igor moving forwards, but he's not going to be able to do it. Okay.
Good.
He gets the flush, though. Onto Robs, a big step up for Furia, and now with the Boars on 3, it's a little bit more open for Horror.
Yeah, this is playable, but the dot, it's off the high ground and it's off the building. The Boars, the big benefit for them is they can stay indoors for quite some time. The P90 from Magnazada, he picked this one up earlier on the crate that dropped over towards the western side. Terminus will drop down moments. A great pickoff for them. Will flush him as well, dropping E-Arena down to just 1.
Another point taken away, though. That went over to Horror, who were able to third-party that Elim point. Leaving the Boars only on 4 so far, Blank. With 3 players alive, they need to take charge of this one to get a big total on the game. There are 4 more points in the lobby for them, potentially. So they might be able to get an 8 Elim chicken dinner, which would be fairly low, fairly quiet, but it would still be 18 points towards that 6th place, and that is no slouch. Magnazada moving on up now with the nade. The cook is there.
Oh, that's
and
big.
Terminus on the back line with a pick onto Sleepy. The knock goes through. Oh, the blue zone picks Terminus off, and I don't think you're getting him back up.
I mean, to be honest with you, though, for Terminus, that's a huge pick for him. They had to make this one happen. Tony K has completely smoked himself off. He's not a problem right now. Another knock goes through. Only No Fear left remaining. 1 more player goes down. Vagnazada having the battle off against 2. He goes out, and the Arena able to pick up the win from nowhere.
Aura go down from the top. Boars can't make it out. Did it go to Arena in the end? I think it did. They do. They find the chicken dinner. What a mad turn of events from that northwest side. Earlier on, Blank, I was looking at the chicken dinner predictions. It was like Boars 18%, and then it was like E-Arena 18.8, and I was like, no way, E-Arena, way too far, way too close to the edge. There's no way. But they make the way happen. They find it.
The thing is, for E-Arena, they have the dot, right? He's playing further towards the dot. He has hard cover to work with. He has the smokes. I think what was unexpected was the fight that Boars put up there. Terminus gave his life for an opening over towards Horror, which I think was a really big play, because Terminus, let's be honest, during Western Europe, it felt like Terminus was the player lagging behind. For him to step up like that there at the end, incredible stuff for the Boars, but they don't get a lot of points off this game.
I feel like the Boars really stumbled over their own feet there, Blank. Magnazada not getting that nade onto Igor, allowing the flush onto Robs, who play as 4. That's a different match entirely. You're confident in those angles. It is so unfortunate that they won't be able to find that, but Aura, a great game from them playing up on that northeast side, getting deep into that match. E-Arena, obviously, with that chicken dinner, a beautiful close down.
The White Rabbit emerges here to get that chicken dinner in match number 2. Man, that was a close one here, 7.
E-Arena out of nowhere just getting that win. And I gotta compliment them because this team, for some reason, 4Thrives decides to fight him, which, oh my goodness, 4Thrives, that was one of the dumbest pushes I've ever seen. You were pretty much going to end up gatekeeping them, but E-Arena was able to come clutch on that, and then they just ended up playing this out perfectly, Max.
They were staying to the western side, just biding their time, waiting for all the other teams to get involved in those skirmishes. Then the numbers are just not there anymore because Balls are so hell-focused right onto Hora, and he gets to backstab player, and as a solo, Tony K is able to snatch away that chicken dinner from the jaws of the French team and also the Nepali team.
And the splits that they were able to do, especially after that fight with 4Thrives, they were just making sure they got ground and they were able to be aware. They were just scouting for all the players that were there towards the northeast, and it ended up working out perfect now with you know what, I might hold off on what I want to say for Hora because it was a great game for this team, and I felt like they could have definitely gotten the win.
I mean, we could talk about it here, actually. You know what, I think this is actually a good opportunity as we have the replays happening for them because they have such a good high ground position. The entirety of that time, they bully, Pandem, out of position, eliminate the entire squad. And then eventually, which is your main gripe with this team, they start to play very passive, very slow, wait on that ridge line, and eventually the circle just makes them push out in the open in a terrible spot.
And we know what they were doing that, right? They were waiting to see what E-Arena was going to end up doing. I don't think they were expecting E-Arena to be that passive, but you're going to have to be forced to fight at some point, Hora. We know you for being able to third party. That would have been a perfect scenario for this squad to third party. And I'm talking about when Boar was fighting Furia, that would have been the perfect example. He's going to see it later into the highlights, but I mean, oh my goodness. It was a bit of a throw for me when it comes to Hora. They could have gotten the win, especially with the amount of limbs that they were able to get this match.
I mean, I do have a theory that they were waiting for E-Arena to clash directly with Boars and just pick up the pieces for the win. But playing passive will only take you so far, and eventually Boars see the mistake and they just push it up to the mountaintop, and then in nade range, Hora just completely fall apart.
How do you allow them to push up on you? How are you not just being able to get angles right there? Hot jukes!
I mean, they could have held that left side and they could have taken him out immediately. But man, I'm telling you, one little mistake and we'll see a team take advantage, man. E-Arena clutching it up that win right there.
I want a new drama. I want Tony K versus Tony K on Instagram. Who's the better one?
Honestly, I'm surprised this squad doesn't end up having even more eliminations or even more damage with everything that they were able to do, because whenever they did end up finding a fight, it seemed like they were able to just execute it perfectly and do it fast too.
I mean, especially punishing mistakes, which we have to talk about that 4Thrives push of earlier, right? Sending it for no reason whatsoever, and E-Arena just, what the hell are you doing? That's a terrible push. That's a free, what, 3 eliminations they got off the back of that.
And honestly, for 4Thrives fans and for 4Thrives, if you for some reason end up hearing this, and first of all, congratulations, Tony K. That was an MVP performance. You were able to get that win with those 4 elims. But going back to what I was saying with that bad push from 4Thrives, even after they saw Falak go down, just sacrifice the player. Be willing to sacrifice a player. You don't have to push outside of the circle. You're going to end up gatekeeping them. And imagine if 4Thrives would have actually stayed in that position. They would have been in the same position that E-Arena was in, meaning that they could have gotten a win. But no.
You know what? I'm feeling an evil mood here on the desk. So I want to talk about another team. Alpha 7.
Oh my God.
What's going on with that early game? They have a good split in Lipovka. I like it, but the thing is, if you want to play for an early game split, if a team gets close to you, you play passive, you regroup, but no. I think it was Gizao to just like, I'm staying here, and well, what can you do?
I think that's one of the times that we're actually going to have to disagree. You said it was a good split. I was just scratching my head. I was like, that is way too split. Way too split. And it's Gizao, once again, you said it, he was able to just stay in that compound. He didn't even give himself an option to just back off. And that is the second time today in this 2 matches out of 6 that we're playing that Gizao has made a mistake for this squad.
Look, we might disagree on the small details, but at the end, we both agree it was not a good play.
And you know what?
Horrible play.
Hey, but you know what? We all can agree on what was a good play, right? And that is Igor, right? We thought we saw him in Milta. We thought he was the sacrificial lamb. He said, not today, baby, with that 1v2 on the S2G.
And that was another play that we actually thought it was a bad play, but boy, did they shut us up, Max.
I was like, there's no way they're just going to commit to the fight for S2G, leave a player behind to kind of actually keep them busy, which that was not a terrible play, but I think they were going to go out instantly off the back of that rotation, and Igor's like, I'm going to take that easy 1v2.
Yeah, and you can see right here, these are the rotations that we saw here in this circle, all the way over to Milta, and you can see Furia, right, holding down that Milta side. They thought it was going to work out, but you know, then that zone started pushing north.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really strong 3-1 split. That one place to the west, I thought they were going to send it onto Aurora's dip, but instead go back into the city of Milta, sweep the entirety of S2G, thanks to Igor in particular, and then get to that ridgeline. So I thought it was not going to work out, but they actually shut us up.
They definitely did, and I thought that they were going to be able to maybe get away with it a little bit more when they went up against Boars. But for them to be able to do that and actually clutch up a top 3 finish for this match, that's great. For them to get 13 points in E-Arena, they're 17, but Hora, oh man, what it could have been there with those Illims.
I feel so much for Hora because it was right there, and we haven't seen a chicken dinner in so long for a Nepal team here.
Now, I'm looking at number 6 right now. I'm looking at Aurora Gaming because this squad, at one point, Max, they had a perfect setup. But for some reason, Doc, which usually ends up doing the docketing, what are we going to call this now? Because the man ended up Molotoving himself.
The dog Molotov. We got to work on it a little bit.
Yeah.
But no, he goes barely outside. The smoke sometimes acts a little bit, interestingly, around these staircases. He goes a bit too far outside of the Wizard Tower, and the entire setup falls apart. If he doesn't get knocked, we saw for, I think, 5-10 seconds there, Hot Jukes. Actually, they got some good suppressing fire from that dip down southwest, but the moment he goes out and gets knocked, the entire game plan just does not happen as intended.
Great setup, but, unfortunately, poor execution right there. You can see the overall rankings. Team Pandem is still on top. I do want to talk about Team Pandem here because as far as that crazy aggression that we saw in Rondo, at least from my perspective, they kind of slowed things down a little bit, Seven. What do you think about that?
Slow it down way too much for my liking, if I'm being honest. They had a good amount of control, and honestly, we were looking at it, Max and I, we're saying they might end up getting the win here with what we saw there out of what they were able to do in Rondo. I wanted to see a little bit more proactiveness, but I know you don't necessarily agree with that, Max.
I mean, I think this was kind of the complete opposite of their previous Rondo game, of the way they played it, where they knew their main weakness was the team placed behind them. In Rondo, it was Alalula. Here, it was going to be the side of Hora, and they just let them get way too close, and the peaks are just not there, and the nades in particular were just allowing Hora to get the full reset and then push up on their location, and they get bullied out of position entirely. I think there was a lot of potential in this game for them, but unfortunately, they were just not able to follow through on a wrangle.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, right? Remember, we got 4 more matches left to go. Bottom 2 teams, you can see are highlighted there. If you're in the bottom 2 at the end of the day, you are out of here, guys, right? So, I mean, these bottom teams really need to start stepping things up, and we can even see a major squad like 4 Thrives with only a few points on the board here, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough for them. They need to step up right now. Seven, as you're chuckling, what are you laughing at?
I'm just surprised that they were not willing to sacrifice Falak. Like, I know that is a star player. I know that is one of your best performing players. But you have to be willing to sacrifice a player when it's going to end up hurting your whole performance for a match.
And then you have Aurora seeing Doc get knocked like, yeah, we're used to it.
Yeah.
Don't rest that guy. But no, overall, though, I do want to go back to a point we mentioned before this Erangel game.
Okay.
The loot truck, we saw P90 at the end.
Yes.
We saw also a Lynx AMR being used by Snowix on board. Man, we're going to see these finishes with airdrop weapons so much more often in regional play, and especially here in these global LAN events.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you one thing. We're going into the next Erangel match. This first one had a really southern playing path, right? So I wonder, once we get a kind of a more northern plane, how that's just going to play out here, Seven.
I want to see how some of these teams are going to be rotating, actually, because we saw the rotation earlier from E-Arena, how they were able to go from George Grades all the way to Milta and find a way somehow in after 4 Thrives. I'm just going to stop because I'm going to piss myself off. But then I want to see those quick rotations. I want to see teams being aggressive. I want to see them being able to, if not, find a spot in the middle of the circle like Goat was able to do. You're going to end up getting blessed, and you're going to end up be able to secure some points. 4 matches left.
I mean, just like Boars too, right? Sure, they're given a golden circle with Squad House on the mountaintop.
Yes.
And they do just use the Lynx AMR, and especially all of the weapons in their arsenal to kind of get every single shot on the teams around them and get actually a decent amount of eliminations this game. Sure, they don't get the chicken dinner, but they did use that central position to its full potential to exude control on that lobby.
Yeah, we're reaching the midpoint here, guys, right? Once you get this match done, half the day is already over. We need to see those bottom teams really, really clutch it up. Here in this next match, what do you want to see more from one team in particular?
I mean, already a good playing path would be Nice.
Yeah, we'll take
Maybe
it.
that one.
We'll take it.
And no weird early split from Alpha 7. If you're not going to play passive, that is my main little issue that I had for them last game. Well, a big issue. It was a big issue.
I didn't mind the early split from Alpha 7, if I'm being completely honest. We're used to seeing them go to Lipovka, all the players there. I didn't mind those other 2 players going to prison, but then it was just a long split down to Milta. You were exposing yourself. You have 0 intel in regards to all those teams that are towards the north and that are going to be coming down and possibly crashing on you or moving up and end up losing to yourself. And we saw that actually happen with Alula. So for that squad, I'm just going to call it out. Gisao, you need to do better. That's 2 mistakes in 2 matches out of 6 matches. You need to do better.
Yeah, and I think that's totally fair, right, to be able to shout that out right now. Because, I mean, if this was, a week-long tournament, we could be like, give them a little bit of a break. But this is it, right? I mean, you've got to clutch it up here and now. You don't want to end up in that survival stage. One question I got to ask here, Max, right? Pandem, we did see them slow things down a little bit. I wonder, do you think they are doing that on purpose because they had so many points in Rondo?
Actually, we were having a little bit of a discussion there with Seven about this game. Yep. I think Pandem are playing it smart where they got so many points on Rondo, and they don't need many more, technically, to secure this spot in top 6, right? We're, around 45 points. I think playing it slow to try and get a few placements and a limbs here and there would be their ticket in the finals, personally.
If you could see me right now, my eye,
he's twitching.
My eye's just twitching. It's like, what do you, no. I mean, with this performance, it's fair to say, like, they honestly need to have, like, 10 more points, and they're going to be able to, even more. They can have 15 points, and they're going to be able to qualify towards the grand finals. But I want to see them being able to execute a little bit more. I don't want them to just give up on the whole day already and just go super passive. I want to continue to see if those opportunities, like they present themselves like in that last match, show me what you were able to do in Rondo. And I said that right after Rondo. Show me that you can do it again. And they had a perfect opportunity right there, and it didn't execute it the way I wanted them to.
I think they kind of need to meet the middle here, where they need to play passive in the early stages, but when they have an opportunity to get some points, then you try and get involved in that conversation, because that, as you said, around 10 points would be their way to make it straight into the finals.
Well, here we go. We're getting ready for that next match of Arrogale. Are we going to get a decent play path? Come on, let's see it here. And it does? Oh
it's
my
meh.
gosh. It's
very meh.
It's a Western.
Western Coast down to is going to go next to Novo, I believe, actually. So
actually,
not good.
not good, but not as bad.
We're not going to see Flash versus Hora and Yasnaya. I waited.
It's not going to happen, Max, unless the last Erangel. I mean, I guess it's still, this is a much better playing path in my liking.
Still not good in my opinion.
What do you want? Well, okay, in your perfect playing path, as we're starting to see some of the players there drop, where would you want the playing path to go? Your perfect playing path.
Oh, I want it from Zaki all over to Milta Power. Milta, actually, itself, yeah.
Good old diagonal right down the middle here. Well, you know what? Alpha 7 are not going to mind this drop at all, right? They're going to hit that North George off the rip. They're going to be looted up pretty quick here, 7.
Yeah, Gisao, stay with your team, please.
With your squad.
He's not giving it up. He's really angry.
Brother. And then for 4 Thrives as well, I mean, that's another team that we mentioned up earlier. The reason why I'm bringing up these squads as well is because these are squads that not only have the pressure of their country, of their fans, to end up being in the grand finals, but if for some reason they don't make it to the grand finals straight from just group stages, it's going to be a disappointment.
Yeah, top 4 is going to be incredibly rough. If you go into survival stage. Though, just final point on Alpha 7, then we're done. I promise they are back to their usual drop location of northern. Oh, well, okay, well, that's bad.
Yeah, that's bad indeed, but you know what's good? Our casters. Let's take it on over to John Allen and Blake.
What is that?
I don't want to play a normal Erangel blank. I'm going to set the circles all... Oh, sorry, guys. Oh, okay, hi. Oh, sorry, was I live there? I don't know. Okay, well, either way, we got a military circle on the second game of Erangel match number 3. Our teams are going to get no chance to play a sensible game here.
Yeah, a normal match would be great. It's not happening. But for Aura Gaming, this is a real chance to Aura farm down towards the south side of the map. They do have Sosnovka, they've got military base all to themselves here, but not for long, you can't imagine, as teams will start to make their way down. With the amount of circle that pushes out over towards the water, this is an almost guaranteed Sosnovka ending for us here. 4 Thrives do play themselves on a 2-2 split across from Ferry Pier down towards the south side, but it's looking like they're going for a group up fairly early into this match.
What a time for Alpha 7 to go North George as well.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but they are going to have to move at the back of the queue. The Boars playing... Okay, they're actually regrouping up towards the north. Might be sending out towards Yasnaya, or playing the east of Roshok, playing around that sort of school area. potentially up to apartments, but trash loot, get some vehicles. You need to get across fast, though, so I'm not too sure about this north rotate from Boars. Not too many other opportunities for loot, though, in the area.
You just got to hit L block here. I mean, it's the only option you really have on this one to go for. I think when you look at where Boars is playing, you look at where other teams are playing as well, the center of the map is really congested. It is really congested. A lot of teams here are struggling when it comes to these weird playing paths because you've got the likes of Aura, you've got a Lula over here, Flash as well, also rotating through this position. It's overall fairly tough for these squads to figure out a locale to play.
It's a rough time here. I mean, yeah, the playing path just compounding the issue of this military circle. And no one having a good time. We've already got 5 teams on the military island. 6 teams now, actually, on the military island as 7-2-1 step foot in from the western side, making a aquatic rotation from Primorsk. We've got 7-2-1. We've got 4 Thrives. We've got Etch. We've got Aurora, as well as S2G and Goat already making their way on through. So S2G in nice and early, playing that observatory end of military base. We'll see if they can get a little bit more done this match. There are 9 points. They're within striking distance, but they have not impressed so far in these games.
Oh, for 7-2-1, finding yourself a hovercraft earlier on is a big old boom for yourself. Etch moving in over towards 4 Thrives position. Their other split is also being harassed by 7-2-1. This is an unideal spot right now for 4 Thrives, but can they deal with this? We know that 4 Thrives is a very strong team, and Etch seems to want to have none of it.
There's a bit of a fight popping off between S2G and Goat, although Moxie immediately curtailed. S2G have got that high ground position. They're not going to let that one go. That's a good start for them. They're going to keep Goat over in Novo, and they are going to be able to chill there. For the time being, no one really making early moves from our northern set of teams, Blank. Actually, quite a few teams staying out a little bit later than maybe you would have expected. And in fact, the Boars go up towards Severny. They go even further north.
Yes, they do. For Boars, I think they're just trying to find a spot that's playable. I think when you realize that you're going to be one of the last towards the play zone, I think what you do here is you get as many smokes on board as possible, as many frags as possible. It's the only real thing to be done in this situation. And I think for Boars, it's just going to be a late entry. It's going to be a very late entry. It's likely not going to be an amazing game. But I do think this is the option when it comes down to it. Quick replay here from S2G. Kamikaze has been on quite a few different Turkish teams. Never quite as the main man on the squad, sometimes as a sub, but now making his real play in here on the side of S2G proper.
Unfortunately, they're not the top placed Turkish team right now. That glory goes to Ida with their 2 fairly solid late runs into the first 2 matches, Blank. They have managed to rack up a hefty points tally so far, 23 right now, winning that tiebreaker against Aura with their placement points so far. And then wanting to move in on that west bridge now as well, with Ida currently guarding on the north side. They're going to start to scout out closer to the south. 7-2-1 not going to be established enough in the area to stop a bridge crossing. They're playing the compounds just a little bit further inland, as Voinchagri try to move over from Primorsk past Ferry Pier, which does have a player from Pandem. Not likely that they're going to want to get embroiled just yet with the rest of Pandem on the north of Quarry.
And for Voinchagri, it should be very obvious that Pandem's in this location. They are coming a little bit late here. Primorsk has access to quite a few boats here, but as everyone knows, boats are great, but they do deny the use of vehicles later on, right? You land and you have nothing to work with, which is why the hovercraft is so important here. It was very important for Furia. I assume they were taking a boat from Sharkfin down towards the north side of Sosnovka, but they had a hovercraft, so it's a really big boom for them. They're instantly sending it over towards Aurora, the team that starts here on Sosnovka. Doc starts things off over towards Chief, which is a really big pickup versus Furia. IL are desperately trying to find something on the outside.
We've got Igor as well on a long angle, as there's the nade from Ziol. They're just pinning him down. And yeah, that's Ayala out. Igor, I think, does get spotted in the meantime as well. He's getting deeper into this one. It's only silence on this angle, and Falak has a challenge opportunity here as Fourth Rise try to third party on the east side. T24 rocking up into the fight as well, and Aurora gonna try and close down the final player, but Fourth Rise are here to potentially get caught up in this one. Valak could be in danger here and actually senses it, steps back, IQ gonna try and lay down some covering fire, but T24 is on the chopping block.
I mean, Reefers finding T24 is incredible. Fourth Rise, they have a pincer here. They're just running through them. Aurora Gaming really not stopping short here. There's no trolling going on from this squad right now. Teams and players and fans can be very happy that actually Aurora Gaming is taking it to the top side right now. Maybe teams a little bit more unhappy, potentially, just because having a really switched on Aurora Gaming in your matches isn't fun. But for fans, this is lovely. I don't want to call it too soon, though, guys. All right, please don't hate on me. All right, I'm not jinxing it. Aurora Gaming could do well, okay?
They could do badly. They could do really badly. It's still possible. The good news for teams chasing for the top 6 right now, Blank, is Furia have gone down to 1 in their engagement here. They are on the bubble right now. They now only have 1 player left standing, and they're not really going to be able to do too much, you would expect. In the meantime, Ida have a contest as they try and get across this bridge. Not able to do so successfully just yet, and they are being harried on the backline. Emre needs to flex those muscles here as the arena bearing down upon him. Has that Molotov out, but yeah, Mormons just spots that angle, goes underneath and hits the ankle. Not going to be able to get Emre back up, most likely. A knock sent back their way, though, by Swain. A little bit of covering fire, but yeah, there's no saving him.
Yeah, it's a good long-range shot, and look at that. Furia, at the very beginning of the game, we're just 9 minutes in, are now out to Aurora Gaming, who start the match with 5 elims. This is lovely stuff for them. Revo going down to Horror. This is as they're coming in from Milta. This is at checkpoint. Revo is undercover right now, but this is not where you want to be stopping early because you've got Flash coming down from that north side too. This is get hairy really quickly, and it looks like they're just going to leave him behind.
Sleepy nades over the top. Yeah, there's no way that Alpha 7 are going to be able to break back out of this one. The question is who gets to the bridge first as well, and that might be what Alpha 7 are thinking about. Aura could contain them completely as there comes the flush through over onto Revo. If Aura try and stick onto this one, there's the threat actually from the north side of Team Flash pushing on in. They could potentially third party it. We'll see if that comes on through. In the meantime, we're on board with Etch and Aurora, who've taken a knock over towards Doc. A nade around the corner here for Reefus, but neither player connecting. Ahita not able to get too much more done. I think Doc should be able to get back up here without too much danger.
I mean, Aurora Gaming have been taking fights on all fronts at the moment. Quick step down into a lovely nade from Reefus. This man is on fire so far. Again, not letting up anywhere. Top taking shots over towards Nasa from the long range too. Reefus looking to thread the nade through the silos round the side. Will grab him. This is just trigonometry at its finest from Reefus.
Best 2G on the north side here, Blank. Now Aurora really in the pinch. And they need to find a way to spin out the side here, try and maintain those angles. Reefus in danger. In the meantime, Ida still giving a good fight. The MG3 reigns domination against the approaching forces of E-Arena. They cannot stand up to it. And the rundown there for the Flash is adding insult to injury. That is a beautiful hold on the top side for Swain.
Ida looked in trouble versus E-Arena earlier. He managed to get ahead of them, ahead of the pack, and he just looks fantastic right now for Ida. Really good stuff. I thought the departure of Eren would hurt this team a lot more. It seems like they've leveled up without him.
Goodness me, that western bridge is looking mighty congested. Blank, the blue zone will be shunting them in. About 5 teams fighting for control around the area, and it is not going to get any easier. Pandem, one of them, they're on our picture-in-picture right now. With a fight back and forth, I believe that's Al-Ula going down. Another player, leaving just the one to stand. Pandem wanted to conclude this fight fast. They have got all 4 of their players on, but he turns the wrong way. And Jabrenki goes down and gets flushed as well. That is not a great result. That is really poor news for them. And in they go, finally able to get that knock, and the flush goes over towards Al-Ula, but they lose a player. And at the back of the queue, they still have so much more to do.
Losing Jabrenki does feel rough. Alula going down early again. Also a tough position to be in for them. But they're not dead last, right? They're currently in 11th place. There's multiple teams underneath them, including 4 Thrives. Again, we had really high hopes for this team. And I still have high hopes for 4 Thrives. It's not quite working out just yet. Go 2, also pretty good team, but there is such a slew of fantastic squads here inside this lobby. Even if you are in 15th, 16th place, it is a massive achievement even to make it here.
To get anything done is difficult. Boars, I mean, they sent all the way out to the back of the queue early on. It's no wonder that they're caught up in the blue zone here. They have got 3 players, but it's not looking good in terms of access to this bridge. Fortunately, there's no one on the other side of it. So if you're able to get through first, you can really punch a hole into the side of this circle.
Okay, Rob's moving in very, very quickly here, over towards Darkin. There's an instant backstab coming through from the back of Wagnazada. Now Ida scrambles to try and figure this out. Rita on the top side. Rob's primes another grenade. They're trying to clear out all the areas, clear out the vehicle. No players sat behind it. They tried to go for the instant flush, but they know that's now clear. But again, these players, they were looting up for a long, long time. They've got nades to throw, John.
They have got a lot in the back pocket, and those smokes start to bloom. Rita on the close angle, spotting the player up top as well. Swain gets knocked. That goes down to the play zone, though, so potentially a point denied over towards the boards. Just Rita
That's
there,
fine,
a nade over the top of the bounce. Ragnazada, he's going to hunt this one. He knows Rita's there, and he tries to drop down, but they are ready and waiting. The boars, tusks out, take the fight down.
That is a really, really well-played finish there coming through from the Boars. So tactical over towards the guys on Ida. And I think for Boars, they can be pretty comfortable moving through this bridge. They're still swerving, zigzagging, just in case there's one more team to contend with. But like we said, they had util to burn, and that's the right place to burn it.
They've expended their resource. They don't go through their whole stock as well, it's safe to say. They should have a little bit more to go. Might have been able to pick up a couple from the crates as well, but the blue zone a little bit more pressing now.
Oh my God, what a run they
shift.
have.
Goodness me, a beautiful run in for balls on their north side. You're right. Oh my God, there's so much open area.
Such open area to play. Most teams try to confirm down towards military base, but for the Boards, considering they're coming in so late, they will have to potentially deal with 721, but they likely have already heard the vehicles. There is a hovercraft in play where they are swinging out to the side of S2G here, so 721 a little bit distracted as the Boards do pass on by.
The Boars are going to go a little bit more central. They want to control the middle of this one, Blank. S2G and 721 have the same idea, and that is going to leave a potential disadvantage coming through for S2G, but look at the off angle from the Boars coming on in. Oh my goodness. Okay, this west side is still going to get pummeled though, because we've got 2 more teams out on this edge who are going to look to try and put pressure in. Voinchaikari, and behind them on the bridge still is Pandem.
Okay, we'll find one. Good use of the hovercraft as well there. Pinning it in front of the house, forcing him to go out the backside, and you've got angles going through on the edge. Obscure goes down to a knock, but Aurora still going strong here. 7 eliminations on the game. 4 Thrives continually lose players, down to just 2 now. Falak up against Edge, tries to go for the shot. It's a pretty disgusting shot over the top of the pipes there. Almost hits the double headshot.
Nearly able to get it done in the picture-in-picture there we saw as well. How brutal it's been for Alpha 7, but Falak is not done. Over the turbines, lobs the nade straight into the mouth of NASA. And now they can start to charge forwards, playing as 2 on the inside of this base. Etch wanted to try and hold their nerve, but it's tough stuff when you got Falak to face down. Steps around the corner, does a lot of damage, not quite able to get that final sliver down. Runs out of ammo on the pump action. The Bison's not going to happen either. And they are able to play off one another nicely. 4 Thrives live to fight another day, but they have to move north.
It's a good play from 4 Thrives there. I mean, you're playing off the back of one another, like you say, but it's panic that sets into Edge towards the end there. They just cannot deal with the 2 players. Aurora, they send Pandem packing with 9 eliminations now. They continue to pump the points up here in this match, and it's at a pivotal moment too.
A great result to continue their pace. They didn't do so well in that first Erangel, but 5 points here is definitely good news. S2G losing another. They are now down to, well, just the 1 now with that knock going through. That flush almost immediately. Goat will play on as 3 on that southeast side, and it's a difficult southeast side. That hill that sits to the north, is a difficult summit to make, especially when you've got Hora on such a wide split.
Oh, they're just towing Snowix. They're taking him with him. Malak will jump out, but Snowix immediately sends away. But Boars are in a terrible spot. Wagnazada has to clutch up now. Gets a double spray through the smoke. It's unbelievable.
And he's worried as well. Voinchaikari there. Needs to get this res. Needs to get it now. Drops the smoke instead. Charges into the danger. Instead of facing the res and trying to stick at the nade. Works, no, that's Team Flash actually helping out a little bit. The Boars moving away from the shack, moving up the hill into their smokes. And the reses may be easier there.
Maybe a reset here for them. I mean, it's 3 players down. Terminus gets back up again, sends him over to pick up Snowix inside of the smoke. If Boars can survive this, it's incredible. We get a northeast circle shift here. The road snakes through the middle of it, and he is certainly deadly like a Viper here as teams have to move up from that south side. You got Hora on the east. They control a huge amount of zone. They've already cleared the eastern edge too. This is a perfect position to play out from.
From the rooftops, Falak is raining down damage over towards Aurora, who already have 10 eliminations. It's already a good game for them. Don't worry about that. But Falak might be able to make it. Done and dusted for them right here, right now. Placements are in play as well as we are into the top 8. Falak moving forwards. Reefus looking for the nade cook here instead of going for the res. Doesn't quite find it. Falak charging down the halls here. Looks for the shutdown with the shotgun. The nade goes at his feet, and Falak is blasted apart at the seams by it. Reefus wins that one.
Leaves a landmine on the stairway. Reefus barely lives with his life there, but versus now just Hazaifa. He can pick up top as well, and this is a really awkward situation now that Hazaifa is in. Good play from both Forthright players trying to win it out. Now just Reefus in a 1v1 with Hazaifa. Drops out the window, moves in back through the bottom floor, can clear out the player underneath as well if he so wishes.
Don't think he needs to though. Falak unlikely to be able to get back up with the blue zone pushing. There's just not going to be enough time, and it is Reefus to keep it together for Aurora. They're up to 12 elims now, Blank. They've managed to make a meal of this one. They are on 1 player, but it's good news abound. They may have just sealed the deal for them. In the meantime, though, Boars have looked to solidify. Over towards the center of this circle, Voinchaikari on a free north edge have a lot of control, and Aura on the east looking to take it away from GOAT Team.
Yeah, you've got a massive amount of space here to play with Voinchaikari. It's a really, really good spot to work with. You got the road cutting through, and there is a little bit more zone on that north side. So for Voin, they're looking to clear out that west side. That's smart. They move 1 player out towards the edge here, preventing teams from wrapping towards that western side. But it really is Hora as well as Voinchaikari who are really in control here. They have 2 portions of the zone. They've fully cleared out, and now they're just looking for players. It's a miracle the Boars are able to keep themselves up at 4, and they have Wagnazada to thank for that. This guy has been really practicing in the back end. Snowix talked a lot about drilling discipline into this guy because he's an incredibly good fragger. Sometimes he oversteps though. That's his biggest weakness. That seems to be somewhat fixed now.
Back up to 4, and you're right. A massive presence for them in their regional finals, and a massive presence here to keep them alive and kicking. They definitely want to get more out of this game than the last one. They had a big opportunity there, maybe threw it away a little bit. A big opener on the spray down comes through, and over towards GOAT Team. The nades are going to ring out, no fear. Slamming it into reverse. Not going to take too much damage there from the nade. And they'll back off. Happy just taking the 1 here. And Aura can reposition to re-angle for this next push.
Yeah, it was almost a really cool swing here from GOAT that came through. Didn't quite work out though in their favor, and Hora held their nerve on this southeast side. They've immediately reinforced this location as well, put up the brick wall, and GOAT just could not climb it.
Spray downs from Boars. They do have a little bit of difficulty here. Out of that window, up towards the high ground, you have to put yourself in massive amounts of danger to take that peak. You have to assume that GOAT are hiding, are huddling, and you're only going to know that because of the shots that Aura have been taking. But as soon as they can start to step out, I mean, Terminus is on a broadside to them. As soon as GOAT get an angle onto it, it's very dangerous.
Yeah, some good shots. I mean, Boars taking a little bit of a lesson from that last game. They realized that they couldn't be as passive here. They've got to get more shots, more damage, more elims coming through as we watch Hora swing over the top side, over towards Voinchaikari, and they do lose 1, but the rest of Voinchaikari is just fleeing.
They are stepping off all the time, this north side. a little bit more vulnerable than maybe it would appear at first glance, and it looks like this res, I mean, yeah, there's no one to challenge this. So Horror now have the full 4 on the north side of this next circle. The shift puts that roadside really in direct contest with all 3 of our teams on the south.
Go as well as Flash going up against one another. It's an instant shot from Sky over towards Ayato. That's from a long, long way away. Flash will be able to get himself the knock and the flush off the back of it. Force underneath. They haven't quite figured out how to grab him because there's still shots raining in from above them. This is a tough position to play. Force as well as Flash look like they're going to have to work with one another here, but doesn't mean they have to be friendly about it.
Bozy doesn't bank the nade correctly. Don't know quite where Force is, but there's a nade into the ground floor. He steps out, and that is actually Otto who take down the last player from Force. So Team Flash can rest a little bit easier. The north side assist coming on in. In the meantime, stepping around and giving the slip to Aura, potentially, Voinchaikari have moved into a much more central spot.
Go a little bit further towards that south side, yeah. As soon as they tried to push them, they backed off towards the buildings. Once Sky took that off angle, tried to take shots down towards the Flash, you did have Voinchaikari move down towards that southern edge. So potential to hold them out, but Horror is just playing so fast and loose with this game. They are really feeling themselves here. It looks like they're super warmed up coming into this match too. It's great news for Horror, and they just keep putting up points, up to 9 eliminations on this match.
Beautiful stuff. Team Flash, though, getting some spots over towards Voinchaikari, who are starting to tumble. The Boars eat a big nade. They brought themselves back up to 4, but that is not what you want to see on the push across the road to the solo player in the building. A double knock on the nade. And now Snowix and Vangdazada have to piece it back together. No one really going to push to their angle, which is to their benefit right now. But the crossing's just going to be made so, so tough. And Terminus gets flushed away as well.
Yeah, and this is your last vehicle to work with now for the guys on Boars. It's this buggy. Robs will go down, leaving Boars at just a 2. What a rough push from them. But a great hold coming through from 721. Really nice nade.
Massive value. Big nade over the top from Sky to leave Horror as one of our final 4 teams alive. With all 4 players alive, already on the double digits for the Elims blank. They're having a good day. Sky with 5 out in front on the leaderboards for the Elims for now. And 721, they've done pretty well to survive this long, I think.
Again, you got to give credit to Boars here because despite that not being the greatest push in the world, and you wonder where the smokes are coming through to facilitate that push, you got to remember these guys came from Severny. Right? They used so much of their util getting down towards the position in the first place. They had to use all those smokes earlier on to get their 4 players back up again. I don't think Boars has played a bad game. What I think has happened to Boars is that they've run out of steam. That is just what happens in these games where you're playing out from the edge and you try to stock up as much as possible.
A 50% chicken dinner chance dedicated towards Horror. I don't disagree with the position that they have. The oversight on these buildings. Yeah, there's very little way that you could be able to step forwards on this. Maybe if Boars had 4, it would be possible, but that isn't going to happen. Not anymore. Team Flash, the first to pull the trigger on the rotate. Maybe they're going to try and flush one of these teams out of the building instead. I mean, it's the right play, but it's just so tough to make.
Bang! Good shots.
Snowix able to pick up one of those points over towards Team Flash, so a little bit more earned for the Boars on the tally.
You got to try and pick up what you can here, and it gets them up to a 3rd place as well, which is great news for them. Boars get themselves 5 eliminations on this game, and Horror, despite getting pipped at the post on the last match, this time the party is looking for that big chicken dinner. Now in South Asia, there was a big chance for them in their last game to get themselves up towards a chicken dinner. Sadly, didn't quite work out for them, and they might have got themselves a 1st place over 4 Thrives that didn't go down as early as they did. But again, when you were watching back South Asia, when I was watching back South Asia, Horror looks like an insanely good squad.
They have so much utility in this spot as well, Blank. Look at that, 17 nades, 11 smokes, a couple of Molotovs in the mix as well.
17.
It's
Are we for real?
It's kind of nuts. 17 nades this late in the game for Horror. They have just been pilfering those boxes every single time. There is no way that they lose this, right? There is absolutely no world in which Aura throws this one away.
No way. There's a spot. There is a spot available. Sadly, the circle doesn't move that far over towards the top side. Vagnazardi gets taken down by Rahan. Don't know how he quite found those shots through the window, but he certainly did. I think that's the only position he knows that he can be in, so he slightly moves out towards the side to make it happen. And now we're down into a 2v4. Horror getting themselves a second place last match, but now it's time for the first.
Let's call in the coordinates. It's an airstrike inbound from Horror. The nades will be pulled out now. Over the top they go. Just continually stopping that approach coming on in for 7-2-1. It's just not going to happen for them. They are running through them at a fair lick, Blank, but there's still 13 more, still 9 smokes. You could shut down so much here. A nice rooftop angle, though. If there's another big double nade that comes out, 7-2-1 have... no, they have no chance.
Look, man, we don't have the mortars and esports just yet, but what we do have is the cosplay variant, is the 17 grenade endgame. It's a good shot over towards the side on Horror. Ooh. Sadly, one goes down. Now it's just up to Rehan. Can go for the res on this one. There's only 2 guns in play right now, whilst there's one player getting back up again, but Sleepy, he's just sending it. There is a Molotov as well. Can he swing it perfectly? It's round to the side. Another nade is perfectly placed.
For the Renock, he is able to make it work. Rehan now needs to do a lot more. The res, I think, is only just coming through for them, but it's not going to matter. The nades land, they do the business, and that is how you close a game down. Horror, east side domination. They move over to the north edge. Point Chicory have no resistance, and everybody else falls beneath their feet. A big Elam game.
Certainly a horrifying team to go up against the moment. They certainly are the team that is underneath a lot of these other squads' beds. It's a tough one to deal with. Horror just looking on fire today. Not the team we expected to be so far towards the top side, but they are looking fantastic. And again, it's a return to form for Nepali.
Beautiful stuff. Looking to try and take the top of the tables, but remember, it is about top 6. There is a few teams in contention right now, looking to try and keep that charge up. One of whom is decidedly not Alpha 7, which is disappointing again for an east side rotate. A difficult circle, though, to capitalize on another difficult lane path. That early game was brutal for so many teams.
It's been a while, but the Nepali squad finally gets a chicken dinner. They missed out on PMGC. They come here into PMGO Season 1, and they get a dominant win here, Max.
Oh yeah, Horror were trained to kill in that game. Able to give themselves a massive win this time around. And actually really good execution of their rotations on the Eastern Bridge, getting rid of main competition such as Alpha 7 and Flash in one easy rotation, and then just kind of holding teams at bay. No one able to get even remotely close to that team, because if you did, guess what? They had 17 grenades to instantly shut you down.
And the way that they were able to just eliminate those squads that you just mentioned, Alpha 7 and Team Flash, they were just able to spread out, have a full split for that roster on the east side, and it ended up working out perfect. And yeah, you mentioned it too, Jukes. For a squad that didn't go to PMGC, I think they're trying to send a statement on what a lot of people are calling the group of death.
Man, I mean, this is a tough group, and honestly, I think Horror's been one of the most consistent teams we've seen right here. Of course, we did see this play here from Four Thrives, and Balak
Those grenades were a thing of absolute beauty. He was cooking them beautifully behind every single one of those door frames to kind of clear the angles. Sure, they do go down eventually to the man himself. It's Reefus, the Dreamwalker of Aurora, but still a decent try. And actually, Aurora, I would say a significant mistake here, Seven. They don't clear their backs as they try and play that ridgeline outside of military base. That cost them the entirety of that match.
It did end up costing them. Luckily for them, Doc ended up getting at least 2 points for themselves when he was able to eliminate not only Flock, but Huzaifa, which is crazy because a lot of people consider those players to be really high. Doc was like, we'll take care of this. Don't worry about it.
We got this in the bag. No, it was definitely a really good attempt, but looking at the end of this game, it was just a fight for second place between Flash, Boar, and 721. And actually, Rehan, this guy got the double nade knock instantly onto Boars. That is literally their saving grace to secure the second place. Without Rehan, chances are they go out in top 4.
By the way, you might have been a little bit scared here on this finish, but the way that Hora just had that utility, they were able to control this perfectly. Not only with the Molotovs, but also with the nades, making sure that they didn't lose any players, making sure that they didn't overextend or did anything that wasn't going to work out for them.
I love that play from Sleepy there, right? He pushed up, and I remember hearing you, Max, say, hey, whoa, calm down there. And that's exactly what he did, right? He just said, you know what? We got all the utility in the world. There's chicken dinners in the bag. Let's just get a little bit closer, put the pressure on, and it worked out perfectly.
It was especially good because he stayed on the wall that his teammates had direct vision on.
Yes.
So as long as you don't push inside the building, you don't put yourself at risk, you're not forcing a 1v1 fight that you could potentially lose. No, he just gets him rage, get a really strong angle, chucks that nade and Molotov to secure the win. That was some good, respectful gameplay, yet aggressive, which is what we need to see from Hora.
That's absolutely right. Now, for this one here, boys, we're at the halfway point.
Already?
We're exactly where we want to be. We only have one aerial match left, and those 2 Miramars. And boy, there's some squads out there that need to wake up because one squad, ETSH, you have 1 point after 3 matches.
Whew. That is rough. You know what? We're talking about it was like a battle for second place, right? There's also a battle of trying to get out from second to last, and 7-2-1. You got to give it to them here, right? I mean, it didn't look pretty, but they grinded their way through and got themselves out of the lower part of the leaderboards.
I don't care how pretty your points are points here on a global LAN event. But we'll see if they can try and get himself a little bit more moving forward because it was a good play, especially Rehan's grenade against Boar. It kept them in that conversation, but we need to see just a little bit more to make sure they can't fall back in that bottom 2.
Yeah, don't want to get the bottom 2 right here. You want to be able to put up some big performances here, Seven.
Yeah, I mean, good performances out of Hora, and then some questionable, honestly, once again, I got to do it, some questionable plays by 4 Thrives. Especially early on. Yes, I love that they were able to rotate early into military when they realized, okay, it's going to be a military finish. But then instead of holding their ground, and then at one point I thought they were going to end up get caught off guard by, I think it was ETSH early on with Falak.
Yeah. I think they're just getting way too much in their own heads, overthinking their early rotations. If you have a compound in the circle, you don't have to leave. You saw that in the first angle. We saw it happening here once again, and they lose a player literally on circle 2. I don't know what's happening. I think they're just overthinking it. They need to go back to basics if we want to see some good points.
You don't know what's happening. You don't know what's happening. I sure as heck don't know what's happening. So you know what? I think I'm going to step out, boys. I'm going to go see if I can maybe interview them and find out what's happening with 4 Tribes and maybe get a chance to talk with Hora as well. Sorry, I got to leave.
Yeah, let's get it, baby. Let's see Seven ask the questions that we all want to hear, man. Go get them. Go get them. Let's get it going right here. But you know what? This was a crazy last game. One team that I really want to talk about, right? It's got to be Boars. I think Boars, they came all the way from Severny there up top.
Yes.
Were able to make it in the military and still put up a good performance regardless. And that's what this is all about, right? Even if you don't get the circle, you got to put points on the board. And Boars were able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm not even going to highlight too much their rotation, which, as you said, from Severny, that's a very wide rotation. Good on them to get over in that podium finish. I'm actually really happy about their fight over to the Western Bridge, onto Ida in particular.
Yeah.
Ida in a very weakened state, and Boars instantly spot that weakness, that kink in their armor, and decide to send it down on the lower portion of the bridge, get all those stragglers of Ida, and off the back of that, you facilitate your own transition over the bridge, and because of the circle shifting a bit more to the east on Military Island, no one's going to stop you. No one's going to be gatekeeping the entrance of Boar. So Boar, a team that coming out from Western Europe, they're seen as, I guess, a weaker region in a way, but Boar, they've got so much global experience with every single one of those players that here, they bring in their A+ tier gameplay to the table.
Yeah, that was some great timing because, I mean, they could have stayed on that bridge, tried to gatekeep a little bit longer. longer because there's no guarantee on what's on the other side of that bridge, right? But they said, you know what? We got to make this decision no matter what. They executed it, and fortunately for them, they were able to get into that zone. And it was a tough one, right? That's one of the hardest transitions to be able to make, but they were able to do it successfully, which is really good.
I'm really happy with them, and especially they love getting that loot truck at the very start in Savernia, right? Just able to get himself all that early loot for themselves.
That helped out for sure.
And then they fight Ida. Ida did have an MG3 technically, but technically it didn't work out also for them in that game. But looking at other teams and how teams rotated throughout the entirety of that match, I was very happy with Team Flash. I think they got maybe slightly lucky because they had a slow Eastern rotation. They got dead center. Man, that was a beautiful mid-game rotation from Flash.
Well, we're about to reach the second half of the day, guys. Don't worry, we're going to be right back after this break.
Drops begin to glow, flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show.
A no-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No real blood, just a drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas.
Flame on and go.
tanımıyorum. GK. Ben ETS'yi de tanımıyorum. GK. GK. Ele ya.
Oi rapaziada, eu sou o Rivo, sou jogador da Facete Sports. E aí galera, sou o Carrilho, jogador da Facete.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben Keç.
Ben de Scarface.
Hello, aku Regi.
Hello, aku Rezak.
Hello, I'm Falak from Team 4 Tribes. Hi guys, I'm IQ from Team 4 Tribes and today we are doing PMGO Season 1 main event prediction.
Chimpando. Vamos começar assim já?
Eliminado, acho que é demais.
Ô galera, lembrando que eu torço pra todo mundo. X-Force, Reader. Kau di sini lah ya. Sorry.
Which team is this? I don't know about them as well, so I will just put them there. No head guys.
Fortrice top 3 yapar diyorum.
Yapar, kesin yapar. Ortiki. Kasih. Kir.
I know about them. They are a very noob team. Place them where 40 noob.
Gaming Stars. Ben top 5, top 6
Hemen
düşünüyorum.
senin için yerleri değiştireyim mi? Hemen yerleri değiştiriyorum şuraya.
O LF. Top 3. Rapaz, tem muito time, viu? Tem muito time ainda, viu?
Time USA. Next team is all. I think they are really a good team, so I will just put them there.
Bana Ulf geldi. Hemen ortaya şuraya eğlensem mi acaba?
Şunları ele sen koy onu.
Bigetron. Vitality.
Vitality gibi bu. Bigetron.
Aqui? É, certeza. Não, coloca mais em cima, Fight'tan da kaçmıyor.
Bence top 5, top 6 ya şuralara bir.
I got Aurora Gaming 100% champion material.
Tamo junto. Lux, mana nih? Sini.
Ini tanya.
Allah'ı tanımıyorum.
GK.
Ben ETS'yi de tanımıyorum. GK. Ele ya.
5 more eliminated. Maybe one can be Etish. I think we will choose the teams we don't know much about them. So I think Etish. 7. Wah, Lila udah ada. Berapa lagi? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ya, done.
Sebenarnya bisa aja ini bisa nih taruh di sini, tapi sama ini juga bisa nih. Ah, tapi enggak.
Takımın kesinlikle gidebileceğini düşünüyorum. Tanımıyorum. O yüzden eliyorum. Yani Allah'ı hiç tanımıyorum, o yüzden eliyorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6. takım nerede abi?
Aha,
Buradaymış. Direkt buraya koyalım.
Onlar kendinden elendi zaten. Fortry'yi de 3'e koymamızın sebebi yani güçlü bir takım. Sonuçta onlar da şampiyon olarak geliyorlar.
We are just noob team.
Yeah.
अबे हमें आई की चाहिए ना सबको एलिमिनेटेड में डाल मेरे को ऐसा अच्छी टीम्स को एलिमिनेशन में डालते हैं
Quem vai ficar top 1 é a 7, top 2 a Aurora, top 3 o LF, justo. Acho que a FL briga pelo top 3, Lux pode brigar pelo top 3, Fúria também pode brigar com a T. É brincadeira aqui os parceiros da R8, da VC, da Enigma. Tamo junto, viu? Eu tô só brincando com vocês. Mas vocês devem pra cima também, pode vir. Oke, jadi inilah prediksi versi kita.
We just rank these teams based on our knowledge, so don't get mad.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. E eu desejo muita sorte pra todo mundo que vai jogar essa PMGO.
Bye bye.
Play more than go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A billion drops begin to glow. Flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show.
A no-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No real blood, just a drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas.
Fire in my mind. Running through the sky. Flame on and go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A million drops begin to glow. Flame on and go. The soul is in our control. Flame on and go.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we're live in Jakarta, Indonesia, here for the 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1. And that is it for the first half here of Group A, the Group of Death. We've seen some pretty, I think, surprising teams, right? I mean, for the start of the day, they're definitely hitting it off hard here, Seven.
They definitely have. I mean, Hora, that's the biggest surprising team, as well as Pandem. I got to give Pandem some credit because the way that they ended up playing that rondo, I know I was being harsh on them on that first Erangel because I wanted to see that again. I'm really driven with that kind of stuff, especially when you show such a performance out of that squad. But also Hora, the third party, and the way that they're able to close out games. And now, more than likely, they're going to be in first place.
I'm actually going to go on a bit of a limb here and say I think Hora has the best macro of this entire tournament so far for the Group of Death.
Oh, yeah,
I think they've shown willingness to be aggressive, respecting teams around them. I think they've got overall their gameplay down to a T in this lobby that, again, is insanely stacked with just great international squads. So the fact that Hora, despite missing out on PMGC, are doing this good is very impressive, and I hope they keep it up.
Well, I hope they keep it up at D because, guys, the Esports World Cup is just around the corner from PMGO to PMWC at the Esports World Cup. Every match matters. Teams aren't just fighting for trophies, they're battling for EWC Club Championship points, global prestige, and a place at the top tier of PUBG Mobile Esports, with PMWC set for August 6th to the 16th. And I know exactly where it's going to be, and I know Max is real happy about it.
In my apartment. No, it's in Paris, okay? We have an LAN at home. No, it's going to be in Paris.
His apartment is huge.
I never thought we would have a PUBG Mobile Esports global event in Paris, but I'm so excited to see Balls. You better qualify and represent France over there. That would be cool, but
France.
Boy, in Paris.
Ooh, I'm excited to be there.
Me too. I'm just going home, basically. I don't need a visa.
Back home.
Let's go. Let's go. I'm so stoked for that coming around the corner. I'm so stoked for these next 3 matches that are coming as well. So, yeah, we talked about these top squads. They are definitely dominating. Which teams that you've seen underperform here you need to see some more out of right here, right now? I'm starting with you, Max.
I want to see more from Ida. I think that they've shown some glimpses of opportunities. We saw especially some really good eliminations coming out on the Rondo game, and then it kind of fell a bit more flat, a few eliminations here and there. I want to see more consistency from Ida throughout all of these maps, going on to this last angle, and now also the 2 Miramars later on.
Yeah, well, you know what we can see right here? The match MVP. Of course, it's going to be a player from Hora. It's Sky there. 6 eliminations, 773 damage. I mean, yeah, the consistency from this squad today has just been nuts, Seven.
Yeah, and as Max was just saying, the best play, the best macro that we have seen out of this squad, out of this tournament so far after 3 matches. And I'm hoping it kind of continues on. I know earlier we were saying like some teams, after they hit a certain amount of points, they might just end up slowing down. I'm really hoping that's not the case with Hora. I want to continue to see them being able to third party. I want to see them just being able to hold up big teams because of the match ranking. I mean, 23 points. I think it's honestly safe to say, before we even end up seeing the overall, that squad is going to be going to the grand finals.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, you got so many points. You get 23 pointer right here. And I got to say, when it comes to all the players, we all know Sky, No Fear, Jiggle doing great. But I love how adaptable Sleepy is in particular. He's a support player from off angles, getting some really good shots onto teams against him. He's playing long range with a Mini 14 or any kind of AR. And if he has to, we saw at the end of that game, he gets in CQC with the backup of his teammates to wrap up those games. He's doing all of the dirty work for his team, and it is so far looking like he is a standout player on Hora Esports.
Yeah, you know what? I love to see a player. I mean, long range specialty is what I love to see, and the fact that he can mix things up is really good. But what team that's also, you know, that they needs to mix things up a little bit here is Alpha 7, man. These guys need to put some more points on the board, 7.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, they're currently not in the first page of the overall. And we have our top 6. Hora there with the first place, 46 points. Pandem 36, Aurora 30. I mean, right now, I'm genuinely surprised. And Ida, you were just talking about them. They're there within the top 6 as well, Max.
Yeah, there's actually a decent gap between 5th place and 7th place, right? Looking at what is that, a 7-point difference between 5th and 7th place, which is significant, especially when you only have now 3 games remaining before we see which 6 teams will be advancing to the next stage. But looking on the second page, Al-Ula and ETSH still in second, in the bottom 2, sorry, and S2G could be slipping down also.
And with what you were saying earlier, Hot Jukes, you were throwing it to me, talking about Alpha 7. Boy, this is why we wanted to talk about this team right now. Because, yeah, they're currently outside. They are tied. They are within striking distance of those top 6. But for a squad that's the reigning champions of 2025 PMGC, we want to see them into those top 6. And for some of the other squads, like Alula, like ETSH, only getting that 1 point after 3 matches, that's just not going to be enough. S2G as well. I think I personally expected seeing S2G a little bit higher. Everything is so tight too, and it's because 6 matches that's gonna be played, only 3 left. Yeah. I honestly don't know who's gonna end up qualifying and who's not.
Anything can happen.
Yep.
Exactly. I mean, I'm looking at this second page in particular. All the teams are very low on points. And we saw on the first page, there's a big sponge effect happening between the top 3, 4 squads right now. So that means that point threshold to enter the top 6 could be a bit lower than our initial prediction of like around 40, 46.
That makes total sense. I mean, look at what happened to 721, right? 721 was second to last before going into this match. Yeah. And just like that, they're into the top 8, guys. If they get another good game, that could lock them in a spot toward the grand finals and knock out some major squads here. So it's crazy to see. And I guess because of this, especially this format, 7, I think it makes a whole lot of sense why you were a little critical when it comes to Pandem, because we need to see dominant consistency, right? Because if you just let off the gas just a little bit, you can get passed up.
Yeah, especially for Pandem. I mean, for me, it's not even Pandem getting passed up. I just want to see them being able to kind of use this as a practice, as a stepping stone towards the finals, because you're only going to be playing 6 matches. If you already qualified towards the finals, guess what? You're only going to play those 6 matches. If you're one of those teams that actually ends up going to survival, you get a chance to play 12 matches, so you get extra practices there. That's why I want to see a little bit more consistency. Don't turn it down, and don't worry, even though I walked away earlier, boys, and even though I wanted to interview Hora, I got to interview the coach for Pandem, so you'll have to wait and see what he said. And I got some info from Naki as well.
Oh, he loves to be on interviews. Yes. He's always joining if he can. But no, going back onto the point about Pandem you were making, right, about this team now maybe taking their foot off the gas a little bit too much. I did like initially, but this is to such an extent that this would not work out in the finals. So I think that they are going too hard in one direction. You need to pull it back, be willing to take fights. Otherwise, Pandem, I think, are going to lose that momentum and in the finals just fall completely apart.
And even talking more about the format, remember, like when we go to the finals, day 1, yeah, you get those 6 matches. Day 2, the tournament could finish within 2 points.
Yeah.
I mean, within 2 matches because of how many points those teams end up getting. So you need to just be able to play consistency. And this is honestly why I'm so harsh on some of these teams. I just want to see them continue to play like that. If you get put in such a great situation, show me that you can do the greatness that you were able to do in match 1 and in match 2. And if it happens again in any of the other matches, take full advantage of it, because this is the place and this is the format to take advantage of those blessings that the game gives you.
I completely agree. I mean, there's no bet. You're not going to get any better practice on the planet than right here, right now. There is $500,000 on the line here. Everyone's playing their heart out. You can't let off the gas at all. So one other team in particular that I definitely want to talk about, right? It's gonna be Void, Max, man. What do you think about this squad?
I think they're playing way too passive. Against Hora last game, Hora go for a really good push-up, and I was expecting a full-on clash, a war on that mountaintop to claim that chicken dinner eventually. But no, Hora send it. Very spread too. We were looking at it, Hodrix is like sending it kind of 1 by 1. And Void instantly fold. They don't even try and take the fight. They lose 1 player. They're like, okay, you take that position. We'll go to the compound into hiding. We're not even going to try and take the fight. So Void, they have Zeta. That is the PMGO SEA MVP. They have that fragging power. They're just not utilizing it to its full extent. I need to see that Void of old step up massively here once again.
You know what? I think that kind of reminds me of the match even before that. We saw Hora have that little plateau up top, right? And they kind of held back. And then all of a sudden in the next match, now they're like, hey, you know what? Let's go and take advantage of this, right? Like, give them a little bit of a taste of their own medicine, right? So I like the fact that we saw Hora adapt a little bit. But yeah, I don't think we're really seeing teams dominate from that little plateau. Like I think they should, 7.
One team that I want to see them dominate, that's currently putting up a good performance, Aurora. I'm genuinely, this is a team, Max. I gotta call you out on this. Did you have them going to the grand finals?
No.
From group. By the way, to clarify, hold on. To clarify, he didn't have them going to the grand finals from the group day. You did have him going to grand finals from survival, right?
Yes, because they're typically a slower starting team and they build a bit more momentum later on.
Correct.
And I thought survival was just when they're really going to bring their A game to the table and make in the top 4. But you know what? I'm happy to be proven wrong. If they can stay up in top 6 at the end of these next 3 games, I will take it to the bank.
Absolutely. I mean, look at this. In this last match, they put up 12 eliminations all by themselves. We know the squad can go absolutely nuts, right?
Yeah.
But then you see, you know, Doc with the self-mollies, things
happens.
like that. You know, it happens. You know what I'm saying? So, but at the end of the day, we know this is one of those teams, guys, that in one game, they can qualify easy peasy.
And it's that team that can get 20+ points. It's a team that can get those extra advantages in this type of format, and they can actually shine. And we've seen Refus, honestly, being able to still put up good performances. Yeah, we're kind of joking about Doc pulling a Summit 1G and Molotov and himself, but we're also talking about Refus being able to kind of be the shining star when it comes to grenades. Every single time now that we see grenades from Aurora, it used to be from Doc. Now, I feel like the torch has been passed to Refus.
Oh yeah, join the Church of Refus, our Lord and Savior for Aurora Gaming. No, really, he's been able to clutch it up so many times. Some of his nades also on the outskirts. Oh yeah, some of those nades inside of military base were just truly exceptional. So Refus, I remember when East joined, people were like, oh, Refus is going to get benched. I'm like, please do not. He did so well during PMWC, PMGC2, and now here on the global stage. And this could be actually the only team, if Refus becomes the MVP in the finals, this could be the only squad to have 4 global MVPs on the same roster.
Unbelievable! So much is on the line here. We are now in the second half of Group A. This is all what it's all about here, folks. Match number 4. We are going into Arrogale. And let's see this playing path. Oh, okay. A nice one pretty much right down the middle here, Max.
I will take a diagonal plane every single day of the week. It's going from Quarry all over to Stolber location. So most teams should be good to go. And you know what? Here's an eye, Pollyanna. This is the first game 7. It is going to be in reach of that plane path. Are we going to see that expected fight of Horror versus Flash? Or Horror going to go back to school apartments and play it very slow on Circle 1?
The thing now for Hora is that they got absolutely nothing to lose. This would be the perfect scenario for this squad. You got a 46 point, you're sitting in first place, you're able to kind of have a mulligan here. But if you're the other squad, which remind me, which squad was it, Max?
Wait, I'm looking at the feed.
Oh.
Yeah, we have Flash and Horror normally in Yaz, but okay, there we go. Only Ida's playing this game.
Well, the reason why I was telling you about Flash is because that's one squad that's currently not in the top 6. That's one squad that is currently, if I'm not mistaken, I think 9 points away from being able to actually be within top 6. You don't want to try to take the hot drop. You definitely don't.
That's right. Well, here we go, guys, into the last Arrogale of Group A. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters, John Allen and Blank.
We get a sensible plane path, Blank, and we get a sensible circle to go along with it. The only Erangel today with a sense of sensibility. Let's head on in to see just what we're going to be able to pick up here. Are we going to get that Yaz hot drop?
That's the question at the end of the day. And I mean, the funny thing is, for me right now, is that we played a little special magic trick. You know, Ida was the only one dropping into the game. Suddenly all the teams are here. Aurora Gaming, they're going to get a move on. Trying to get themselves over towards military base nice and early, but they are taking shots. They are under fire earlier in this game as well. Just 2 minutes in, already shots coming at them from 4 Thrives, who do drop similarly positioned to them. But yeah, 30 points total for Aurora Gaming. It looks good for them. Reaper so far. Oh, I missed it.
Oh, why have you done that, Blank? Oh no!
I even said his name.
4 Thrives, able to clip the wings of one of Aurora's stronger players on the roster. They've still got plenty of firepower in the pocket, but they are not going to be happy. And it looks like 4 Thrives want to hunt this one down. They know that they're not going to be facing too much in terms of loot. They spotted those vehicles just getting on their way, but they turn around. They're going to give up on the chase and go for the single point, play for the looting game. They don't need to get across to the military base. They can chill out for a moment.
Were they able to get Refus? Oh no, he's still bleeding out on the northwest side. Sadly. For Aurora though, it's a tough one. Again, just want to make it clear that right now our leaderboard is taking a little while to update. So Aurora Gaming do not have 4.
Yeah, I think there's a... We'll wait to get the full info on that one. Dog obviously taking a lot of damage. Refus going very low on that bridge. They were not able to get him back up. As Irina into South George right now, seemingly fairly uncontested. Notably, Blank, that hot drop in Yaz doesn't seem to have occurred, unless it secretly has. But I don't believe it has, as it hasn't come up on the Elim feed either.
Yeah, we're currently slightly blind here on our side, but that's okay. Gonna watch this one play out in real time. We got Aurora with top, currently very low HP, just getting looted up. Again, this team, they sort of need to get as much loot on board as possible. We do finally get to see those numbers on our screen on the top left side. So you can see there that Refus was taken down.
Yeah, and they haven't managed to get back to that HP mark either, unfortunately. They are still looting through, and they will be completely uncontested in military, so they can freely loot there, and will be able to get back to full HP, I'm sure. So in Yaz, as we hop on over, Team Flash don't have enemies abound to try and conflict with them. Aura not going to be joining them here. And that gives them free loot over the zone. So nice stuff for them to be able to find it. The circle sat sort of somewhat centrally onto this map as well, Blank, which means they're on the northern side of it, but they're still very much in.
Yeah, I think for the guys on Flash as well, likely a good chance here to spot out the loot vehicle too. Pick up a bunch of good stuff, some goodies, get that on side to go. Again, for Ida, very, very impressed with what they've been able to do with their performances today. Like I said, you know, losing Eren, I thought it'd be a bigger deal. Seems that that's not the case. Swain has come in looking really good here. Rita also pretty strong player. Darkin was always like the player that was behind Eren, right? He was the facilitator of a lot of those big moves coming through from Eren himself. But yeah, Ida's looking impressive.
They've managed to put up the points. They've managed to be fairly consistent over the first 3 matches. As we've crossed that halfway point in their very short run, they are doing well. Point Shaikari, not so much. They've had some slightly disappointing performances so far today, and especially in that last Erangel, right? Getting swept away by Aura with not too much resistance at all on that north side when they had a pretty free run into it. They could have done a lot better there. And playing in the middle of those tables, I think, you know, it's just going to be a tough approach for them. I don't really see too much from them at the moment, and their time is ticking.
For a lot of teams, time is ticking. I would say even for Etch right now, there's no chance at top 6.
Whoa.
I genuinely believe that. I think if you're 1 point, match 4, you'd need back-to-back-to-back chicken dinners, right? You'd need the turkey. I don't think that's happening. I think for ETSH right now, what it's about for them is getting through to the survival stage. That is a major possibility considering you only need to get up towards 14th. 14th is a very possible position to grab right now, but for quite a few teams, it is starting to get to that point where top 6 is out of the question. At Game 3, it really is the case here. I think these top 6 teams just aren't going to stop putting up these points.
Okay. Razi trying to pop off. Running out on the clip there, though. And Fury are not going to take any damage. Even with the 8x, not able to land the shots. Unfortunate. They try and wend their way a little bit closer to this one. Moving through a couple of teams nearby. They do have that forward outpost, though, so a nice, easy regroup for them. As they hold on to their building. No one really putting too much pressure on.
Tying his shoes.
Yeah, he's making sure that his laces are done up nice and tidy.
He's not going anywhere.
He's hopefully, I don't know if they do a walkout, if they win, I don't know, right? If they come first at the end of the day, he's making sure his shoes look fresh.
Yeah, you don't want to pull a Koa, right? And fall over your jeans when you get a chicken dinner. I am bringing that back up. He's going to hate me for that.
Wow.
He is going to hate me for that.
Wow.
I think he thought that everyone forgot, but not me.
Mike never forgets.
I never forget.
When you trip over your jeans.
When you trip over your jeans, I'm not forgetting it.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Was he wearing them at the time?
He was, yeah.
Oh, okay. Didn't just have his jeans out.
No.
Okay.
To be fair, they were quite fashionable, but they were very flared. Yeah, that's when he wore his orange sunglasses as well.
Oh, yeah.
He's a cool guy. He is a cool guy.
He is a cool guy, unless he trips it. Then not so cool. Not so cool in those circumstances.
Then that's why you tie your shoelaces. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
Look, it's just good etiquette, really, isn't it? You know. Got to keep yourself looking good, looking fresh. The laces, people judge you on. They judge you on everything. In this sort of a lobby, you do get judged on everything. You do have to be pernickety, a little bit pedantic when it comes to making sure everything's in line. Goat team playing on as 4. They will be able to take a nice swathe of area. The circle, oh, it did just come through. I'm seeing the northeast side of it, Blank, cutting the mini-map. I'm gathering clues. I'm playing Sherlock right now.
I'm glad,
We're
yeah.
on the northeast side of this current circle, and in the blue zone, it's Aurora. taking a fight?
With someone. Aurora looking to use the candlestick to bash in the loot crate.
There it is. Okay, that's what they were fighting.
Now we know who's done it. Here on PUBG Mobile Cluedo. Yeah, I do want to remind people that unfortunately our leaderboard is currently updating and we do not have a map feed. So just in case people are wondering why things are the way they are, there you go.
I always wonder that, you know. It's a constant wonder.
Oh,
7-2-1 do lose a player out in the open as they rotate west past that boatyard. Looks like S2G and Pandem have a scrap. Oh, a map! It's on our screen. I can see it. Blank, quickly. Someone take a screenshot. Someone take a screenshot of the map so that we can have that. But, oh, it's gone.
Ah, it's gone.
I didn't see too much either. I was too busy looking for someone to take a screenshot.
Too much.
Oh, dear. Well, Pandem seem to be having a tough time. They do manage to get a res, I believe. But they're now toe-and-toe with S2G, who have had a much tougher time in this fight. With a knock to spray, and S2G fall pretty early once again, Blank.
Yeah, it's a problem. I feel bad as well because it is sad for me looking at S2G, looking at Hamzy G and realizing that the Calci Hamzy G bromance is over. It's gone. It's never coming back. It might do in the future, but it's looking pretty bleak right now.
They need to start tying their shoelaces to get something done today because it is not looking good for them. 7-2-1, they managed to move across, lose a player, but Ida now with Emre in the area might prove to be a bit troublesome. We'll see if they can pick up with the rest of the team. Ida do have a full surround on this. There is Al Ula on the northeast of this fight as well, Blank. Which is going to make it potentially tougher for Ida to fully commit to a push here. To go in.
They need to extract their player, right? Emre's in a really tough position right now. Multiple nades going in. He is lucky not to go down to that next second one. He's just on the edge there inside the garage, which keeps him alive in that moment, which was critical. But like I said, for Ida, they have to extract their player. How do they go about that? At this point in time, Ida's probably wondering whether we just play on as a 3 because getting Emre out, it's a tough task.
It's going to get harder now. Aleku wants to step forwards. He's going to flush him upstairs, push him into the angle, but that gives Swain a little bit more prevalence in this angle, but has to duck down, and now they can charge up the staircase. It's all up to Emre on the hold. No assistance for the next 10 seconds, maybe. Pops to the little stair window, but not going to find it. The circle comes through as well. It's going to put pressure on the fight, and in comes the rest of Ida. The cavalry has arrived, and Emre has held his nerve. In the meantime, the rest of them are now up and into the fight, going a lot more even. Potential third party could come into this one, but the knocks are starting to come in. And in through the window, reaches there. Big nade to the back line. And now it's just one player left for 7-2-1 on this angle. Playing well, but only finds the one. Can Voin Chaikari find a third party? I don't think so.
That's a pretty wild turn up for Ida. Again, you've got to have that confidence at this part of the day. And with where they are on the leaderboards currently, that's why they're able to make that push. They're feeling themselves right now. It looks good. Swain had the off angle, and they were able to push in. I think they realized as soon as probably Emre's communicating back, and he's like, all I have is a PPP zone, okay? I need assistance badly. And so Ida commits to it. Boars right now in L block, coming up against Flash right now. This is usually Boars' stop-off point, and now they have to fight for it. And it's critical for them. They want to stay in the top 6 here.
Magnazada hiding in the alleyway there, avoiding the nade damage. Teammate not so lucky. Robs can't cook it in the kitchen. When able to flush him out, Magnazada wants to try and keep them safe, keeps the trigger pulled there, but runs low on ammo, has to step off the angle. Wind crosses, takes a lot of damage. It's not going to be too favorable, but they'll look for the healing instead. Boars still keeping it together despite losing one.
It looks like Voin Chaikari went for a pretty big send over towards Fury's position on the south side. And they're suffering because of it. They're trying to take the shack on the top side right now. I think Fury's trying to play the dip that sits just underneath as well as the compound there. It's a good spot to play in, but we're going to check back in with this fight between Boars and the Flash. For the Boars, this is a way bigger deal here for the Flash right now, and it's not looking good for them.
Ooh, Zeus actually gets caught with a little fire spread there. Has to pop the first aid, but a nade finds Snoix in the back line. Win able to find the opener. It's all up to Magnazada on the angle. Has got the AK full of ammo, but it's not going to get unleashed. And Team Flash push Boars to the boundary, and they fall.
I'm pretty sure that was a 0-point game there. coming through from Boars, which is very, very rough. You got to make up those points later on, and Miramar is not always the most fun map to make up those points on. You can be a little bit more tactical about it, but I think Boars typically does excel when they're able to take those engagements. But the Flash, on the other hand, this is maybe just the beginning of a great game for them.
Very much could be. I don't know how many players they got left in tow, actually, on the end of that fight, so if there was damage done, could be a little bit tougher. Nice nade, posted straight through the letterbox there, and Igor will go down. For Furia, they're wanting to get him back up and probably going to be able to do so. They got their players to the south of that, can regroup onto it. In the meantime, Chagri do not have the pressure to push this one forwards, especially with the teams around them. Okay, Circle on our screens right now gives Potato Hill a huge chunk of the west side of it. 4 Thrives. Will they overthink this one?
You never know. I think for 4 Thrives right now, they're still playing well. There's still these moments where you really believe they can do it, but there has been a lot of times where they're losing players early. As much as you can get towards the end of the game, it's no good if you're on S2 with Falak as well as Hazaifa up, 2 strong players, but it's just not enough for them. I think 4 Thrives typically does extremely good in those scenarios where they have 4 players alive. T24 is able to excel as that off angle for the team, and the rest of the team can move in like a spear. That's not the case right now. This is not happening for them. First thing to do with Ida, though, as their first point of contact, it's going to be on the western side of Potato Hill. Like this.
Have to defend. Swain trying to poke his nose in. We'll see if it's a welcome presence. I don't imagine it would be, but you've got 4 Thrives. Maybe able to hold it out. A regroup over onto the top of Potato Hill. And yeah, Ida gonna not go for it. Not gonna fully commit just yet. They do have to regroup still. Get a little bit more pressure on as they get their backstop to join up with their front position. Maybe after that, they will be able to find something more. Team Flash. Okay, we are on board with them. It does look like they are a player down. Bozy not in this for the time being, unless he is. Never sure quite at the moment. So
we don't believe anything.
I think they're playing as 3. I think they're playing as 3.
The game suddenly decided to lie to us.
Yeah.
But we're gonna just take what we get at the moment. 4 Thrives gonna push further over towards that eastern edge of Potato Hill, allow Ida a little bit of ground to work with. A lot of times that's best for you where you're playing a western-eastern position on Potato Hill. Sometimes you have to share that spot. You split the Jack of Potato in half. It's the only way to do it sometimes.
Just got to get in there, even if it burns the fingers. Necessary to get to the goodness on the inside, the position that they're going to be looking for. Topsy does take a knock, though, unfortunately for Team Flash, leaving them on 2 now active. Otter trying to leave from apartments. They are kind of getting stuck in and amongst it as well, although they may be the ones who are keeping Team Flash locked on the inside. Etch, you said they needed big games to even consider getting towards top 6. It's not looking like this is going to be a big game. They've taken a knock. They do get an answer with a nade back on over.
Yeah, it's a good nade coming through from Fajita. But for Edge, if they get another performance where they drop in 9th or lower, then yeah, really at that point it's about getting some big, massive games ahead of that to grab themselves 14th place or above. Top 6 is off the cards. The Flash, though, finding a shot over towards Jiggle. Not able to get away from that one. Potato also goes down there from Voyens. He pushed a little bit too far forward. Poked his nose in a little bit too far. The Flash also, again, another nade to confirm the flush over towards Horror. That gives an opportunity for Win to push further out, maybe ahead of them here. But this is a nightmarish push for him.
Oh, the last player alive will fall, and it's Sky to pick up the point. Otter able to rack up to 3 now, as they have to play from the western side. The next circle about to show itself in about 5 seconds, Flank, and we will see where that one lands. Still, Potato Hill on that western side, potentially a presence, but we're moving over east.
Yeah, it's involved. I think the crazy thing about this one is Potato Hill being over towards the western edge here. There's this big slope that angles itself on this west side where 4 Thrives might have to play around that. It is going to give them a lot of vision over towards the east, but a lot of teams are going to have their binoculars out. They will be looking directly at you. They will know your spot. So 4 Thrives, do they make a southern or a north rotation? Do they try and wrap into this one?
Or on that northern side already, don't really have as much decision to make. on this. Furia looking to try and maybe start to step forwards. Furia taking shots over towards Etch as well. So a big opener onto a high ground position. It looks like 2 of their players are down. Okay, Ayala with a chance to nade one out as well, but not quite going to connect. Playing on the other side of the smoke. Has to be more worried about the shack. Tries to burn it out. Slips down the slope, loses his footing there a bit, but steps up immediately. Checking these angles, making Furia's presence known. They're playing on a split right now, and Silence is going to be a presence downhill with Ayala playing on the 2-player position.
Yeah, trying to clear a lot of the obvious spots. I mean, no matter what happens here for Furia, at least they've pushed him off the shack, which is great news for him. Voin also still has Zetax from the backlines there, finding shots over towards them, and in comes Ida over towards 4 Thrives. They were looking to make this push for a long, long time, and eventually they've figured out that potentially this is the time to make it happen. Falak was left behind as a backstop, and Nade goes in, good damage. Emery's able to follow up, and there's the knock. 4 Thrives, they do not have this backstop anymore, and they need to coalesce here. They need to regroup.
How do they regroup, though? With Arena right beneath them, they don't have any latitude to move around with Ida as well. It's right in the thick of it. Falak will fall down, and the 2 players on the top are left stranded. They are not going to be able to bring this one back up. Alpha 7 on this northeastern side, trying to make their way on through, but 1 goes down, 2 fall. GOAT team look for more. 2 players from Alpha 7 try to rotate on in. Not successful, unfortunately, as 4 Thrives continue to get run down.
Horror trying to move in towards 4 Thrives, and they're holding out very strongly, but where is Ida? Where's the third party? This would be an amazing chance. E-Arena, on the other hand, they're happy to steal this one away.
They'll take the points, you know, you give them to them, they're not going to say no. Otter trying to flex out downhill towards Arena slightly, but you're right, where is Ida? They are not stepping into this fight. It's a long open hill that sits in front of them. There they go. They're finally starting to put some ordnance down and maybe crest this hill.
I think they were a little bit too worried about what was happening there. Emre also down as well, so maybe potentially hoping to restabilize. Horror's moving through. There's a crash on board. Sky goes down, and it's a full wipe coming through from Ida. But here comes E-Arena, and Ida is in the arena of their own.
Darken for 1, darken for none more, though. And E-Arena rips straight through that hilltop. A lovely western side clear for them, but regroup, get back on the bike. You do need to keep that momentum going. There is not a lot of time to be able to find position into the next circle, which is soon to pop. Etch, tough time on this eastern edge. Gonna get flushed out, will be going down.
Hilariously, E-Arena only comes away from that with 1 point, so they're kind of more like the referees of the cage match that was happening on top of Potato Hill there. Bit of a weird one coming through from E-Arena. Thought they'd come away with that with a lot more points, but they were taken away by the likes of 4 Thrives, Ida, as well as Horror. Again, for Horror, they just try to get as many points as possible, it seems. E-Arena wants to continue forward, but that's going to be difficult with Tony K down at the moment. They do get him back up, trying to at least desperately running towards his location.
Quite a few teams in the top 6 alive still, Blank, looking to try and solidify their positions here. Furia playing on the southeast side. You've got Aurora still playing into this match from that south edge as well. E-Arena looking to try and solidify. Pandem even on the top, on the north edge. Are still going on this with a couple of players. It looks like, oh, okay, we've got our tower graphic back as well, so you can see the player numbers that are coming on through for all of our teams. The elims they're able to find. Horror able to get 8 elims. They are doing so well right now.
That's what I was talking about. It seemed like Horror is the one to benefit the most out of that engagement on the top side. But like we said, where was Ida during all of that? I understand that Emre went down, but they could have easily picked up some more points there. Horror is just playing with reckless abandon, and it's working.
Extracting so much value. The team from Nepal doing bits right now, Blank. They are so far ahead now at this point. I mean, the gap is going to be insurmountable. You were saying that you're going to start to count Etch out of getting to the top 6. I think it would be impossible at this stage for Aura not to be in the top 6. With only 2 more matches left to play, it's just not possible.
Yeah, well, a 70-point day is an incredible day at a global, right? An 80-point day is just insane, and they're on track to hit that kind of marker come Game 6. So for Horror and Nepali fans alike, this is an unbelievable performance, and they've got to be very happy with how their team is currently playing. Pandem, they started really big today, but the amount of points put on top of that really hasn't been all that much, because remember, they started with a 29-pointer, John.
Absolutely. So only getting, what is that, 9 more, and then the 2 they found here, 11 points, and whatever more they find into this match over the rest of the day. Not what you'd expect. But
nice shot.
Lovely from Ayala to find top. But it goes to show just how important Rondo is, right? It goes back to what the desk was saying at the start of the day. How important is Rondo? It can get you into the top 6, basically on its own merit, with no other follow-up strictly necessary. Even though Zjol wants to find a little bit more to sprinkle over that one.
Zjol is just bringing the thunder and the lightning at the moment. 6 nades as well. It's a long toss on the nade. It looks fairly good. Bounces towards him, but just one too far. But that could have been something nasty. E-Arena, though, they're not going to let him off lightly. Continuing to send nades down towards Zjol's position. They understand the tree he's on. Ayala keeps his eyes in the sky, but these nades are a little bit too far. That bounce is good just round the backside, but Zjol keeps him flying.
Oh, he does away from the first. The next, got to tag a little bit more. There's a third party coming in. E-Arena, okay. Able to find the backlines, and Ayala steps out for 1 as well. Knocks him for 6. And that's going to be Aurora down, only on 3 elims, not a monumental game. And E-Arena still only on 1 point on the western side, but playing as 3, and looking to try and push into the top 6 and maybe move balls aside.
This is Furious Day in the sun right now, though. 25 points in that top 6. E-Arena kind of challenging them. They do go down, 27 points, looks good though. Balls stay ahead of them at 28, but that could change right now if E-Arena get themselves a boatload of more points as we get further into this one. Currently towards 5 teams remaining, so a top 5 at least secured here. 3 extra placement points for E-Arena.
Goat team now with 3 players on the east side. Nobody on all 4 players. The nades over the top for Goat team, looking to try and keep that pressure up over towards Al-Ula, who have been keeping their noses clean so far into this match for quite a while. They have been playing as 2 for a long time in the center of this circle, but with a hard north shift on this next zone, they are now very much up on the chopping block.
Panda hoping to push themselves a little bit further here. Have the full secure on. I think it's looking very likely right now, but they just needed 1 extra decent match, and that was it. And they're already into the placement points. They have a few players still left remaining to work with here on that northern side. Unlikely to be the first to face either against these teams, so looking for a top 4, top 3. That's all Pandem's really needing here.
Just keep it chugging along. Just keep it going. On that northern side, there's a lot of danger from the east flank, though. And they have to be worried about it. A little bit reserved now, with no full 4 teams, no one having that massive presence in these circles. Goodness me. Skin of his teeth on that one. Alula, though, will take a knock on the back line. TNK actually backed off the angle by Voinchaikari. But as I was saying, with no full 4 teams, no one's taking a massively dominant position. That's going to slow things down until stage 8 pops, I imagine. Unless TNK wants to turn around and clap back over towards Voinchaikari, of course. He's able to find that knock.
Like I said, what you're looking for here is placement points. But with a big western shift on the circle towards E-Arena, now playing a little bit more of that high ground capability with some hard cover to work with, TNK's in a great position already. He has a fair bit of circle to work with as well. He just needs to take shots at these teams making their way into the circle now as they expose themselves. Pandem, Go, Alula.
Nades over the top, the bullets flying back and forth. Alula will fall under the pressure, not able to withstand. But it is up to E-Arena now to hold this high ground against the encroaching players from every angle. Nobody else really has a foothold here, Blank. It is an uphill struggle against E-Arena.
It is, but Moment's taking shots. I mean, they just cannot expose themselves for a second. Good shots here from Force over towards Chabrunki.
Panda, last player to stand, gonna get flowed around the edge by Goat Team, but they have bigger fish to fry as well across the way, because TNK Mormons opening the floodgates and just unleashing a tidal wave of bullets out their way. The volley's just too strong. The nade over the top, trying to seal the deal for Goat Team and get Pandem out of this one. That nade looks good. It's right on his toes, but he's not gonna dodge it around the edge. There's the blue zone. He denies the point, to be fair, but Voinchaikari capitalized. Now, 2 versus 3. Point Chicory, completely known on the position. One goes down, the second soon to follow. And E-Arena find a second chicken dinner today.
And more importantly, make their way into the top 6 off the back of that. Both Boars as well as Furia were in contention there, but that will drop Boars down towards 6th. E-Arena jumps up. Really, really good stuff. And I mean, for 2 chicken dinners, you'd sort of hope you'd be in the top 6 at this point.
Oh yeah, that's what you want to see. Get in towards those top 6, in towards the last 2 matches as well. 2 chicken dinners has such a massive impact, and that is what they're going to try and capitalize on. But there's plenty more spots still very much in flux.
Absolutely. It is funny, right? You get 1 chicken dinner on Rondo, that makes your whole day. You get 2 chicken dinners, you just did. But that's just the way it happens sometimes. But E-Arena come out swinging today. They certainly were the refs on the top of Potato Hill, and they were counting all those teams out.
A beautiful performance from E-Arena to close out a second chicken dinner. We're done with Erringo now. Let's head over to Miramar next and back over to the desk.
And the first team to bust out 2 chicken dinners in this tournament, it's gonna be E-Arena, clutching it up in this one, and right on time, 7, because that will rocket launch them into that top 6. That's where you want to be.
We have been giving credit to Hora. We have been giving credit to Pandem. And honestly, for this squad, with that performance, I'm pretty sure they're going to be pushing themselves up to that top 6. And I got to give them some credit because the third parties that they were able to do on Furia and Soul, while they were fighting, they went forward, they made sure to clear them, and they just keep taking full control of some areas of the map here, Max.
E-Arena, the entire game with the binoculars looking like, what the hell's happening over there? I guess we'll just send it with the buggy and just get an easy squad wipe. And they kept doing that again and again and again in this match, and able to just sweep from the western side towards the center and overwhelm with the numbers, which their last chicken dinner was thanks to a solo, Tony K, but now it was a full team effort to claim this chicken dinner, which is what I was hoping to see from E-Arena if they wanted to remain in top 6, and they did it right here on that last Orangle.
Beautifully done, and that is the last air gale of Group A. That's so crazy to say, right? I mean, we're left with just 2 matches of Miramar. All our eyes are going to be locked on top 6 and the bottom 2 there, and we just saw like Aura as well, you know? I'm just making things happen once again.
0 placement points, yet 8 eliminations, and they were #1 thanks to that previous game, right, with a chicken dinner on Military Island. That's it for me. Ticket has been punched. They're making it into the finals here, and Nepal finally in the global finals. Good to see, 7.
Yes, good to see, and it's not good to see for some of the other teams. Because, or is it actually good to see now that I'm thinking about it? Because if Hora does end up keep performing like this, collecting a lot of points, it's just going to make that top 6 even more compacted threshold.
Yeah.
And in the past, we were talking about, okay, 40 points.
ฝาดเลยไว้น่ะเฮ้ย2 เรื่องตรงนี้เดี๋ยวไปฆ่าดิเฮ้ยขวาไปเอ้ยน้องๆขวาตั้งขวาซ้าย
But they do end up having just a chance to make it even tighter when it comes down to those top 6.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity for them to make it happen here, but now we have 2 more games. It's going to be on Miramar. You got to put the foot down to the pedal if you want to make it in that top 6 and remain up there, because otherwise it's going to be hot to make it through the survival stage.
Tourniquet. Tourniquet. Tourniquet. This man, oh my goodness. I mean, you guys were right. It used to be Tony K. Not anymore.
No.
Step over, my boy, because this man has been performing for this squad, and this is what you want to see. Now, I'm hoping, I'm not going to lie, I'm hoping some of the other players do end up start putting up more numbers, because when we end up going to the finals, if this squad makes it to the finals, this is just not going to end up working out when you only end up getting, what, 6 eliminations?
I think this is what you got to do, though, right? Whenever your top fragger leaves the squad, right, just replace it with someone whose name's close enough and the comms are going to be just so simple. You know what I'm saying?
It's just Boruto vibes. It's a new generation.
Let's take a look here at the match ranking. 16 points, of course, for Arena. That is absolutely clutch for them. 13 as well for Go. And man, Furia, they needed these ones bad, right? So they were able to put up 8. Last 2 matches left to go. I mean, we need to see people pull out all the stops here.
One team that actually needed those points bad was Voin, and Voin was able to clutch up there with those 8 points. Hopefully he's going to push him even closer to that top 6. Alula as well, a team that we saw being in the bottom 2. They're going to be pushing themselves out of that. And one team that was still on the bottom that I'm not seeing here on this first page after that match is Edge. What happened?
I thought you were going to say Alpha 7.
No, I mean Alpha 7 too. They're 1 point, like, these are the reigning champions. What the heck's going on?
Yeah, S2G2, right? I mean, what the hell's happening there?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man, it's like you start drama online, it just like comes back to bite you, dude. I mean, 4 Thrives are struggling here. Alpha 7, S2G. What is going on? I mean, at the end of the day, we know that these teams, one good game and it could rocket launch them up. But, I mean, S2G, they're in the bottom 2 here, 7.
And it goes along with what I was saying in regards to a team being able to put up good points and just keep stealing points over and over again. It's just going to make this even more compact, boys, as we can see right there. Right now, 6th place is separated by just 1 point when you end up looking at that 7th place, Max.
So we're looking at these leaderboards, right? Top 6 is where you want to be if you want to make it straight to the grand finals from Group A. Do we have some teams who are like instantly locked in? I would say Horror, 100% locked in. Even Pandem, I would say for me, I don't see them really slipping out of top 6. Do you agree?
Oh, dude. Hora, Pandem, E-Arena, Aurora, in my head,
top 4?
is locked in. Yeah, top 4 is
Oh,
locked
okay. I was going to go like top 3 possibly, but top 4 locked in for you. Okay.
I think it's fair. I think it's fair because we're going into Miramar. There's so much craziness there. I think you really got to go with the teams that have already put something on the board. It's always more difficult, right, to pull out a big game, especially when so many squads are so desperate.
Yeah, it's going to get really dicey. You're going to have some teams getting really, really desperate. As you said here, Hot Tricks are looking at Fury in particular. Having some really good plays. One individual player dodging 10 grenades behind that tree. Just like, oh, Matrix style here coming out from Fury. So really happy. We'll see if... It would be interesting if the Brazil team that makes it out of the group of death is not Alpha 7, but actually Furia. As there we go to the 2nd page, and Voin Shaw getting a decent amount of points, but still looking to be just comfortably high up on that 2nd page.
5 points away from top 6. That's exactly where you want to be, especially with 2 matches left. Where you don't want to end up being is when we end up looking more towards the bottom. 4 Thrives, this is the biggest disappointment of the day.
Wow.
I mean, I'm looking at Alpha 7 as the champions. Honestly, I seen them kind of slow down, but for 4 Thrives, the expectations that we had, and I know we didn't get a chance to actually show the interview that I was able to do, and I talked with Naki, but I was pretty much talking with him and asking him, what's going on with the squad? It looks like you guys they're just not able to make up their mind. They're overthinking stuff, and that's exactly what they said. And he came down to, guess what John was able to say during the match as well, how important Rondo was. That was the starting match. That was the starting map. They usually use that as a booster in a way.
Launching point.
As a launching point, and it didn't end up going their way. And once again, it looks like 4 Thrives. It's just getting into their heads. They cannot overcome that hump.
You can't let one single game demoralize you to this extent, because we've seen so many fumbles. Even this last game, they were holding on to the side of Potato Hill, and then they just get completely overwhelmed by 3 teams at once because they were playing just a little bit too passive, in my opinion. They have that potential, but I think that in this case, for Group A, I think it's game over.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, what are the chances, right?
Wait a second. For 4 Thrives, you don't think they can make it top 6 right now?
No,
with 2
I don't
matches
think
left?
so. No, from the gameplay I've seen so far, like purely mindset-wise, I think it's over.
Okay, I was just making sure I understood that.
Yeah.
I might be with you, actually. Huh.
I don't even think Alpha 7's going to do it. I think we're going to see them in the survival stage at this point. I mean, with these last 2 matches, the desperation's at an all-time high. I think everything that you're used to playing is just now kind of out the window. And to pull out of a big game is going to be hard. But, I mean, we know they can do it, right? It's just the odds of it, I think, are really low.
Yeah, I mean, normally at this point, be saying, it's fine, guys. Mental reset tonight in the hotel. We'll come back tomorrow. Even, oh, wait a minute. There's no tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
It's exactly. It's just game over instantly. So teams at the bottom, I would say right now, if you are not at risk of falling in the bottom 2, get desperate in Miramar. If you see a fight opportunity, kind of pull the horror card and just start going for big third-party plays, kind of hiking up those elimination points, and that might be your one ticket to making top 6 at the very end, because passiveness, it's not going to be enough to put you in that top 6 with only 2 games remaining.
I know I said top 4 is locked in. And as much as I am...
Oh, here we go. Second thoughts.
As much as I am talking about 4 Thrives, I don't agree with what you said earlier. And I'm thinking about it. I'm like, with just how close everything is, and with the way that some of the squads in the top 6 are already performing, I think all they need, some of these teams, like Alpha 7, we know that that's a squad that can put up maybe up to 20 points. We see them perform really, really well in Miramar. I think they can maybe end up making the jump to that top 6, but it has to start here with this match. I feel like after this match, we will definitely have a bigger picture and a better idea of who's going to be getting to those top 6, who even has a shot on the final game, and who's just going to be hoping that they don't end up in the final too, because they'll go home.
I'm confused. What were you disagreeing with?
I'm disagreeing on also Fourth Thrives. I don't think Fourth Thrives is counted out yet. I think Fourth Thrives can still put up a good performance and push themselves there within contention on the final match to actually make it to top 6. But we have to see more. I need to see eliminations. I need to see not just the placement points. I need to see the Fourth Thrives that everybody wants to see.
I want to see Fourth Thrives committed to their locations on the map. If I see that, I will not give up on them just yet. For me, the way they're playing is not good enough to make a final dash in top 6. That's my main issue.
And that's when they start overthinking it too, right? We kind of see it throughout just for today. They get into a location and they maybe take a fight, and then they just either back away from it or just go do something completely different that makes no sense.
Yeah, really confusing times for Fourth Thrives.
I think out of those two, I mean, I think if anybody has a chance, it's Alpha 7. These guys definitely have all the experience in these kind of like tough make-or-break situations. So, I mean, if any squad can do it, it is them. But the odds are so stacked against them right here, right? You got Furia, who have popped off multiple Smash Point wins in other big events, right? I mean, they are right there on that cusp. They're going to be playing extra aggressive. All those teams in that mid-pack are kind of going to make things more difficult. So it's definitely going to be harder, but I would love to see it. I would love to see some crazy pop-off match from one of these 7th, 8th, place teams on down that just rocket launch them up and just shake things up.
I want to see Voin step up. Sure, they got himself a decent finish here. They got a 2nd place, but only 2 eliminations in the 2nd place. That's really low for a team that gets to the podium. I feel for a team of this caliber with a fragging potential, on like Zed in particular, that was the PMGO SEA MVP for this season in spring. Where's that fragging power that we saw back in SCA? It's not here right now. They're just purely making it at the top of the 2nd page off of placement points. That fragging potential is not there just yet.
So I'm just smiling over here because now being here in Southeast Asia, being in Indonesia, being in Jakarta, I have been hearing rumors that SEA is not what it used to be. And I'm hoping that those questions get answered after this tournament, because right now, SEA, Pandem, luckily for them, it is putting up good numbers, and they're kind of keeping them in contention too, but other squads have not been showing up.
I mean, really, Pandem, I would say, would be the underdog going out of the Indonesian teams of SEA especially, right? You're looking at the bigger names, your Bigotrons, your, not Alter Ego in that case, but usually all the other big names we would be expecting to do well. But no, Pandem qualifying through PMGO Indonesia, able to actually follow through with that initial performance, and Rondo is also going to be important going into the finals. Boy, if they do well on Rondo, Pandem, they could steal it the entire tournament here in those finals.
Yeah, that's so crazy. I mean, with how powerful they are in Rondo and have proven to be over and over, it's not a fluke at this point, right?
Oh, no.
I mean, these guys can pop off for sure. And, we want to see a little bit more consistency at some of the other maps, but, I mean, when you have performances like that, it definitely shows your domination. One thing that I go as I look further down the leaderboards, I think there's 3 squads in particular that have gained a serious fan. Okay, guys? Right? I'm talking about Alula. I'm talking about S2G, and I'm talking about Etch. And that fan is Rosemary, dude. That guy is screaming at the top of his lungs for these 3 teams to pop off right now.
Why do you say that?
Because,
they eliminated
Fourth Thrives is right above him.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sure.
Interesting take.
Is he watching? Maybe he's just angry. I'm not watching PMGO Season 1.
Rosemary who? I'm just kidding.
Oh, my gosh.
He's not here.
Yeah,
Actually, that's a solid question. We were getting asked, who's better? I mean, right now, you would have to say Falag, but if you actually take into contention everything, Rosemary is a much better player with an insane amount of trophies. To speak for himself. Falag has finally started catching some of the other trophies, but this performance right now is not what people want to see.
Well, here we go. For the first time in this tournament, we are going to Miramar. We're headed to the desert, baby. The last 2 matches for Group A. Let's see which teams are going to be able to make that clutch win, that crazy amount of eliminations to rocket launch them straight into the grand finals.
And we're talking earlier about playing paths that we were able to see that we didn't really like in Aaron Gill, especially towards the end. We actually liked the last one. And this playing path right now, Max, I'm not hating it. Straight down the middle.
right over the side of El Picado. El Picado.
El Picado.
El
yeah.
Picado. And over Picado, sending it over to the western side in El Pozo. There you go, El Pozo.
There you go.
Talk about El Pozo. So this is going to be good for Alpha 7, right? And as you stated already here, 7, looking at Alpha 7, they are a team that has, in the past, done really well on the Dusty Dunes. And this could be the map that literally brings them back into the tournament, secures them in the top 6, but they need to get the points on board. And hopefully, no one's going to commit to the hot drop in that city.
Realistically, how many points do we think they actually need? In my mind, I'm going to say 9 points.
9 points. Ooh.
Give me 15 to be safe.
Alrighty. I like the way you think. I was trying to be generous too. I wasn't trying to go too high, but yeah, 15.
Give me
like
50 points.
I think that
We're
could
not in
work.
Rondo, sir.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I forgot. No recall.
No recall indeed, but you know what? It's time to call in our casters with a beautiful circle on Los Leones. Let's take it on over to John Allen and Blake.
We've got a city slap bang in the middle. Los Leones, the main feature of this first circle on Miramar. And we'll see how our teams navigate the terrain around them. We're hoping that there's no hot drops. It looks like we might be going that way. Either a little bit interspersed near E-Arena, near Aura to the north, but I think they're going to be able to settle their differences and split off, get a little bit of a looting phase on this game.
Yeah, you're over towards the plateau around Power Grid. It's not a terrible place to play, around San Martin as well. So I think that this is not a huge issue for them. The Flash also starting in Los Leones is a good spot to begin in. I think that playing path is a little bit tougher than people might expect it to be. It's down towards the southeast side to start off with. So wherever you're getting out, and typically you do want to get out early on Miramar to get those vehicles, you're moving around Los Leones south side, around Puerto Paradiso, around Impala, and then having to wrap around. So it did mean that quite a lot of the north side of the map was unclaimed for quite a while. So teams did have to get a bit of a move on to move into position. Aurora Gaming didn't really have that problem, though. They were able to get straight over towards Chumacera. Everyone knows Chumacera is a great spot to start in. Now, there are a couple of teams that I did want to talk about. The Desk touched on one of them on Alpha 7. I'd like to also talk about Boars, because this is a team that plays really well at long range. Snowex, Vagnazada, very, very good at that. It's why they bring Robs in as well, because he is kind of that CQC guy, the guy that can fight up close combat, but they have Snowex as well as Vagnazada to fill in those gaps, and Terminus is a very good all-rounder on the team as well. So Alpha 7, we are looking for more out of this team. This is their bread and butter. Let's see what they can get done here.
Hopefully they'll find themselves at home on the Dusty Dunes. S2G as well, look at to lift themselves out of the doldrums down in 15th place. That is not where you expect to see a team with such big name brand recognition there. For S2G, this is not the result they were looking for. To go home on day one would be a massive blow, if not to the ego, to the wallet as well.
Yeah, I mean, for the org, S2G is such a well-known, it's a household name as well in Turkey. So I think for them to go out, like actually in 15th, 16th, go home. I do want to remind everyone that we play these groups out. Top 6 goes through, 7th through 14th, through to survival stage. But 15th and 16th, they're gone. They're completely gone. They'll be taking flights home after this. So for S2G, there's still time to fix this, but it's not looking hopeful at the moment.
They definitely can jump up, and quite far, all things considered. We talked about the impact of a single chicken dinner, right? And the point differential between 10th and 6th place is 10 points, right? That's just a chicken dinner on placements alone, and definitely able to try and exceed that with Elim. So very much strikeable for everybody who's 14th and up, and even to an extent from 15th place. As much as it's difficult, it's achievable. However, that boundary is going to move. Right?
Yeah.
So you need to be going further than that.
On a brighter note, I do think for Miramar, it is probably a better place for the guys on S2G anyway. Solke is a little bit of a strategical thinker. Miramar gives him a lot more time to figure out those next steps, where he wants to take the team. Lost historically one of the best long-range players we had seen come out from Turkey. Dominated back on Vikendi in the day from castle positions. He was the one you really wanted to look out for. So again, I think for S2G, Miramar, this is a good spot to start fixing things, making things right. For 7-2-1, on the other hand, 16 points, you know, it's not been bad. They're beginning to do some end games here over on Erangel as well, on tough circles. Yeah, I think that when we're listening back to the desk here, John, there is one clear sentiment that's brought up multiple times, which is based off the gameplay so far. That's brought up so much, and I think it is a really big thing to take away from some of our squads, particularly Alpha 7, who have been fairly quiet other than that rondo at the start of the day.
16 points to show for it on the day for 3 of our rosters. Wanting to push a little bit further. Etch, the team that most desperately wants to push further. Okay, hang on a minute. We've got a crash. The Boars are in. Over to 7-2-1. No knocks on the run-up. They're looking to find something, but the first goes down, 2 goes down. Rehan is on a tear today. He's doing so much work. 3 players have fallen for the Boars. They are getting swept aside. Where do they go?
Oh my goodness me, there is a roar from the player stage. They are laughing at that push coming through from Boars. It got shut down so quickly.
I mean, Rehan is an absolute madman. That was insane. He held on his building. There were 3 players from the Boars going in. He's just tearing straight through them.
On a more important note, that is an absolute miserable push there for Boars. Knowing they're in 6th place right now, they've got 1 game to rectify this. And this is after I made a big hullabaloo about this team being good on Miramar.
Well, they won't be able to show it this time around. That is really tough stuff on the bubble. With Furia breathing down their neck. 1 point difference. GOAT team, Voin, Chaikere, all looking to try and just push past that boundary. I don't think that Boars end this match in the top 6.
Absolutely not. I think for Boars, what they'll come away with is a good springboard to get back into the top 6, but that's about it. But the pressure is going to be so high for them going into that final match of the day. I don't know how well this team's going to deal with it. They're a newly formed squad. They've been practicing together quite a while. This is their time to bring things together at a global. I think that stress is going to get to them. I mean, it would get to me.
Hopefully they...
not me.
Yeah, hopefully they're not you. And will have a cooler head to prevail through this difficulty. Of course, the history of all of these players, they're no stranger to stage pressure.
They're not,
But
no.
the shortness of this match set really, really compounds it, right? It's going to be only 1 opportunity after only a day of games. And that is a very tough pill to swallow. Very likely we see them in to the survival at least. Okay, here's the cross angles, here's the holdout. So it wasn't just Rehan on the inside. The rest of his team were very much pivotal on holding out that push.
Yeah, there was some great off angles coming through, some amazing shots. It's a great setup as well from them. And I think they understood they were going to get pushed at some point. And that setup is extremely strong from 7-2-1. So they were very ready for it. But looking over towards the southeast side of the map is where we're going to head, over towards Impala and the crossroads that sit in this location. There's high ground down towards that southeast side, and the sprawling city of Los Leones also included. So this really cuts things up a little bit, right? You have the north side towards La Bendita, but this is kind of barren land. You don't want to sit in Los Leones too deeply because then getting out is going to be hard. Do you want to commit towards the southeast side on that high ground? I don't know. There's some difficult decisions for the team to make in the future here.
I'm interested in the teams that are chasing right now. For GOAT team, this is great, right? They're in 8th place. They've already got an elim. They are really starting to hound down that 6th place. But for Furia, on the other side of Los Leones, they are actually right next to Voin Chaikere. So there could be a battle to decide who gets the chance to take on GOAT team on the south side. It is very much this group of 3 teams that is chasing that are all in the same location on the circle. The Boars want this to go really badly.
They want that to stop. Can that stop, please? But yeah, I think that even for these teams, Aurora Gaming, they're on the pursuit right now. They're heading up back towards the side of Furia. They're heading through that south side of Los Leones. Ida here, trying to escape. They're right on the funnel. And this is the problem La Bendita causes. Teams have to move around the side, which more often than not, pushes teams closer together. So you have Alpha 7, you've got Pandem, you've got Ida. Ida now has to make this big swing towards the east, towards Impala. They're likely going to run into Alpha 7 at some point, and because Alpha 7 took a bit of a wider wrap earlier on, they have priority on the zone.
They are just coming into the west ground of Impala right now, and Ida going to be potentially pushing in behind them. difficult hold, or Ida could try and actually go further east, try and escape Alpha 7 altogether, wrap around Impala maybe? I mean, that's a really bold decision if they go for it.
You could swing warehouses potentially, but that's a living spot. That's not a get a big game spot.
I think, to be fair, I think it might be a good option for them. We're into stage 2, so the blue zone's survivable. You imagine that maybe there's someone in Impala already. You go around the back of those mountains. Yeah, I think it's doable, but they actually are going to go through Impala and maybe take a similar sort of spot a little bit closer to the zone.
Well, you can grab high ground, right? Above church, it's not a bad idea. It gives you a lot of position to scout from, figure out your next move. So I think for Ida, this is not too bad. Let's take stock of the rest of the circle, though. S2G currently playing a 2-2 split across the road. It's not a bad position. It is a bit of a gamble, though, getting away from this spot. As more and more teams come in, they will have more sight lines looking over towards that northeast side. So S2G hoping for that northeast shift. Aurora Gaming actually were able to kind of snake their way through Los Leones, but that's the circle that S2G is looking for. That's decent, that's workable.
They are on the northern side of it a little bit, but a lot of the teams are already to their south. Getting through this cut, you do need to be moving fast with a direct target. For Alpha 7, if they've scouted out that there's the building 3 south towards this junction, they might look to try and push up towards it, but it's more likely that they just sort of stop, chill out where they are. There is a little bit of cover to be playing around there with the roadside, with those roadside positions as well. They could potentially just stop off there. Ida not going to challenge them. They're all the way on east on Impala already. It's this south side that's starting to become a little bit of a boiling point.
Yes, it's around a lot of the high ground as teams start to push out of it. Fury are passing by Voin at the moment, quiet as they can, to be honest with you, trying to not alert them to their presence so they get ahead of them, they should take them out earlier. Go, though, opening up over towards Aurora. Aurora trying to push further and further through. This is the team that's coming into the circle with limited information, John. It's a high nade. It's a big toss coming through from Ayato. It goes a little bit, swings far. That next one looks fairly decent, but that one also swings down the hillside. An unfortunate bounce on it.
Just a little bit over the lip. It's not going to connect. The spray downs look pretty good, though. Pretty solid. Force.
Wow.
Okay, that was Focus who managed to get that one out in the open. That wasn't from the angle that we had there, but still able to do a lot of damage. And with Reapers dispatched on the off angle, the nades are going to continue to bombard. Connects on that one. Top re-knock. Doc and Ziol now, 2 players alive for Aurora. Looking to try and pick up the pace here. Try to get those reses. Try to move out and get the res out in the open. It looks like they've managed to look for it and go lose a player to a knock from Edge.
Edge getting a knock here is a big deal for Aurora Gaming. They are under the vice right now, and it is squeezing at the moment towards them. They're able to get a player out down towards the party bus, get themselves a quick res as well. In the meantime, it's a tough position to leave for Aurora Gaming, but this is a tough game to leave early anyway. They're currently in 4th place. They get a decent game here. They pretty much secure their top 6 going into the final game.
That's what you're looking for. Top 6 is what it's all about. Get through to the finals directly. Aurora Gaming, they are really not having a good day. I mean, yeah, that's an immediate double knock. There is really no way now that they can get out to get those reses. They're playing on us too. The question is, how far can they go? Grab 6 points on this game, 4 points on this game. That may just be enough to be able to secure that top 6 spot for them, and they will have to try and play a commiserative game now.
Yeah, Goat just put the hoof on them. Did not let go. Aurora Gaming unable to get away from it, but yeah, this is a survival game now for the final 2 players in Reefus. Well, his compadre in that location. I mean, it's the only way to go about this. Reefus is a good player to still have up and kicking on the squad. Really has been pulling his weight today on the team. Circle moves far down towards the southeast side. This is just horrendous terrain all around. Teams are going to have to play a real blinder to get this to work for themselves. But first, many teams are going to get themselves out from that north side and also the west. You got Pandem, 4 Thrives, the Flash all trying to make this squeeze on the western edge. They don't want to pass through on this open ground on that north side. It is a tough ask for a lot of these squads.
Alula with now 1 player left standing, losing the player in between the silos to a Ida put pressure on. Will continue to do so. Just claws now remaining for Alula. S2G regroup, Blank. They've moved out to their east point and are potentially looking to put their nose into the south of their spots. That regroup necessary and done without any disaster.
Yeah, they hear the degradation of Alula on this south side, right? They can see the players going down in the Elim feed. They decide maybe this is a good time to start moving across here whilst teams down there are distracted. For Claws, it's not likely he's going to clap back too much over towards them, so this is a good opportunity to start moving. Ida as well as Alpha 7. This has been a hard game for them. It's been tricky on this east side, and they have had to pull off some tricks of their own to make their way out of it. Ida did take that high ground as we suggested. Now they've got Rita scouting down towards the south side on those warehouses. It's playing out pretty much as we expected. The flash, though, coming up against 4 Thrives. This is not what they wanted to happen. There is a knock over towards Zeus. 4 Thrives fighting for their lives here.
Needing to put these points on the board. Team Flash want to take it away from them. Zeus still knocked, but not flushed just yet. Falak leading the charge with T24 as well. Entering the building. IQ trying to play backstop, but those angles will be diminished. The power of his position will be taken away. Bozy on the off angle there. Might be in for a nice nade out to the back line, but a 1-for-1 trade on the inside. And Team Flash keep control of their down players. A big pickup there, and Topsy looking to get the res early. In the meantime, GOAT team are taking casualties across the way, and they are trying to chime into this fight too.
You're right, John. I mean, having the control over towards the bodies is a big deal here, but Bozy doesn't want to let it up. You've also got 721 poising themselves off in the distance, and this is further in towards the circle, so this looks like a death spiral for both teams.
4 Thrives now with IQ and T24, but they're knocked down to just the 1. The angles are low, and the points are just getting slurped up from those angles. In comes 721. With Valak still on his feet, he won't find himself there for much longer. Now T24 has a chance to step up to the plate. Goes for 1. Can he find more? I don't think he's going to be able to do it. And 4 Thrives fall on the east point of Los Leones.
20 points found this game, but teams ahead of them starting to gain a little bit of steam, a little bit of action inside of this map, and they continue to go further, marching towards that 6th place position. GOAT is right on the cusp, 28 points. Furia still chasing. Furia really hasn't had to move all that much, though. They've been playing down towards the south side, so haven't had to get too involved in any fights. But they're looking for the chicken dinner this match. That would be ideal for them, but undoubtedly, with the way that the points are stacking up, balls will be dropping out.
And imagine if Boars had won that fight. They would be where 721 is right now. 6 elims, looking good, able to play on this west side. They would be securing their spot, but their crash goes poorly. But they do not find that fight a great...
That's putting it nicely.
Yeah, poorly. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm being kind to them. But this circle looks to be pretty kind to the teams up on the north side as well. This south approach is still nasty. And Voinchikari and Furia, the 2 of the teams that are chasing for that 6th place spot, are kind of cut out on this.
Yeah, it's an awkward terrain, though, with things starting to dip down towards edge right now. So it's going to be a lot of edge gameplay going forward in this game for a lot of teams. GOAT will be looking to hold out versus E-Arena down towards the southwest. Horror really don't need to do much more, but they're contending for it. And now they're up against S2G, and S2G desperately needs these points.
Ooh, GOAT do get stopped there in their tracks, but not before they take the bubble away as well. In the meantime, they are now in 6th, but by only the 1 point. So it's really, really still very much all to play for. As we hop on over back to what we got on our screens, S2G on the north side, over towards E-Arena on the southwest side as well. Trying to make their way in and secure their spot too.
Nice.
S2G on the hold. Nades flying, and Sky doesn't quite take the full lick of damage.
Gotta say, right now, the smoke train came through. Some good bait on the utility, but S2G was patient. They pulled the pins, they put them back in, and they waited for this moment as Horror moved up. Again, I like the bait coming through from Horror, but it just has not worked here, and it's a fantastic nade posted round the side, and S2G come out looking squeaky clean. Not can be said for Alpha 7, though, as they take more and more casualties, and they are down in 13th place, just 17 points, the previous PMGC champions.
And they may become the bubble team after this match as well, with S2G looking strong on the north side. The placement's going to be kicking in soon. Alpha 7 draw far too short for their own liking. Alpha 7 being on the bubble of elimination going into the final match, Blank, is an insane story.
It is almost criminal. It would be a real shame not to see them move through to at least the survival stage. A team that's looking for the Grand Slam to win at every single big global around the world. It'll be a huge upset if it does come true. We'll have to wait and see. Still one more map in us today.
The last Miramar to go. I mean, two of the teams that we were saying, oh, maybe they favor Miramar, it's going to be good. Boars and Alpha 7 have now both gone kaput.
Wash.
And it is a wash for both of those two teams. They are in a real bad place right now. Boars are happier, all things considered. They would like to go directly, but they're still very much confirmed in towards those survival stages, pretty much no matter what. So it's all eyes on S2G to see if they can take down one of their big brand rivals, right?
Oh, yeah.
Alpha 7 versus S2G, not for first place.
Scrapping
not
out.
Not even for third place. Not even for sixth place. For a spot in the survivals.
Just scrapping it out towards the bottom of the lobby. For Edge here, they're hoping to get some points. And right now, with that position, it's looking likely. Unless something absolutely disastrous happens here to Edge, you'd assume that they'd be making it through. Aurora Gaming, they do have Reefus. He's out on the sidelines. He's just waiting. Biding his time, looking for those placement points. Again, for Aurora Gaming, those placement points, anything they get here is good. They just don't want to drop out the top 6. It's a massive boon going straight towards those grand finals. Takes a lot of the pressure off.
Ooh, a lot of damage to Furia. They've taken a knock. Eagle now going low as well. There are off angles coming on through. Ida making it tough. Furia going down to a lot of shots. A knock came through from Point Chikari as well. I mean, this is good news for the Boars. If this south side resolves with both of those two teams going down, it means that no one's going to accelerate away from them. But if one of them earns the points from the other, that's still not good news either.
I do think for Fury here, yes, they had this south side, but they needed to start posting up scouts, right? That's the big thing they need to have happen. They need to secure this eastern side as teams came in, because Ida's going to cause a big amount of problems for them. Might even cause some casualties. Right now, they are dealing with it successfully, though. There's still players in the back there with Emre, Swain, as well as Darkin. But they've got the bead on Fury now, which is kind of a problem.
It is a real tough going for them. A nice pickup comes through. Over towards Swain, and Ayala looks for the flush. That one will be snaffled away. Furia move up into 7th, so the Boars drop one place further. More potentially on the cards, and maybe the Goats are next up to go down. With the placement points also kicking in fairly soon, they may be able to guarantee breaking that tie against Goat team in that 6th place. 7-2-1 may have finally met their match in the arena, as his only Joker to get knocked here. Looks like they're going to be able to put that one back together. Mormon steps forward, has got the spray down for the backup with his teammates. Wow. Okay, that was way too dangerous for my liking. Now they need to get the reses on pretty quickly because Arena have to move.
I mean, that was pretty intense, dude. Very, very intense. Almost was disastrous for them. Furia moving up over towards the remnants of Ida. Good shots coming through from Darkin. Emre is down. Darkin trying to keep it all together. Finds 2, but it's not enough.
Furia able to roll over the spot, but at what cost? They do jump up into 6th. They are flagging now, though, and S2G are over the hill. Their chance to put more points on the board as they get their position on the east side. A big flex out for them. Pandem as well on the southwest edge. Looking to try and hamper Arena as they leave the spot to crash in towards Etch, of all teams, in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, Etch is just trying to get themselves out from that bottom side of the tables. S2G clean up Furia. Now, the huge thing here is now the tables get so incredibly tight for the top 6. You're 28, 29, 32, 35. It's all possible on that next game, even for 7-21. Voin is also going to post up some big points here, potentially, from this south side. The last game is going to be monumentally difficult.
It's so close on these tables. I mean, even on the 11th, on the 14th place bubble, it's going to be a tough go of it, right? Because you're talking about ones of points between these teams.
Yeah.
Even if that's the case, right? You're talking tiebreakers at this stage to see who's going to be able to jump through. S2G have elevated themselves here, Blank, out of 15th place. They are into 14th. And they will be jumping up further as well. The question is how far. Of course, the placement points guaranteed to them when they finish their game will guarantee to push them further. But the question is how far. With 5 elims, an eastern side flank onto the majority of this lobby, they could go far.
They could. I mean, It's a hard one, man. Our format right now is like riding a unicycle through a barbed line tunnel, trying to get towards that top 6. I do really feel for the players in this situation, but you got to give it your all here. It's the only way. For Voin, they're still looking strong on that south side, but S2G, it's been a good performance so far. Mormon, great nade over towards the guys on Pandem. They are looking battered and bruised, but they immediately went for the res, and Mormon just has to post another one. It's the easiest second nade of his life.
And he looks for more as well. Gets a knock, gets another point, and Pandem cannot find their feet here in the solo scrap out. More nades still in the pocket for Mormons, and he wants to post them over. Not quite connecting, just into the buggy in time. He may be running dry now on the nades, though. Doesn't have any more in the pocket. Has to try and burn out the ridgeline. Pandem try and divert. Etch now up to bat against Pandem. Playing as
left
three.
the building, though.
They have left the building. They flexed out. They've pushed up. They were trying to third party. And the internal team now has to deal with it. The first knock is good, though, and a lot of damage done besides. Speed nades in through the corridor, tries to bounce it, looks good for the knock, but he gets the flush instead. The long range, but there's a player behind him. They need to be worried about him on the inside. Oh no, he's given them the turnaround. And the solo now for Pandem may have opened up Etch.
Dimsy looking to make this happen. Fajita goes incredibly low. Dimsy's going to go for the first aid kit at the same time as Fajita. He'll hit his first and can peek first. Moves over towards the backside, towards the paneling. Tries to get towards the top of the stairs here on the decking. But Fajita in a troubling spot now. For Etch, they made a classic mistake. Left the building whilst all the players were still in vehicles. But very quick decision making from Pandem. You've got to give them that.
They made that choice and they're going to stick to it. Fajita on the door frame, though, puts them out of their misery. And I mean, this is the best spot we've seen from Etch for a while, as Voin Chaikari now tried to step up, but they've got Reefus to handle. They'll be able to do it. Another team falls, and another set of placement points adding to that tally of Voin Chaikari.
But still, 3 points there for the guys over on Aurora Gaming in terms of placements. Reefus gets them far into that game. Etch stays alive, and it looks like Voin's going to take it all. And for a team that was looking a little bit worse for wear on the tables, they had not many points at the start of the day. This is a real turnaround.
Points now at a premium for S2G on 7 elims. A chicken dinner, getting a 17 to 20 point game. Would put them in the running going into the final match for a 6th place spot. And I mean, it just goes to show how volatile this one-day format is for these qualification spots. It's very likely that they've already done enough to solidify their position out of the bubble on the bottom side, but how much further can they go? Voin Chaikari as well, looking to try and jump up into that 6th place spot.
Yeah, what else can they grab here? For S2G, the way they're lining themselves up, they've got an MG3 as well, which is nice. But for S2G, the way that they're lining themselves up, it looks very much like they're trying to set themselves up for a big endgame win.
What you need to be doing, Voin Chaikari try and step out and immediately lost. Sends him to the belt.
They've got 2 loot crates, man. I mean, this is S2G games to lose.
It's going central on this next circle. It's closing already. It's going to push everyone out into the open. These buildings will have to be vacated. Fajita proving to be a bit of a thorn in the side here, and potentially ruining the day coming on through with a big knock around the door frame. Now they have to step forwards. Are they not going to commit for the res? I don't think they are. They don't feel like they have time. He's going to get flushed away. The nade not connecting. And there's another angle as S2G roll in. Etch may have been able to snaggle a 2nd place out of this if he plays it well, but he's on the door frame. There's one, and Etch nearly finds a 2nd as well. Voin Chaikari now will fall down, and S2G don't need that lineup. They march forward, and they take a crucially timed chicken dinner.
Like we were saying, Soul K, give him time to think, give him time to prosper here on Miramar, and he'll make it happen. This is a good game for them. But again, I think for S2G, they've got a lot of players on side, a lot of global experience. That's the veteranship that you need here, where it's looking grim, it's looking dark at the end of the day. The sun is going down, but you're still putting up points.
And points, as I said, are at a massive premium right now. They are so valuable to these teams. jumping up to get into that fight for 6th place. The tables are so close, and with S2G adding a whole bunch of points to the bottom of the table, they not only put themselves in the running, they've taken teams like Alpha 7 out of the running, who are now on the bubble at the bottom of the table. Alpha 7, Blank. Am I saying it right? Alpha 7?
You are. This is probably the scariest final Miramar of the year so far for all teams involved. A quick pass through to the top 6, or do you go home right now?
What is happening? What is going on today? This is absolute madness. First off, okay, before we get into all that, gotta give the props to S2G, man. I mean, whoa, talk about last minute clutch. I know their owner is doing a little viewer party here, and he absolutely popped off with that win, and I completely understand why.
We were wondering if it was going to be Alpha 7. It was a team that was in the bottom 2, Max.
Oh, no.
Being able to just push themselves all the way up now in contention to make it to top 6.
Where was this S2G on the first 4 games of today? As you say here, Ultrix, it's about time, because this was literally such a good executed game 2 there. The 3-1 split on a northern eastern compound outside of Impala. They get pushed upon by Hora, and they regroup onto that defense and actually just shut down Hora pretty much instantly. It did not even look like a fight, in my opinion. And then even a third party over to the eastern side, 7 from S2G onto Furia. They're looking so confident, looking to be so aggressive, and the timing is so strong too. So, I mean, yeah, this game alone at least here, 7, does make sure they're not going to be in the bottom 2 after that last Miramar.
They're still going to have a chance to either go to survival or maybe end up in the top 6, because honestly, once we end up seeing the overall, due to teams performing so well today, they just have compacted that leaderboard so much, and I can't wait to see how much compacted it's actually going to be. How many points? Is it going to be 1? Is it going to be 2?
I mean, look at these replays. We just saw more. With all the nades, he just destroyed all of Pandem with like 4 or 5 grenades in a row. It's crazy moments.
Ajil. Ayo, boy. Pedin. Berdua guys. 2 1 Waduh. Mati sana boy. Ke belakang boy.
Absen, Cok.
As you can see, the final blow, they'd love to be able to hear some player comms, but oh, what craziness. And I gotta give some love to Etch as well, man. Those guys fighting for their lives towards the end there with that shotgun, just trying to keep their tournament hopes still in the game, right?
But actually a very big mistake from Etch this game, I think, which is they had a strong compound, kind of also protecting Reefus in the meantime. It was very interesting, that dynamic. But then they sent it to the western side, looking to be aggressive on Pandem, and Pandem are like, if you're fighting us, your compound is free. So we're going to go for a quick pivot and try and snatch it away for ourselves. And actually, it kind of disrupted the entire game plan of Etch. So I feel like they took it a little bit too aggressive here, and they missed out on what could have been a very strong podium finish.
Yeah, crazy strong podium finish indeed here. But man, I'll tell you one thing as well. One team that was starting off very, very slow and suddenly started really heading off for the races here. It's got to be 7-2-1 here, 7.
Yeah, well, we're giving credit there to Edge. We got to give credit to 7-2-1 because my goodness, that defense that they had on board was absolutely spectacular. Not only that, I think it was Rehan that was able to get 2 players with that DBS, and they just shut down the push from Boar so quick that I don't even think Boar was expecting it to happen. It was just in the blink of an eye, and 7-2-1 was on top.
We didn't know we queued for TDM. That was really quick. What's going on? But no, especially the fact that Boar went out. They were the cutoff team, right? In 6th position. They went out, followed up by then Go, and then who was remaining there? It was Furia. They got actually a decently strong finish there at the very end. So maybe Furia could be looking to make a final jump in the top 6 and be the one team from Brazil to be in top 6, which we wouldn't expect.
I mean, they are the champions.
Yeah. I mean, it can totally happen. I mean, they got that clutch factor in them. We've seen it before, right? And one game to really rule them all here at this end game. It's actually absolutely wild. And I wish there was some cameras on us during that boar fight, because all of a sudden, the whole entire lobby just started, like, there was players laughing, cracking up. We were like, what's going on here? And just, I mean, a crazy reaction, especially when you're on that cutoff. We're going into the last game here, guys, and we got to talk about it. Alpha 7, right? These guys are so far down the leaderboards. Why am I a little scared, 7? Why am I just a little bit nervous? I don't like this.
You don't like something that we haven't taken into consideration?
What?
It's a previous rivalry that happened before.
Oh my goodness.
Not S2G versus Alpha 7, but what's one team? I'm gonna test you on this. I'm gonna put you on the spot. What's one team that had a rivalry with Alpha 7 in the past? It starts with an H.
What, Horror?
Yes, sir.
Oh, back in PMWC last year. Oh, that one.
Sir.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And that's a team, Horror Esports, is a team that's currently in the top 6.
Oh,
and
no.
we've seen it in the past. Usually this happens in the final day. And this, even though it is the first day of PMGO Season 1, it is the final day for Group A. And I'm expecting some people to just throw a little bit of a BM.
No one's going to let that go if you go from world champion to bottom 2 of your group, right?
Brother.
That is going to be held against him for the longest time, and that's going to be some good meme material for S2G.
Dude, well, I mean,
I was talking about Dynasty at the beginning of the show. I was talking about them maybe
They're going
becoming
for the triple crown. It is
best
a dynasty
team
but a bad one.
ever. all right.
No, hey, settle down. Settle down here, guys. You know what? You make a crazy point there, 7, right? Because, I mean, if you're going to go and you have so much money on the line here, you got the Esports World Cup right around the corner, right? If you can do something to get the championship team out here now, right?
Oh, wait.
You're thinking what I'm thinking?
I'm thinking if Loops do well in the other group, and we do see Fiore make it here, they
Alpha
drop
7.
down. There's only 2 slots for Americas. We don't have Alpha 7 at PMWC.
Goodness.
Ooh.
No defending champion? Ooh.
I got goosebumps. I can't lie. I got goosebumps there.
At least we have Yangon, so that's
a
something.
possibility. If they... Are they going to get...
They already
It almost
invited.
feels, I feel like we're just talking dirty. This doesn't feel right. I mean, that's absolute crazy.
I like that we both clicked on that too. I was
Neuron
like, Alpha
activated.
7 might not even make it to PMWC. Interesting.
Unreal, guys. This is where it all comes down to. I mean, this new format, I love it. I gotta say, this is just straight chaos here at this moment. I love to see it.
Now, the reason why you love to see it is because it's freaking mayhem.
That's
and we love
right.
mayhem. That's exactly why.
Oh, man, absolute mayhem here. Of course, we're live in Jakarta, Indonesia, going into that last match of Miramar. But you know what? We'll be right back after this short break.
Allu'la tanımıyorum. GK. Ben ETS'yi de tanımıyorum. GK. GK. Ele ya.
Oi, rapaziada, eu sou o Rivo, sou jogador da Alpha 7 Sports.
E aí, galera, eu sou o Carrilho, jogador da Alpha 7.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben Keç.
Ben de Scarface.
Hello, aku Regi.
Hello, aku Raizak.
Hello, I'm Falak from Team 4 Tribes. Hi guys, I'm IQ from Team 4 Tribes and today we are doing PMGO Season 1 main event prediction.
Chimpando. Vamos começar assim já?
Eliminado, acho que é demais.
Ô galera, lembrando que eu torço pra todo mundo.
X-Force, Frida. Kau di sini lah ya. Sorry.
Which team is this? I don't know about them as well, so I will just put them there. No head guys.
Fortrice top 3 yapar diyorum.
Yapar, kesin yapar. Mortiki. Kasih.
Here. I know about them. They are a very new team. Place them where 40 noob.
Gaming Stars. Ben top 5, top 6
Hemen senin için yerleri değiştireyim mi? Hemen yerleri değiştiriyorum şuraya.
O LF. Top 3.
Rapaz, tem muito time, viu? Tem muito time ainda, viu?
Time USA.
Next team is all. I think they are really a good team, so I will just put them there.
Bana Ulf geldi.
Hemen.
Hemen orta şu eğlensem mi acaba?
Şunları ele sen koy onu.
Bigetron.
Vitality. Vitality gibi oldu. Bigetron.
Vitality yazıyor. Aqui?
É, certeza. Não, coloca mais em cima,
Fight'tan da kaçmıyor.
Bence tam 5 top 6 yani şuralara gidiyor.
I got Aurora Gaming 100% champion material.
Tamo junto.
Looks, mana ada? Sini. Di situ aja.
Allı da tanımıyorum.
GK.
Ben ETS'yi de tanımıyorum.
GK.
GK ele ya.
5 more eliminated. Maybe one can be Etish. I think we will choose the teams we don't know much about them. So I think Etish, Wolves, 7. Wah, Lila udah ada. Berapa? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ya, dan
Sebenarnya bisa aja ini bisa nih taruh di sini, tapi sama ini juga bisa nih. Nah, tapi enggak.
Bu takımın kesinlikle gidebileceğini düşünüyorum. Tanımıyorum. O yüzden eliyorum. Yani Allah'ı hiç tanımıyorum. O yüzden eliyorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6. takım nerede abi?
Onlar
Buradaymış. Orada direkt buraya koyalım.
Onlar
böyle.
kendinden elendi zaten. Fortree'yi de 3'e koymamızın sebebi yani güçlü bir takım. Sonuçta onlar da şampiyon olarak geliyorlar.
we are just noob team.
Yeah.
अबे हमें आई चाहिए तो सबको eliminated में डाल। मेरे को ऐसा नहीं teams को elimination में डालते हैं।
Quem vai ficar top 1 é a 7, top 2 a Aurora, top 3 o LF, justo. Acho que a FL briga pelo top 3, Lux pode brigar pelo top 3, Fúria também pode brigar com a T. É brincadeira aqui os parceiros da R8, da VC, da Enigma. Tamo junto, viu? Eu tô só brincando com vocês. Mas vocês quiserem vir pra cima também, pode vir.
Oke, jadi inilah prediksi versi kita.
We just rank these teams based on our knowledge, so don't get mad.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. E eu desejo muita sorte pra todo mundo que vai jogar essa PMGO.
Bye bye.
Play more than go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A billion drops begin to glow. Flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show.
A no-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No royal blood, just the drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas.
Fire in my mind. Running through the sky. Play more than go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A billion drops begin to glow. Flame on and go. The soul is in our control. Flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show. Flame on. Flame on.
And we're back getting ready for the last match here for Group A, the Group of Death. And we got some crazy squads at the bottom of the leaderboards that have contention of possibly being eliminated right here, right now. 6 teams are going to be moving on over to those grand finals. Now, hopefully we'll get the overall leaderboard soon so we can really break it down. But when it comes to those overalls, just kind of looking at some of those numbers and crunching them, I think we may have top 4 or 5 teams pretty much locked at this point, right? So, I mean, if you're looking to go to the grand finals and you're one of those mid-pack teams on down, there's pretty much only like 1 slot available. So, I mean, just how crazy is this last match going to be?
It's going to be hectic. So many teams are going to get so desperate because I think we both agree, right? Top 5 locked in right now. And we saw Boar were holding that point threshold, that entry point to top 6, go out early to 7-2-1, then go overtake it. They go out, then Fury overtake it. Are they still in top 6? I really don't know. Actually, you were theorizing just now, Seven, that maybe S2G could be in top 6, or at least close.
I think with that performance, honestly, I would be surprised if they are not in top 6 because of just of how compact. I know I've said this multiple times, and I feel like I sound like a broken record, but it's just the way that this format kind of allows things. It's just of how compact everything is. One good performance like that can send you from being in 15th place all the way up to top 6.
Imagine you bottom 2 and you qualify.
That's
like
crazy.
How do we get here?
It's unreal. I mean, it's unreal. And this is the craziness of just 6 matches all by itself, right? Now, you see all that crazy chaos coming into play here, okay? What do you think is going through the mind of Alpha 7 here, right? Do you play your normal game? You have to kind of adapt, obviously, and we know they can adapt, right? Do you think they're going to kind of go more aggressive off the rip, slow things down? What do you think?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh.
You're the Alpha 7 guy.
Oh, no, actually, I am usually the Alpha 7 guy. I want to know what you think what Alpha 7 is going to do.
Oh. If I were them, genuinely, I would just try and make it to the late game, low eliminations, just avoid bottom 2. I would give up on top 6, avoid bottom 2.
I mean,
that should be your main focus.
Obviously, right?
Yeah.
But there is that back of their heads that they know absolutely nobody likes Alpha 7 usually, and everybody wants to have beef with Alpha 7. So I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing some team hunting Alpha 7 and say, hey, remember those 2025 PMGC champions? Guess what? We knocked them out of the first global event in 2026. I feel like that's pretty good bragging rights.
What if S2G and Horo just like, let's go El Pozzo?
But the thing is, S2G is still trying to qualify. Even if they are in top 6, they're barely going to be within that threshold. So I don't really have them in contention to be one of those teams that tries to hunt down Alpha 7. I do have Hora in contention to being one of those teams that tries to hunt down Alpha 7 and just sends a nice little reminder of who's the top dog.
The boss since PMWC. Could be happening, really. I mean, S2G was just more of a meme, really. I would enjoy it for what
I would love it. I would
on
love
Instagram,
it.
or the memes would be just like S+ tier, chef's
We're going
kiss.
to be seeing trash bags all over the place.
Yeah, because we know where they drop, right? El Pozzo. And I do want to say this last game on Miramar, the circle was very unkind to them. Very eastern. They dropped to the western side. They're trying to go for that wide northern rotation. Very late to make it into the zone and instantly get gate kept. But unfortunately, we're running out of excuses for Alpha 7. Even if you do get a bad circle, this is a team that, as we said, they're the world champions of PMGC in 2025. A bad circle is not good enough of an excuse for them to be in the bottom 2.
Okay, now, I was talking to you earlier, right? I was like, man, being bottom 2 in this tournament's crazy, right?
Yeah.
And you did tell me, right, that to be bottom 2, you got to have a really, really rough time. It's like, there's no way we're going to see a top team ever down there, right? And we actually have that possibility right here, which is wild. Personally, what I'm going to be looking for when it comes to this game here, if we do have a good El Pozo playing path, and if they don't drop in El Pozo, then I know for sure Alpha 7 are in their heads, and they're going to be mixing some things up. But you know what? Okay. We'll just wait to see what happens when it comes to A7. Let's talk about some other squads, okay? One team I know you really want to talk about in that mid-pack that's going to be really hunting to get those eliminations here, right? It's going to be Voin, right?
Yeah, I mean, very reliant on placement points. They got 2 second places back-to-back, one of those being on Erangel, next to Potato Hill, and now we have this one happening right on the outskirts of Impala getting a second place, but a lot more eliminations. They were just so passive in the past. They showed a bit of a resurgence, a bit of a showcase of what they can do fragging-wise, and this is the mindset change that I think could be enough to put them up in that top 6, especially when Goat went out early, Balls went out early, Fiora didn't get a massive game this time around. So I think it's going to be maybe Voin competing directly with S2G for that final top 6 position.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I respect it.
Any other squad 7 in particular? Do you think they could surprise us here in this last one?
Surprises either good or in a bad way. I feel like Boar throughout the whole day, they have been that team that has been in contention there for that 5th, that 6th, that 7th place, and you just don't know what they're gonna end up doing. You honestly can't tell. If you were to tell me that team's gonna end up qualifying, I would believe you. If you're gonna end up telling me that team's gonna end up going to survival chance, I will believe you as well, because they're just not having a crazy, insane performance. They're doing what they need to, but in this last match, they need to get that little extra oomph to get them over the edge and make sure they stay within the top 6.
I mean, actually, it's very important for Boars to qualify for the finals because they need to be top 4, while the other squad that qualified first place from Western Europe, if they don't make it to the finals, that's the single opportunity to qualify for PMWC. If they don't make it in top 4, PMWC, for Bohr. It's completely out of the question, which a roster of this caliber from Western Europe, you would expect them to qualify, but that might just be the opportunity for them to miss out on one of the biggest events of 2026.
Man, I'm really wondering how this last game's going to go, guys. I'm wondering if we're just going to see that kind of craziness last match that we've seen in other tournaments in the past where just teams just start going bananas and we only got like 20 people in circle number 5. Like, or do we see everybody just turtle up, right?
Yes.
And just play things? What do you think? You think that's going to be the way to go?
I think usually teams play very passive, play very scared when there's just so much on the line. I would say if you're safely away from bottom 2, then you can be a little bit overly aggressive, be willing to take fights, and maybe some other squads would not be willing to commit to. But if you are a few points away from bottom 2, like maybe Alpha 7, really you just got to be avoiding every fight like the plague just to make sure your adventure continues in PMGO Season 1.
Yeah, I would love to see where like, I know like the top 3 teams, right? We're talking about Hora, we're talking about Pandem. E-Arena has been able to put up good performances today too. I want to see where actually Aurora Gaming is at, because that's one squad that's what we were saying in the past. They're really able to perform, but we haven't seen that wow performance out of this squad. And I want to see if we're going to end up seeing that, or depending on where they are in the leaderboard leading up to this, if they can maybe try to do a little bit more action, if they can maybe hunt down some teams, or if they're going to maybe try to target somebody else, because I know that's one squad that will definitely do it.
They'll send Doc alone in the fray, 1v4.
Don't Molotov yourself.
No, yeah, that's the one issue. His biggest enemy is his own Molotov. But,
I looked at him, and he just went, I don't know what happened.
It happens, bro. Misclick. What can you do about it? But no, Aurora, I think, had actually a really good start, because I was expecting them to start a little bit slow, so really good initial kickoff in this PMGO LAN event. But yeah, at the end, only one slot remaining. You got a few teams in contention here, but it's down to the wire, down to a final Miramar to see if you do make it straight to the finals, or if you have to make it through the depth of the survival stage.
I'm going to take over the host role just for a quick second.
Bring it.
Jukes, Max, and myself, we're going to go in that order. Predictions.
You've read my mind.
All right, predictions. Who is going to be getting in and who's going to be getting out? Feel free to say 2 to 3 teams. Obviously, maybe not teams that are already pretty much going to be set going to the grand finals, teams that are in contention.
Okay, I'm going to go with the wildest pick I could possibly think from like the bottom barrel of my instinct. For some reason, it's just sparking inside of me, right? I think Etch is going to make it, guys.
What?
I think there's a chance, right? And this is my thought behind it, okay? We saw them right towards the end show some crazy sign of life with just that one-player shotgun play. Sometimes it just takes a little moment like that to hype your team up and get a little spark of belief, right? They're going into the last game thinking that, yeah, we have everything to lose, but at the same time, we gotta just lay it out on the line. And sometimes you see some squads get so nervous, they start playing different towards the last game. If they do that, there is a chance they could capitalize on it and make something happen. So it is the longest of long shots, right? But all that has to happen in order for it to, and it could.
If I ever have a business and I need to sell stuff, Jukes, I'm going to hire you, because you are going to convince so many people. Because I know right now at home there's somebody just looking at this and hearing this, and they're just nodding their heads like, all right, let him cook. He's selling me onto this right now. How about you, Max?
I'm not sold.
I'm not sold at all.
I'm not there just yet.
But I would hire you.
There you go.
Oh, no, there's definitely some good selling potential there. But no, I'm actually going to go with, I think, S2G. I think that they had a really good game plan here.
Yep.
It was not just, oh, we had Circle and we ended up winning. No, they defended a compound. They went for cheeky third party to the east onto Furia. The timing was just peak PUBG Mobile, in my opinion. And I feel like if we see even just a glimmer of that on this second Miramar, I think top 6 is definitely possible. I don't know if they're in it just yet, but they're definitely close. And one, even just a strong top 5, could be their ticket for the finals.
Mine is going to have to be Bohr. Bohr, I want to see you just put up a good performances. Today, you have been able to put up back-to-back third-place finishes. I think they have what it takes to just get that little extra umph and keep them within the top 6 in a location where we have been seeing them throughout the most day. And it would be kind of heartbreaking, honestly, for that squad if they don't make it to top 6 with where they've been the whole day.
Look, just check out where 721 are dropping and drop on the opposite side where 721 really are, Miramar. They might be okay.
4 thrives? Yes? No?
Oh,
no, not happening. Again, I haven't seen that mindset change in Miramar that had me go, maybe it's happening before it's over.
I'm on that Natura copium right now.
Oh, that's a big copium.
Yeah.
She's still supporting Team Spirit to this day.
Who?
Oh boy, man, this is absolute craziness, guys. You can see these players, they are just really they're getting iced out right now. Just trying to think, right, what do we do? And I hope that this time isn't making them second guess themselves here, because you can't second guess yourself. You gotta go crazy. You gotta go crazy here right here towards the end. So trying to think about, you know, what other stuff that we haven't covered. You know, hopefully we can get those overall so we can really, really dive into the numbers. But other than that, wild card predictions aside, you know, we got some really great performances from our top squads, right?
Yeah.
Aura, so consistent on the day. And I got to show some love to Panda, man, right? In their hometown, they've been that kind of breakout squad. And for them to do this, I think it's made their whole country proud.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, really proud of coming out from PMGO Indonesia and off the back of Rondon that last game, able to take it away from McJoe. Very impressive storyline. And it's really fun to see how consistent they've been able to be. Even though, sure, Rondo is their big outlying game where they got most of their points from that one, we saw some good glimmers of hope on Erangel in particular on that Lumberyard finish. They do get overwhelmed by Horror, but macro-wise, there's a lot of potential. So I do like that they're still learning how to play in these global stages, and they're still looking to adapt as time goes by.
I like the way that you positioned that there towards the end, too. There's a lot of potential from that squad. I was happy to see what they were able to do in Rondo, and I was very critical with what they were not able to do in Erangel with what was given to them. That's the difference. Sometimes we have teams, and I'm going to take a little bit of time here as we're getting ready to start the match, so stay with us. But that's the difference between some teams that they're able to actually excel whenever they get put into a position that's just given by the game. It happens very rarely, but if it does happen to you, you have to take full advantage of it. We see teams that are able to do that in an excellent way, and then we see teams that sometimes we're watching them, and you and I are watching them, and we're just scratching our heads saying, this team's just not going to do anything. This team is going to end up going home.
That's what I'm thinking about for Thrives, actually. I'm sorry. The gameplay is just not there for me.
Gosh.
But no, actually, just to pivot on a bit of a positive storyline, then I don't want to be negative too much on this desk. It's Horror. You just brought them up a little bit there. But the fact that they missed out on the biggest event of last year, realistically, which was PMGC, and yet they come out swinging in an incredibly tough format in PMGO Season 1, and yet they're currently looking to look to be first place, be #1 for the group of death is insanely impressive. I'm sure their owner, CR7, would be incredibly proud of their performance. And I think in the finals, with the current gameplay I've witnessed, I think they could replicate that again on the biggest stage of this event.
I mean, if you could do it in a group like this, you could do it anywhere at this point, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, like you mentioned,
it's a mini finals right now.
Yeah, it really is, right? And the fact that they were able to do that is wild, considering how crazy this is. Of course, guys, we do have a little bit of a tech issue. We'll be right back to some gameplay shortly. So again, you know, stay with us here. When it comes to Group B, right, tomorrow, I wonder what these teams are thinking, right, as they watched how this new format played out, okay? What do you think their biggest takeaway from what they've seen so far today is?
Don't suck. That's pretty much going to be the main one.
Oh,
you know exactly what's happened. You're looking at the reigning champions of PMGC 2025. You're definitely saying don't suck. Because if you do, guess what? Anything can happen. You're going to have a team go from 15th place, possibly into the top 6, going into the last match. And then you're going to have the reigning champions of PMGC in the cusp of getting eliminated.
Yes.
Not even going to survival chance. Getting eliminated.
Unreal, unreal. Well, guys, we'll be right back shortly. Don't go anywhere. We're going to hit a quick break and get to that last game in just a minute.
Play more than go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A billion drops begin to glow. Flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show.
A no-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No real blood, just the drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas.
Fire in my mind. Running through the sky. Play more than go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A billion drops begin to glow. Play more than go. The soul is in our control. Play more than go.
Allu'da tanımıyorum.
GK.
Ben ETS'yi de tanımıyorum.
GK.
GK. Ele ya.
Salve rapaziada, eu sou o Revo, sou jogador da Facete Sports.
E aí galera, sou o Carrilho, jogador da Facete.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben Keç.
Ben de Scarface.
Hello, aku Reggie.
Halo, aku Raizak.
Hello, I'm Falak from Team 4 Tribes. Hi guys, I'm IQ from Team 4 Tribes and today we are doing PMGO Season 1 main event prediction.
Chimpando. Vamos começar assim já?
Eliminado, acho que é demais.
Ó galera, lembrando que eu torço pra todo mundo.
X-Force Reject. Kau di sini lah ya. Sorry.
Which team is this? I don't know about them as well, so I will just put them there. No hate guys.
Fortrice top 3 yapar diyorum.
Yapar, kesin yapar.
Mortiki. Kasih.
Kir. I know about them. They are a very noob team. Place them where 40 noob.
Gaming Stars. Ben top 5, top 6 düşünüyorum.
Hemen senin için yerleri değiştireyim mi? Hemen yerleri değiştiriyorum şuraya.
O LF, top 3.
Rapaz, tem muito time, viu? Tem muito time ainda, viu?
PMGO S1.
Next team is all. I think they are really a good team, so I will just put them there.
Bana Uf geldi.
Hemen
orta şu eğlensem mi acaba?
şunları ele sen koy onu.
Bigetron.
Vitality.
Vitality gibi oldu. Bigetron.
Vitality yazıyor.
Aqui?
É.
Certeza?
Não, coloca mais em cima, mais em cima.
Fight'tan da kaçmıyorlar.
Bence top 5, top 6 ya şunlara bir.
I got Aurora Gaming 100% champion material.
Tamo junto.
Rups. Mana ada? Sini.
Allu'da tanımıyorum.
GK.
Ben ETS'yi de tanımıyorum.
GK.
GK. Ele ya.
5 more eliminated. Maybe one can be Etish. I think we will choose the teams we don't know much about them. So I think Etish, Wolves here. One. Wah, Lila udah ada. Baik, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ya, done.
Sebenarnya bisa aja ini. Ini bisa nih taruh di sini, tapi sama ini juga bisa nih. Nah, tapi enggak.
Takımın kesinlikle gidebileceğini düşünüyorum. Tanımıyorum. O yüzden eliyorum. Yani Allah'ı hiç tanımıyorum, o yüzden eliyorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6. takım nerede abi?
Onlar
Buradaymış. Orada direkt buraya koyalım.
Onlar
böyle.
kendinden elendi zaten. Fortree'yi de 3'e koymamızın sebebi yani güçlü bir takım. Sonuçta onlar da şampiyon olarak geliyorlar.
हाँ we are just noob team.
Yeah.
अबे हमें आई चाहिए था सबको eliminated में था. मेरे को ऐसा अच्छी टीम को elimination में डालते हैं.
Quem vai ficar top 1 é a 7, top 2 é a Aurora, top 3 é o LF, justo. Acho que a FL briga pelo top 3, Lupus pode brigar pelo top 3, Fúria também pode brigar, 4T. É brincadeira aqui os parceiros da R8, da VC, da Enigma. Tamo junto, viu? Eu tô só brincando com vocês. Mas se vocês quiserem pra cima também, pode vir.
Oke, jadi inilah prediksi versi kita.
We just rank these teams based on our knowledge, so don't get mad.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz.
E eu desejo muita sorte pra todo mundo que vai jogar essa PMGO.
Bye bye.
The 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 will be held in Jakarta, Indonesia from June 2nd to June 7th. Top teams from around the world have qualified from their respective national and regional tournaments to secure their slots in this coveted main event. This is the final stop on the road to the PMGO Season 1. 32 teams have emerged from millions of competitors. The first 2026 PUBG Mobile World Champion will emerge right here. This is the grand global stage where every player has the chance to shine in the eyes of players across the world. These 32 teams from 8 regions will play in 2 days of group stages. Group A playing on June 2nd and Group B playing on June 3rd. Each group will play 6 matches and the top 6 of each group will advance directly to the grand finals. While teams in rank 7 to 14 from each group move to the survival stage on June 4th. The remaining 16 teams play 6 more matches to keep their dreams alive, but only the top 4 will advance to the grand finals. The stage is set for the epic conclusion. The grand finals will take place from June 6th to June 7th. Day 1, 6 matches, pure fire. Day 2, the smash roll is activated. The smash point will be determined by the total point score of the Day 1 leader plus 10 additional points. Once any team achieves the smash point, they just need a winner-winner chicken dinner to be crowned the champion. If no team wins via smash rule after 6 matches, the top team of the leaderboard will secure their title as the champion. Teams will be competing for a massive prize pool of $500,000. The journey to greatness begins here. The first steps towards the one and only PMGC. The results of PMGO Season 1 will also determine the participating teams for the upcoming PMWC, so make sure you stay tuned.
Play more than go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A billion drops begin to glow. Flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show.
A no-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No royal blood, just a drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas.
Fire in my mind. Running through the sky. Play more than go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A billion drops begin to glow. Play more than go. The soul is in our control. Play more than go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show. Play more. Play more.
Allu'da tanımıyorum.
GK.
Ben ETS'yi de tanımıyorum.
GK.
GK. Ele ya.
Oi rapaziada, eu sou o Rivo, sou jogador da Facete Sports.
E aí galera, sou o Carrilho, jogador da Facete.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben Keç.
Ben de Scarface.
Hello, aku Reggie.
Halo, aku Rezak.
Hello, I'm Falak from Team 4 Tribes. Hi guys, I'm IQ from Team 4 Tribes and today we are doing PMGO Season 1 main event prediction.
Chimpando. Vamos começar assim já?
Eliminado, acho que é demais.
Ó galera, lembrando que eu torço pra todo mundo. X-Force Reader. Kau di sini lah ya. Sorry.
Which team is this? I don't know about them as well, so I will just put them there. No head guys.
Fortrice top 3 yapar diyorum.
Yapar, kesin yapar.
Mortiki. Kasih. Here.
I know about them. They are a very noob team. Place them where 40 noob.
Gaming Stars. Ben top 5, top 6
Hemen senin için yerleri değiştireyim.
Evet.
Hemen yerleri değiştiriyorum şuraya.
O LF, top 3, né? Rapaz, tem muito time, viu? Tem muito time ainda, viu? Time USA.
Next team is all. I think they are really a good team, so I will just put them there.
Bana Uf geldi.
Hemen.
Hemen ortaya eğlensem mi acaba?
Şunları ele sen koy onu.
Bigetron.
Vitality.
Vitality gibi ama. Bigetron.
Vitality yazıyor.
Aqui?
É.
Certeza?
Não, coloca mais em cima,
Fight'tan da kaçmıyorlar.
Bence top 5, top 6 yani şuralara bir.
I got Aurora Gaming 100% champion material.
Tamo junto.
Ups, mana kan? Sini.
Ya kita ya.
Allah'ı tanımıyorum.
GK.
Ben ETS'yi de tanımıyorum.
GK.
GK. Ele ya.
5 more eliminated. Maybe one can be Etish. I think we will choose the teams we don't know much about them. So I think Etish was here. 7 वो लीला को डाल दो। वही रख दे 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 ya, done.
Sebenarnya bisa aja ini bisa nih taruh di sini, tapi sama ini juga bisa nih. Tapi enggak.
Takımın kesinlikle gidebileceğini düşünüyorum. Tanımıyorum. O yüzden eliyorum. Yani Allah'ı hiç tanımıyorum, o yüzden eliyorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6. takım nerede abi?
Onlar
Buradaymış. Orada direkt buraya koyalım.
Onlar
böyle.
kendinden elendi zaten. Fortree'yi de 3'e koymamızın sebebi yani güçlü bir takım. Sonuçta onlar da şampiyon olarak geliyorlar.
We are just noob team.
Yeah.
अबे हमें आईपी चाहिए था सबको एलिमिनेटेड में डाल। मेरे को ऐसा अच्छी चीज के एलिमिनेशन में डालते हैं।
Quem vai ficar top 1 é a 7, top 2 a Aurora, top 3 o LF, justo. Acho que a FL briga pelo top 3, Lux pode brigar pelo top 3, Fúria também pode brigar com a T. É brincadeira aqui os parceiros da R8, da VC, da Enigma. Tamo junto, viu? Eu tô só brincando com vocês. Mas se vocês quiserem pra cima também, pode vir.
Oke, jadi inilah prediksi versi kita.
We just rank these teams based on our knowledge, so don't get mad.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz.
E eu desejo muita sorte pra todo mundo que vai jogar essa PMGO.
Bye bye.
The 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 will be held in Jakarta, Indonesia from June 2nd to June 7th. Top teams from around the world have qualified from their respective national and regional tournaments to secure their slots in this coveted main event. This is the final stop on the road to the PMGO Season 1. 32 teams have emerged from millions of competitors. The first 2026 PUBG Mobile World Champion will emerge right here. This is the grand global stage where every player has the chance to shine in the eyes of players across the world. These 32 teams from 8 regions will play in 2 days of group stages. Group A playing on June 2nd and Group B playing on June 3rd. Each group will play 6 matches and the top 6 of each group will advance directly to the grand finals. While teams in rank 7 to 14 from each group move to the survival stage on June 4th. The remaining 16 teams play 6 more matches to keep their dreams alive, but only the top 4 will advance to the grand finals. The stage is set for the epic conclusion. The grand finals will take place from June 6th to June 7th. Day 1, 6 matches, pure fire. Day 2, the smash roll is activated. The smash point will be determined by the total point score of the day 1 leader plus 10 additional points. Once any team achieves this smash point, they just need a winner-winner chicken dinner to be crowned.
Play more than go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A billion drops begin to glow. Flame on and go. The soul is in control. From the draw to the last one standing show.
A no-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No royal blood, just a drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas.
Allula tanımıyorum.
GK.
Ben EDS'yi de tanımıyorum.
GK.
GK. Ele ya.
Oi rapaziada, eu sou o Rivo, sou jogador da Facete Sports.
E aí galera, sou o Carrilho, jogador da Facete.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben Keç.
Ben de Scarface.
Hello, aku Regi.
Halo, aku Rezak.
Hello, I'm Falak from Team 4 Tribes. Hi guys, I'm IQ from Team 4 Tribes and today we are doing PMGO Season 1 main event prediction.
Chimpando. Vamos começar assim já?
Eliminado, acho que é demais.
Ô galera, lembrando que eu torço pra todo mundo.
Accross, reject. Kau di sini lah ya. Sorry.
Which team is this? I don't know about them as well, so I will just put them there. No head guys.
Fortrice top 3 yapar diyorum.
Yapar. Kesin yapar.
Mortiki. Kasih.
Here. I know about them. They are a very noob team. Place them where. 40 noob.
Gaming Stars. Ben top 5, top 6 düşünüyorum.
Hemen senin için yerleri değiştireyim mi? Hemen yerleri değiştiriyorum şuraya.
O LF, top 3, né?
Rapaz, tem muito time, viu? Tem muito time ainda, viu?
PMGO S.
Next team is all. I think they are really a good team, so I will just put them there.
Bana Ulf geldi.
Hemen
ortaya şuraya eğlensem mi acaba?
şunları ele sen koy onu.
Bigetron.
Vitality.
Vitality gibi bu. Bigetron.
Yazıyor.
Aqui?
É.
Certeza?
Não, coloca mais em cima,
Fight'tan da kaçmıyor.
Bence top 5, top 6 ya şuralara bir.
I got Aurora Gaming 100% champion material.
Tamo junto.
Rups. Mana nih? Sini.
Eu vou
Allula tanımıyorum.
GK.
Ben EDS'yi de tanımıyorum.
GK.
GK. Ele ya.
5 more eliminated. Maybe one can be Etish. I think we will choose the teams we don't know much about them. So I think Etish. Wolves भी है वैसे. 7. Wah, udah ada. Baik lagi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ya, done.
Sebenarnya bisa aja ini. Ini bisa nih taruh di sini. Tapi sama ini juga bisa nih. Ah, tapi enggak.
Takımın kesinlikle gidebileceğini düşünüyorum. Tanımıyorum. O yüzden eliyorum. Yani Allah'ı hiç tanımıyorum. O yüzden eliyorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6. takım nerede abi?
Onlar
buradaymış. Direkt buraya koyalım.
Onlar
böyle.
kendinden elendi zaten. Fortree'yi de 3'e koymamızın sebebi yani güçlü bir takım. Sonuçta onlar da şampiyon olarak geliyorlar.
We are just noob team.
Yeah.
अबे हमें आई थी चाहिए ना सबको eliminated में था.
मेरे को ऐसा अच्छी चीज को elimination में डालते हैं. Quem vai ficar top 1 é a 7, top 2 a Aurora, top 3 o LF, justo. Acho que a FL briga pelo top 3, Lupus pode brigar pelo top 3, Fúria também pode brigar 4T. É brincadeira aqui os parceiros da R8, da VC, da Enigma. Tamo junto, viu? Eu tô só brincando com vocês. Mas vocês devem pra cima também, pode vir.
Oke, jadi inilah prediksi versi kita.
We just rank these teams based on our knowledge, so don't get mad.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. E eu desejo muita sorte pra todo mundo que vai jogar essa PMGO.
Bye bye.
And we're back, everybody. I know you missed us. Here we go. I'm Hot Jukes here with Maxman and the 7WG, guys. We're getting for that last match here in Miramar as we are live in Jakarta, Indonesia for the 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season numero uno. We've got some crazy stuff for those of you guys that just tuned in. Let's do a little bit of a refresher here, right? We're in Group A. There's only 6 matches today, only 1 left to go. We have our champions that we've been hunting down the Triple Crown in second to last place here, 7.
Alpha 7. He's referring to Alpha 7.
That
He's
is correct.
champions of PMGC 2025. Yeah, not only that, they're trying not to get eliminated, and they're more than likely going to be hoping that nobody is going to be hot dropping them.
Yep, they cannot afford any hot drops, no shenanigans right here. They gotta put some points on the board. And you can see these players, they're locked, loaded, and ready to go here, Max.
Yeah, everyone locked and loaded for this game. Actually, if you're Alpha 7, maybe you change your drop. Maybe you don't get off pod zone. I'm just saying.
That's what I was saying earlier,
could be
right?
a good option because it's a big city where teams could just go on the outskirts and just wait you out. So I would say changing it would be a good option if you really want to play it safe to avoid the bottom 2.
Do you think their ego would allow that, though? You think that they actually have it in them to swap?
I don't care. Just go away.
Yeah, they're smart enough. That ego thing for Alpha 7 was like years ago. They're smart enough to be able to go and land somewhere else. They have proved that in Erangel especially. A lot of people would kind of clash with them when it came to Giorgio, and then they ended up landing in Lipovka, and then somebody ended up crashing with them in Lipovka, and they were able to adjust from that. So yeah, I don't think for them it's an ego thing. I think for them right now it's just a survival thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't care what the reason is. You just got to play for your survival at this point.
Literally,
just try and just
survival
get
chance.
through, and hopefully it'll work out. So yeah, it's going to get a little bit dicey for them. There's still an opportunity, right? The point threshold is so close to even the team in 16th position could technically still jump out of the bottom 2 and make into survival stage, which at that point is what they're going to be hoping for. While in the top 6, only 1 slot is really truly available. I think you're gonna have Furia, you're gonna have Goat, you're gonna have Balls, you're gonna have normally also S2G. So a few teams all chasing down that one final slot. But as we said, there's only 1 really available for these teams to grab.
Whoever's in that 6th place, stay alive.
Stay alive. Run for your life.
That's the biggest tip we can tell you. Just stay alive.
Stick and move, baby. Stick and move. You got to be really, really careful right here. Because, man, the pressure is on for all these squads. And this new format, man, it is so unforgiving. It's one day to rule them all. And this group is such an intense group. We talked about how some breakout teams are performing so well off the rip. One thing that, you know, every team, I think, before coming into this tournament understood, right, just how important Rondo was, right? I think Pandem truly solidified it, though, right? I mean, today they just said, hey, when it comes to Rondo, if you perform well enough, you're pretty good to go.
I mean, you had an interesting theory. We were talking about it during the technical break here. You said that because of how impactful this first Rondo was for Pandem, maybe the teams of Group B, I'm like, you know what, maybe you're going to do even more homework on Rondo just to make sure we're ready, which maybe some teams are just going to stick to their guns. Maybe some teams will just say, actually, you know what, we do have to adapt a little bit more. Maybe instead of playing passive in the early stage, maybe we do get involved in Yulin or maybe Stadium or mainly in Neox Factory to go for those early eliminations. So I think some teams definitely are going to be proven and shown that now you can't play passive on Rondo. Otherwise, top 6 is going to be way harder to achieve.
Yeah, for teams that are wanting to look at playing passive there in Rondo, just look at what happened to the teams of the likes of what's currently on your screen of 4 Thrives. And for the teams that are just expecting to have just a good Rondo and think that they're going to be able to qualify, look what happened to Alpha 7. This was a squad that was able to get 3rd place at the beginning of the day with 9 eliminations and after that, they did absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing indeed, man. I still can't believe we're in this position right here. These top teams so well set. They can have their run of the lobby, and if they want to take out the champs, they could do it here, you know? So I do think it would be smart for Alpha 7 to avoid El Pozo here. Just why take the risk, right? Get to safety, play your game towards the end game, put some points on the board. Oh! He is feeling it here. You know, he had a little bit of an extra break. Those muscles are fully recovered, man. He's ready to hit these crazy flicks.
Hey, they had some good fights. He's flexing hard. He's feeling it.
That's from a squad that's in top 6.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Hey, we were talking about it earlier, right? Kind of the rise of the new generation of Turkey, which is very interesting. You see in S2G, they have a little bit of a tough start initially, but here, Ida looking really good for all of Turkey.
Yes, indeed. Well, guys, I'm starting to hear that we might just be ready here for the last match of the evening. Here we go. We're going into Miramar. Vamos, baby. This is it, guys. The last match for Group A. Will these teams at the bottom be able to make it out from there? Will the teams in the top 6 hold that spot? We're about to find out.
You see El Pozo on the left side of your screen. It is going to be in reach for Alpha 7. Will they commit to it? Will they take the risk of getting hot dropped? These are playing otherwise for a majority of these teams in reality, so definitely not a big excuse for these squads if they do underperform.
If you're an Alpha 7 fan, if you're a Fourth Thrives fan, if you're any of those fans that like Furia or whoever's currently outside of the top 6, you're going to be hoping and wishing that the circle ends up going in your team's favor, because that's something that hasn't been going, especially if I'm thinking back of Herringill. It didn't go to Alpha 7's favor when they ended up going Giorgio, and then the circle went literally the complete opposite. I'm intrigued to see what the circle is going to be doing here in this last Miramar.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I'm looking at Alpha 7, and they're headed right towards El Pozo, and I don't see anybody even going in that direction here.
It kind of leans into what we were talking about earlier, where you have that gentleman's agreement a lot of times in these lobbies where they're like, we could force the fight on Alpha 7, but you know what? It's not worth it. We're not going to take the risk ourselves.
Well, that's just a hot drop. Something to keep in mind, though. It's somebody that's going to end up gatekeeping them, or if they see that Alpha 7 gets knocked later into the match, they will hunt them down because they will kind of force to, and it'll be much easier, too.
Well, here we go, guys. Last match here for Group A. Let's go ahead and take it on over to John Allen and Blake.
We're straight into the thick of it as well as Pandem versus Boars on a hot drop in the Hacienda. Already Pandem have taken 1, 2, 3 knocks. The Boars are looking to rinse them. They have really taken umbrage with the fact that their first game didn't go so well. Let's see if they can convert on here against one more player from Pandem. And he's going all the way to the top floor. He's going to get out of dodge, allow his 3 teammates to get flushed.
Heads topside. And again, for Boars, you really do wonder if this is a maybe targeted drop for them. Because for Pandem, they've got nothing to lose here. They're not feeling super warm coming into this match. And I'll say, off the back of like a very, very long break there as well, Pandem, they're not chatting. They're probably just happy that they're in the top 6 here. But for Boars, it means so much more. And they decimated them.
They absolutely ran through them. Although in those final moments, there were 2 knocks. Snowix was very, very low as well. Magnazada was still at full HP, but it was maybe a little bit closer than the numbers may indicate there, having to go for at least 3 reses on the side for Boars, but they get their 4 points, they get their position in the circle, which is up towards the north side of the map. Blanket is focused up towards La Cabrera, that sort of area, out to the east of it as well, so great start for them to be able to have access to the northern routes.
Yeah, this is really good stuff for Boars. Getting a 4 limmer at the start here, pretty much for Boars, that's as if they ended last game on 32 points. I'll put it that way. Yes, there are less points inside the lobby at the moment with one team going down, but how likely was it for Boars to get involved on some of these early fights anyway? So I think for Boars, what they can see this as is just 3-4 points. We're starting off with it. 32 points. It's not that far from the bubble here. Voin, they haven't had an amazing day up until that last match, right? I don't think it's unlikely that Voin potentially has maybe another mishap here. For Aurora Gaming, I think it's a little bit harder to state. For Ida, they've been really good so far. Does Boars try and get up above that? I don't know, potentially, but I think that the main contender for them is probably Voin here.
I mean, you've got to worry about Furia as well, and actually S2G behind them. So, sure, they may have their sights set higher up on the table, But Furia, I feel like they've been certainly much more consistent than Alpha 7, but they've been pretty solid in a lot of these games, sort of in a similar track to Boars, and it's reasonable that they're at the same scoreline, right?
I would probably limit it to Furia for me. For S2G, I think that there's a lot riding on the line here, but as we've seen today, it's also been one of the situations where up until that last match, not great, right? And I think for S2G, like Max said, yeah, they made some good rotates, some good micro rotates, but at the end of the day, they started on that north side. They started out in that open area. It was I think when you look at that position, in terms of the micro rotates you go for after that, those are fairly set in stone from that spot. There's not much variance there. So for S2G, it was kind of a paint by numbers. They executed well, all right? They got the colors all in the right spot, but that's all I can say.
Hopefully they can find a couple more numbers to paint in on this match and see if they can make their way in. On the circle, Alpha 7 did move up north quite early on this Blank from El Pozo on their drop. They are now north of La Cobraria and continuing to march their way in. We're on board with Ida as well, or we were rather, as they make their way in to the east of El Pozo, actually towards Crater Fields. And we'll see if they can keep themselves together and keep themselves in the top 6. It's looking pretty likely that they will. Have a good time there. Al-Ula, we spotted them earlier on. They are on the bubble. They are drawn, tied, dead heat right now with Alpha 7. And in contest for a spot to make it into the survival stages, as well as Etch, who were able to do what you said that Voinchaikere and S2G did, have that good game in the last match. Well, good is a matter of perspective.
Yeah, it is. Definitely a matter of perspective.
The best game they've had so far by far.
I think you're right. I think you're right. But in a similar sense, though, Edge getting that game is a really good point to bring up, John. Because before that, Edge was on 4 points. And what we were looking at there was pretty much Ula being the only real contender for that bubble position. Now you've got another team into the mix. This makes it all the harder now for Alpha 7. They know they need to perform. They can't just leave things up to chance. There is a real big possibility that Alpha 7 drops out and we don't see them go through to the grand finals, let alone the survival stage.
It's crazy. It's crazy that this is the world in which we live.
But previous results would say otherwise.
Yes. Well, yeah. I mean, for Alpha 7 now being up in the top spot on the circle is pretty solid, I think. They're going to be out of dodge for quite a while. And it may be the case that getting a 5-point game is going to be enough, right, to see themselves.
Yes, exactly. I like you say, up towards the north side, east side of La Cobraria right now for Alpha 7. It's a great spot to be, especially with the playing path that came through. There's a lot of teams on the south side that are pushing up. Them starting in El Pozo, funnily enough, maybe saves their run. It's a ballsy maneuver from them. We gotta make that clear. I think in any other world, I would have betted on Alpha 7 not going El Pozo. I think that the fact that they stay there is insane.
It could potentially have been a gambit, drop out towards El Pozo, see if other teams are going to drop near you, and then if not, go for it. If they do grab vehicles and try and skirt out towards the northwest side or La Cobraria even later on, could potentially have been the call. And as soon as they saw no one was near them, they just go to their normal drop spot. So, I mean, there are options, right? There's quite a lot of roadside drops and vehicle spawns you can drop on around that area and get out pretty quickly. But you have to commit to doing it.
Goat team on the northeast of them. That seems to be a bit of an issue right now for them. We do get a knock coming through from the arena, taking down shots over towards Ida, which is actually quite a big deal. This team is on 39 points. And with how close the lobby is right now, that might not be safe with the teams chasing you. For S2G, that's just 9 points. For Furia, that's just 7. For Boars, similarly, they're in the same boat. Again, I think if you're on 38, 39, you're not safe. I think the only safe teams right now are E-Arena, Pandem as well.
That seems to be the case, absolutely. And Pandem on 46, yeah, they're feeling okay. You need 4 teams to pass them. What have you spotted? What's going on?
The
circle!
Alpha 7 are sending it right now. They are as swift as can be because they need to ride out. This is a wild maneuver from the circle, really throwing a spanner into the wrench early on. But yeah, we do need the Riders of Hell from Alpha 7 to move like the wind to get into position. This is a very important moment for them.
But where do they go? That's the question. Do you go into La Cobraria? I don't think so right now. playing up towards the north side, there's a lot of an open expanse there up towards the ridges and the towers that sit up there. It is just so central, though. Furia are going to take that gamble, right? They're going to go into the settlement and try and play this one out. Again, Furia, a team looking to try and jump that bubble. So potentially really important decision for them to be making, as well as a load of other teams around that danger zone.
Well, I think when you look at La Cobreria, I think it's okay to play this south side. I think it's a little bit more possible to leapfrog buildings and then get out over towards the west than it is other compounds. I mean, cities like Los Leones. Once you're deep into Los Leones, you ain't leaving.
Alpha 7 looking to try and hold down the east point of La Cobreria. This compound may very well be highly profitable for them. This area will have oversight on all of these teams out from the east, but other teams are going to pick those points away as they go. Those bones will be bare before they get to Alpha 7's position. 7-2-1, they've taken a knock, they've lost a player as well. 4 Thrives want to add those points to their tally. You've got Boars sending straight in from the east, going straight into La Cobreria as deep as they can.
Oh, they lose one.
And moving straight on through. They do indeed lose one. They're trying to keep up pace, but Furia are taking points into their tally as well. That's leapfrogging them. There is going to be a lot of position shuffling on these tables in the coming minutes.
That's your direct competitor. Nice nade from IQ. Bounces right over the top of the railings and bonks the player from 7-2-1 right on the head there. 4 Thrives, they don't want to go down quietly here. 20 points.
20 points is not safe. Not just yet. Alola XIHC push Alpha 7 into the bubble, and 4 Thrives want to take down 7-2-1. A nade up top doesn't connect, but Falak's on the ground floor. The nades from up top, IQ staying on that high ground is good for it. And 4 Thrives rack up some points to look themselves to be safer and safer as time goes on in towards this survival stage. The question is, where are Alpha 7? They are in the midst of this, but the eye of the Maelstrom may not be the points they need.
They've shifted over towards the eastern side. Now, next circle, incredibly important, because it centers up over towards La Cobreria. Alpha 7 suddenly have not played the best move that they could have done. I think what they wanted here was to profit. A lot of eliminations, a lot of squads coming their way. It wasn't meant to be. So now they've got to hope for an eastern shift. It heads down towards the south. Horror has the high ground, and now life gets hard for a lot of teams.
Oh, that's nasty. The compound that they can move up towards on that north side, they can hold out fairly well. It can be assaultable, but generally the way you see that be assaulted is from teams from the north who are pushing in towards the circle that's south of this. When you have all of the teams already towards La Cobreria, they're going to slow each other down on that ascent, and Horror's position is all of a sudden much, much safer. Is someone going to try and challenge them for that? I could see someone like Team Flash move in from the west.
Furia take down one player from Voin and match the points. So they're making life harder for Voin coming through here. Ida also down to just one player up and alive. Emre taking the brunt of the shots, but this is not a place you want to go down right now.
2 players alive and one of them bleeding out. It is devastating for Ida, and as you said before, they are not fully confirmed in. Aurora starting to peek over that 40-point threshold, looking to get closer and closer and potentially push Ida into the harm's way of all of these teams biting at the heels of those top 6 spots.
Aurora was not on many fans, experts, prediction lists just because so many people realize that this team starts slow. Sometimes they don't come out swinging, but this team felt warmed up, and it was a swift left hook, and it was a good night here over towards getting into the top 6. I think 40 points puts you in a way better spot here. They'd like a couple more eliminations to really solidify their position, but they're starting off strong.
Etch managed to get a point as well. They're getting closer to Alpha 7, who still have yet to enter the scoring, and they're now all the way on the northeast side, Blank. They haven't taken the initiative to move. Maybe they've squandered their northern advantage here. We'll have to wait to see what decisions they make, to see where they go. I imagine it's a next circle decision set for them. Up towards their north, you've got Voin Chaikere as well. 0 points so far, three players alive. They are probably the team that is most in danger. I think that at the moment, they're the team I'm most worried about.
I'm worried about Boars. I mean, they've got Aurora knocking on the door right now, and Reefus probably isn't the player you want to open the door to. I'll tell you that for nothing.
But he is a bit on his own right now. He is a bit separated from the rest of Aurora, who are now coming to regroup. So maybe you wanted to open the door now, and it's going to be a little bit harder to do so at this point. With the regroup happening, nobody else actually controlling the west side of La Cobreria. Team Flash yet to move into a position to do so. They're allowed in. They're going to play on as 3, and La Cobreria will see them alive for quite a bit longer.
3 salesmen now at the door of Boars. Good shots coming through from Alpha 7. And Aurora looking to sell the nades over towards Boars. The shots are coming through thick and fast. Who is on the receiving end of it? Aurora, they take one down. One player from Boars is also knocked. It should be okay. Actually, none of them are knocked. This is completely fine for Boars. They're living life well at the moment. Aurora is backed off. It's an important moment here for Boars. Now up to 6 elimination. Aurora down to 1. So they got the 2 eliminations over towards Aurora.
They managed to find 2, just the 1 player now standing, and it is out to the west. Seoul still alive for them, and Aurora just wanting to track up these points time and time again. They're on 41, and again, we think that looks safe. But Ida's position with 39 getting confirmed knocked out now is actually starting to look a little bit more tenuous with Furia, Boars, maybe not Voin Chaikari anymore because they are starting to flag and falter. There is so much danger, and S2G's position as well is big.
Really is. It's a nice spot. I mean, they're playing on the underside of the mountain at the moment. Not many teams actually able to challenge them. 4 Thrives might be able to look over towards the south here. But in the meantime, Alpha 7 are surrounding the guys from Voin. This is bad news for Voin at the moment, sat on 35 points. They managed to get one little bit ahead of Boars and Furia, but is it too little too late with Alpha 7 starting to sink the teeth in?
They managed to get a point blank, so Alpha 7 are out of the blocks. 4 Thrives, though, the ones to take the first knock over towards this high ground position. For Alpha 7, I mean, going down here would be terrible. Alula could actually potentially play on this east side and third party this specific engagement against Alpha 7. They could move up north if they scouted out this spot. Difficult, given that 4 Thrives sit there on the high ground around them, but it would be a brilliant opportunity for them to take down the east wing of Alpha 7 and potentially Alpha 7's chances.
I think for Alula, it's really hard because 4 Thrives have vision, S2G should have vision, Alpha 7 will have vision soon over towards them. They've got to be really careful on their approach. I think for Alpha 7, though, they're struggling in the sense that they'd love to batter Voin out of the way. They are resilient at the moment. Setting up the fortress now, and Alpha 7 just cannot find any cracks in the wall to slip on through.
Team Flash on the southwest side with Irina as well, lining one of the craters on the lip of it, trying to move forwards. Both teams need to get a bit closer to it. At the moment, Team Flash, though, seem to have the advantage. Irina do only have 2 players as well. Turney K with a nade cooking, does take some damage, lobs one back over, but doesn't go for win. Instead, tries to send it to his teammate, doesn't connect either way, and Tony K, it's not going to work out. Okay, Horror, they managed to find that shot, because they are flowing in from the east side and still holding out on that high ground position.
Yeah, Horror has so much vision on this one. Flash, unfortunately, not in the best of spots to jump over towards that top 6. There's still a chance for them, but it'd be a massive game. We know they are capable of it, the undisputed best rookie team in the world from last year, but they still lack that experience. They still need a little bit more on board.
Boars just took a knock from Furia, but it looks pretty resible. That's over in the main city of La Cobreria. A hard southeast shift. I mean, this is S2G, right? Are they going to be able to jump from the bottom 2 to the top 6 in just 2 matches? It's a 6-game set. This is doable.
How does Alpha 7 make their way out of this? Because realistically, for them, it is an Eastern wrap. And if they go for an Eastern wrap, they run directly into Alula. Their direct competition on the leaderboard. Oh my God, for Alpha 7, this is a nerve-wracking moment for fans alike.
You got Team Flash as well as 4Thrive also a little bit worried here. There is not a lot of points in it, even though they haven't really been in the conversation for bottom spots. With two teams towards the bottom starting to step up, that starts to get more hairy. But with Alpha 7, ride or die. Let's see what they've got. Over the road they go. 3 players across, 3 players alive. There is an off angle, there is a crossfire.
Oh my God!
But a flying shot shuts down the opener for Alula. And there is no answer just yet. Alpha 7 find one and potentially a lifeline. The nades are big. Oh, there's a huge answer though. The bombardment pours in. It's right on top of them. It's forcing him over. And only one now. Alpha 7 starting to crumble under the pressure. Oh, they're going so low. Oh, Revo's down. It's only one, and he's left on the far side of the road without a paddle. How do you go? Alpha 7 are in the bottom 2.
Alula jumps up. This is the worst case scenario for Alpha 7. I called it earlier.
No!
One player was behind.
No!
He's been taken out. The PMGC champions are down.
Alpha 7 throw it all away. A bad crossing from La Cobreria. What a disaster, devastation for Alpha 7.
They did not look both ways. Man, it is disaster. A rough position to be in. For Alpha 7 to go down this early is just a moment in history we will not forget.
Oh my goodness me, but we have to refocus on the 6th place bubble as well because Voin, Chaikari are down and out. They tried to make their crossing. They were in a similarly sticky position on that north side of the road to Alpha 7 just now. And they have fallen. Furia, Boars, S2G, Goat Team, all now on the hunt.
The Boars, how do they make it out alive here? They need to get more points. Furia, similarly. Furia is able to extricate themselves. Like I said, they went in early to a position where they could leave La Cobreria. It was a smart play from them. A play that Alpha 7 could have easily picked up themselves, getting further into this game. But they banked on those eliminations early, and they just did not come their way.
I'm still reeling. Goodness me. What a disaster. From the high ground, we're taking a look at Hora lording it over. This is actually so huge for all of the teams now fighting for that bottom bubble, right? It means they're so safe. There is really not too much that Etch can do. They have a solo survivor. There's not too much to worry about down there now. So for Team Flash, they can breathe a little bit easier. For Hora, they're looking to try and finish this one out in style.
I mean, for Hora, like I said, 60-point day in a global is incredible. 10-point average, you do not know exactly how hard that is to pick up when you go up against the best teams around the world, especially in what many have dubbed as the group of death.
It is, I mean, it is so on the money, right? The group of death kills the global champions. Nobody is safe in this group. It is insane. Our second bottom finisher will also be locked in as Etch falls. Now the fight between Ora and Team Flash. Beneath them, it looks like Team Flash is starting to crumble, but they've still got a little bit of fight left in them. The off angles are there. A wind's peeking up from behind the headland. 1 for 1, they look to trade, and okay, they find Bozy, they bring it back into control slightly. Sleepy shuts it down, and it's good night for another team. Team Flash will fall, but they are in 14th, and that is good enough.
Hora not ending the show early, it seems. They're here for the encore. 61 points on the day. Boars with an impossible exit. They open with a knock. Robs priming the nade. There's a little bit of time on this one. Ayato pulls out one of his own. It goes close. It's a little bit of damage, but not quite enough. He has a Molotov, drops it in. Ayato sends another, but Boars, Robs jumps back into it. Maybe it's a little bit too far out. So now he's looking for one more, and that heal hasn't come through for Ayato yet.
And there was a third party as well from Ora. They managed to find the knock onto Vagnazada, so Boars are playing as 2. That high ground dominance now being leveraged to the south side. Robs into the fight, looks for one, Snowix has his back. Robs playing the door frames perfectly, yet to take damage.
Another!
He steps in for another. He's looking for more. Snowix is at his back. Both hot on the heels of the GOAT team, and they are going to push them back once more. GOAT still on 1 player. They still have 1 on the off angle, but it looks like Furia may be in with the assist. 2 players for Boars, and they are now up into 6th.
The close quarters king reigns again as Robs and Snoix makes it happen. They're in towards 6th, but Furia close behind as a 4-man. And they're looking to close them out. Luckily, Balls have a place in the circle to play. The 4 Thrives, they're taking to Furia right now.
It's the fight back and forth. Furia looking to try and put a little bit more pace down as 2 players stand in their way. 4 Thrives, if they go down here, are going to give Balls such a gauntlet to run because Furia will get so many points. But it's IQ on the high ground and Furia
There's no
are
way.
getting swept aside. 2 players have fallen. It's even numbers now on the northeast.
Furia, Chief still alive, looking to lead the tribe to victory. 4 Thrives ahead of them. IQ cannot get his teammates up, so it's 2 players up right now. They can finish off some flushes here though, John. That's the big thing. Igor off in the distance. Boars yet to move. They know they just need to look for more placement points right now.
Aura have managed to transition all the way up and into S2G's base, making their life a lot harder. S2G have lost a player in the meantime as well. Still with 0 elims. This fight has to move. The Boars have to move. Everybody in a linchpin spot has to move. But S2G can stand their ground. The question is, will they be able to do so under the pressure?
I mean, the real question is, does S2G get 6th place? Do they push through? With a chicken dinner, it's very possible. We've been talking a lot about Boars right now, but there's still a big chance here for S2G. 10 points alone would put them ahead of Ida, for instance. Boars will drop down once again as those flushes do come through. Igor looking over towards Boars has a rough idea of the team over there. It's the team they need to take out.
But 4 Thrives are still just over the ridgeline. Boars have to go. They're going so
you're
slow.
wild. You're
He's
wild.
going for the spray. He's not got ammo. Blanky's out of ammo.
He's got nothing left.
1 bullet and the Boars have thrown a lifeline in towards Sleepy. Go for the spray down. The first to fall, but there's still more left. Boars have 1 more chance, but the long-range angle. Aura shut them out.
They're in 5th.
They jump Ida. They jump Ida.
I cannot believe what we're seeing in this final match. The variance is absolutely wild here, and the atmosphere is electric.
Shots over towards Furia. Are they going to jump Ida too? They do, even though they're eliminated. There's placement points.
But S2G right now, Boars are not safe just yet.
With 9 points of a difference, S2G, 4 players alive, 4 teams remain. Only 1 elim. But they could be quiet as a mouse and still take this one.
Horror as 3 is the last lifeline here for Boars. They're on 12 elims this match. It is an insane result for the first place team to pull out on the last match of the day.
Kamikaze,
they need this point. They need this point.
Anything they can get would be just so brilliant. They need 9 points, Blank, so if they get 3 elims and 2nd place, that would do it.
Horror.
To draw level, actually. I don't know who wins the tiebreaker.
Horror now banking over towards S2G's western side. 4 Thrive staying as quiet as a mouse at the moment. Trying not to let anything slip. The nade starting to flow over towards that top side. There will be a denial of a point from Alula.
Could be crucial. If S2G got that point instead, it could have changed everything.
S2G sort of need the first place. They can potentially do it with some elims as well in a second.
An AWM in hand as well for S2G as they get a well-timed package dropped from the heavens. No fear has been pretty important for Horror. On this position, he is split. They are on a 2-1 against S2G's position.
Oh, the circle moves away. Horror can potentially wrap back down again. For S2G, this compound is so crucial, John.
More points that Aura earn as well in this position, the fewer that S2G can. T24 able to face down danger, and 4 Thrives are playing well into this last match as well.
He goes over the top. It's a good bouncer. It's a good air burst. Player is extremely low. Instantly looking for the heal through the smoke. It's a nasty headshot, but S2G are not getting involved.
They are really playing this one quiet, reluctant to go forwards. T24 now last to stand.
Oh my god, this is bad news for S2G.
They are not getting the points, but Blank, they are still 1 mark closer to pushing the Boars out. And they find a knock. They find an Elim. That's the second Elim that they found. So they do need at least 2 more and a second place. They've managed to get it. They need Elims. They need Elims.
Right now, pretty much it's the chicken dinner, right? You need to clear Horror here. But the center zone does not favor S2G, and Horror is hot as hell.
With no fear getting pushed off the high ground low. They are waiting for it. The AWM trained on him, laser focused. Misses the first, misses the second as well. Still has quite a lot of ammo in the back pocket.
How does he get out though?
Yeah, how does No Fear get out? There's no vehicle there. It's going to rely on the other teammates moving in and causing a distraction. That's exactly what they're going to go for now. He goes for the shot, and he goes for it. The play zone takes down No Fear. Oh, that might be more than enough. The nade over the top. Otter still putting the cat amongst the pigeons. One goes down. 2 players now up and in their face. Low HP. They're trading off the aggro, and it's just Sky. F2G might have done it. They may have been able to do it. Closing the jaws. They snap tight, and S2G with the God-tier run. The Miramar Maniacs do it again.
Incredible stuff. These guys brought their sunnies to Indonesia and made it happen in the final 2 matches. They swept the balls aside, and these guys must be tremendously upset. I cannot imagine having that run in La Cobreria only to go down now.
Goodness me, what a Miramar. So much volatility. Ida and Boars getting pushed out of the top 6. Ida getting pushed out of the top 6 on their own was kind of crazy. They were so high up on the tables, but they go down, and the Boars right on that cusp as well. Just getting pushed out by that chicken dinner.
Cameraman showing no mercy, by the way. That's unbelievable.
Oh no, you can't be showing Alpha 7 right now. They have got to be feeling like trash.
For Alpha 7 to go out and then S2G to get in, that's an insane storyline. That is an insane storyline.
I don't think we've had as much tension, as much volatility, as much excitement in a single match as we've just had in that Miramar. What a way to close down the first day. If that doesn't tell you need to tune in for the next matches, I don't know what does. Let's head to the desk to see what on earth they can say about that.
We have just witnessed PUBG Mobile history, guys. The most shocking, awe-inspiring finish we have ever seen here. Nobody could have predicted this last game. The crowd went dead silent, erupted back and forth. What craziness did we just witness?
We just witnessed a team go from the bottom of the leaderboard to possibly, if I'm not mistaken, if my math might be right, going directly to the grand finals. We'll have to wait for confirmation to see if that's going to be the case for S2G. But what a turnaround, Max!
I mean, that's the volatility of a very short format. 6 games to make them count and maybe secure top 6 position in the finals. Or unfortunately, you might be in the bottom 2, which we know one team being in the bottom 2 was Alpha 7 from Mount Everest down to the Mariana Trench. They do get eliminated off PMGO Season 1 2026. Nobody saw that coming.
Not only just that, they also put themselves in what could possibly be Alpha 7 might not even qualify to PMWC, but we will have to wait and see what happens tomorrow with Loops Esports. And if they do make it to the finals, where they end up placing in the finals. There's a lot of stuff that has to go right for it to go wrong for Alpha 7. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case.
I'm bringing a calculator tomorrow, guys.
We got John.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we need to get this man to work here because this was just absolute insanity. I mean, we talked about off the rip here the dichotomy between S2G and Alpha 7, but I know you want to talk about something, Max.
I mean, Boars, one of the most insane step-ups this game. They had so much to play around. They went for a hot drop in Hacienda del Patron onto Pandem, one of the lobby leaders here in the group of death. And they win it outright, go into La Cobreria, dominate everyone over there, survive. They clash with Furia because they had no more bullets in the magazine. So many things lining up perfectly for them to actually try and push themselves back in top 6. It was a really, really good attempt, so Boars deserve a lot of respect for that game.
Oh, you gotta risk it to get the biscuit. They definitely did, man. But S2G, back-to-back chicken dinners here at the end is insane! Absolute insanity. The rivalry between S2G and Alpha 7. Now, I mean, it's just S2G clutching it up in a huge major way.
Just get ready to see a lot of trash bags with Alpha 7 logo all over.
Oh my
all over
goodness.
Turkish social media, because that's definitely going to be happening. And well-deserved for S2G, if that is the case.
Yeah.
I mean, we thought they were down and out, guys. We thought they were down
They
and
were
out.
in 15th place before our first Miramar. Before match 5, they were in 15th place. We weren't even talking about them. That's how bad it was.
Yeah, we just gave up completely on the S2G legacy here that they set themselves up for initially with
Yeah,
Jakarta
we're
winning
like,
PMGC years ago, 4 years ago. And we're like, okay, it's not happening
over.
here. But then they literally their first Miramar was a lot more impressive. And the step up, especially, I think the team synergy, their defense against Hora, then the push onto Fiora to the east. If we see this S2G in the finals, oh, they could be looking to take home that trophy.
Oh my goodness, guys. I mean, what a way to end the group of death. I mean, straight up shocking news here, guys. I mean, this is going to just have ripple effects, right? For so many different events. I can't believe it here. But you know what? We saw some crazy stuff here. You know, what other teams are you happy about watching here in this last game, Max?
Al-Ula a little bit. They got a good fight onto Alpha 7, and we didn't see really much from this team, and actually them taking down Alpha 7 secures their own position outside of the bottom 2, so hopefully that's going to give them a bit more confidence heading into the survival stage that they can do something and be in the top 4.
A bit harsh. I was a bit harsh on them. Not Alula. The team I'm going to talk about right now.
Okay.
4 Thrives. I was super harsh
okay.
on 4 Thrives at the beginning of the day because they just weren't putting the performances that I expected out of them. And then in this case, in this last game, they put themselves into contention to possibly even try to qualify directly to Grand Finals. So it's actually good to see, and this is something I want to point out from 4 Thrives. It's good to see them being able to snap themselves out of whatever is going on with their mental, because this is something that we've been seeing through this team over and over again. If Rando doesn't go right at the beginning of the day, it's just a full spiral down, and I'm glad that we see a spark of a light there at the end of the tunnel for 4 Thrives.
Exactly. I mean, I don't think this was a great game from 4 Thrives, but the fact that they committed to a play compared to their hesitance we saw in the first 5 matches of today is good to not see that happening in the last game. So I am more hopeful with the survival stage, of course, but survival stage is still going to be incredibly stacked with the best teams of some of the best teams of Group A and B joining the fray. So it's still not going to be easy for the Pakistani squad to make it to the finals.
Top 4.
Top
Don't
4.
forget.
Yeah, that's right. It's always a good sign to see, you know, a team like that be able to pull something out with so much pressure on them as well, right? So it is definitely pretty inspiring for them. You know, they still got a lot of work to do, but it's a good sign. It's a good sign nonetheless, right? One other team, though, we definitely got to talk about here, guys. We got to talk about Aura, right? Aura popped off here in this tournament so far. Straight consistency, and I think for all their viewers and supporters, I think they're pretty happy here after this one.
I was having flashbacks of PMSL CSA for a minute. I was like, oh, they've won so many games around these mountainsides of La Cobreria, and you know what? They've delivered once again. Sure, they don't get the chicken dinner, but they're just so consistent on these particular circles with that area. So looking at them, I just hope we see that continue into the finals, because right now it's so good to see Nepal back and doing this well. Whew, yeah, Nepal is back on the map.
Chicken dinner? They didn't even need it. They're already so far ahead in the leaderboard. They're like, maybe win the grand finals. You know what? Let's let S2G in and have some fun with us. But I'm with you. I'm actually really happy with the way that we saw Hora perform here in this global event, in this day, in this 6 matches, because this team had a lot of question marks in my head of how they were going to be able to bounce back, of just the heartbreaking finale that they had to their 2025 esports year. And this is a great start to a 2026.
You know what? I have a little bit of a conversation for all of us here on Desk.
Sure, go ahead.
Do we think we have the PMGO Season 1 champions in our top 6 currently that just qualified?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, interesting. I don't think so.
Really?
I don't think so just yet. I'll have to see what's happening with Group B, but I do not think I've seen championship caliber gameplay from our top 6 just yet.
What team was it, the one you predicted?
don't want to talk about it.
No. Come on. It's on your Instagram. Follow him on Instagram. What is it?
Which team are you talking about? I don't know.
I
what
don't
you're talking about. No idea.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Man, Group B's ridiculous, guys. Yeah, settle down, guys, right? I'm trying to think, man. I don't even know what I'm more excited for tomorrow, right? Am I more excited to see just how crazy Rondo's going to be? Am I excited to see what Loops is going to do tomorrow? I mean, what are you really looking forward to?
I mean, especially Loops, right? That's going to be one of the main core storylines for tomorrow, because you said it earlier, right, Seven, that this is not just this finals event that's at play. It's also PMWC. And if you really look at the entire scope of 2026, this could hinder their chance of qualifying for PMGC 2026. We might not have the reigning champions at the end of the year at PMGC.
Oh, man, let's take a look here at S2G pulling out that second chicken dinner.
It's not even that crazy stats.
It's just in the
They were just
though.
playing it safe. They were just playing to get the win, and he ended up working out. But was it enough? That's the problem too. Yes, they got the win, but was 4 eliminations enough to get him to the top 6?
I have a theory as to why they didn't go full aggro mode. There were so many teams leapfrogging each other around the top 6. I think they lost count. They're like, we don't. How many do we need?
Yeah.
Because it was like, yeah, go. Then it was good side of Balls going up there.
Yep.
Then Fury trying to catch up. Ida getting pushed down. They're like, how? I don't know. So just try and get as many points as possible. I'm sure that was their attempt in that Miramar match.
They didn't want to try to cross any roads. They saw what happened to Alpha 7. They're like, you know what? We don't even want to have to worry about looking left and right. We'll just stay here.
Oh, that's probably the biggest takeaway from this tournament, right? Always look both ways before you cross the road here. Lost being able to clutch it up here with the MVP, 3 eliminations, 417 damage as well. I mean, you saw the look on their faces, right? S2G just so stoked here towards the end. And all these players are starting to get out. We saw some hugs among them, but man, dude, just seeing that devastation on Alpha 7's face was wild. But look at this top 4 players here for match 6. Boars, right? Look at that. 7 eliminations.
I didn't know
way to
Robs,
finish.
I didn't know Robs was from Nepal. What's that? The fact they went for the hot drop, I love a team willing to commit to an early fight to make sure they can qualify in any kind of format, especially here to be top 6. So they were so desperate for those points. They fully sent it onto Pandem, into Hacienda de Patron. I feel like we have so many teams, right, that regret not going for the early fight. They did not want to regret it.
This might be it.
This is it.
There you go.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh, I got faked out. This is match ranking. This
okay,
is match ranking.
Okay.
I was like, what are we screaming about?
Sorry.
We're not there yet.
Hora, 21 points on the board, just solidifying their dominance here for Group A. S2G with the chicken dinner, not even in first place, 14 points. That's going to be good enough, though. And you know what? Like we talked about it earlier, right? It's good to see 4 thrives as well. Put something on the board here towards the end.
I just hope they try and build a bit more confidence off the back of that last game, right?
Yeah.
Whatever situation you have coming your way, just commit to it as a full squad. Even if it's a bad play, it's better to commit to a bad play as a team than going for good options but trying to spread around the map and doing too many things at once. I feel like this is a really good lesson being taught from them. Though, looking onto the second page of our rankings, Ida, the 0 point, pushing them out of the top 6. I thought they were locked in, but apparently not.
Once we saw them get pushed out, I think all of us just looked at each other and be like, there might be a chance that just more than one team pushes up to the top 6. And that's what I'm excited for. I want to see which top 6 are going to be going to the grand finals. We definitely know who's going to be going home. Survey says... S2G makes it in 4th place. Aurora, Furia, Pandem, E-Arena, and Hora are going to be going to the grand finals directly.
It's a 1 point difference between Furia and Bo had one of the biggest games, I think, in their career. They were going absolutely mental from the hot drop until the fight in Hacienda del Patron. And unfortunately, things just did not work out in the end. Furia overtake them by 1 singular point.
1 point. Are you kidding me? I mean, Boars, they executed that as good as you possibly can, right? They got that early on eliminations there. They had the MVP of the match in this last match, but it just wasn't enough. This is what we talk about, folks. This is why we get so critical on teams. As we look to that second page, and there is one name that shouldn't be there, guys. There's just no way. There's just no way. I can't believe it.
It could be there. It just shouldn't be in the position that they're currently in. In the bottom 2, they're going to go back to the hotel, start packing, and head home. because your reigning PMGC champions have been eliminated from PMGO Season 1.
We had a discussion earlier, Hot Tricks, just for the memes, and I was a bit mean about it. We
Yeah.
said, like, if you're going to be in bottom 2, you're going to be a no-name team.
Yes.
Oh, well, okay.
I'm so glad
Did you just curse Alpha 7 in a way? I'm just kidding.
That ain't no name team, baby. That is a serious squad here. Let's take a look at the Group A MVP. And of course, it's going to be a player from Hora. I mean, well deserved. No fear making it happen here.
I'm happy to see No Fear. I was getting used to seeing
Sky.
Sleepy
Oh,
and
Sleepy.
Sky as well. Not today. I'm just talking about in previous events. We did see Sky get an MVP for one of the matches. But right now, for No Fear, having 3 players that can perform like that, that is exactly what you want to see. And this is also what I'm saying. I'm not saying that this is the squad that I have them being as champions. But this is why I do have somebody from Group A becoming a champion.
I'm sure No Fear is our MVP, but I feel like we do have to highlight that it clearly is a team-wide effort
Yes.
from the entire team. I think especially Sleepy, you said Sleepy, usually we do see the guy doing so well for himself, but yeah, team-wide effort for the entirety of Hora from Nepal looking good, as we have our top 6 squad that will be representing Group A in our PMGO Season 1 Grand Finals.
There you have it, folks. Those are your 6 teams right there. We saw No Fear as the MVP. All these squads are going to have No Fear of Alpha 7 going for the rest of this tournament. That's the one I get here, guys. It's unbelievable. If this is your first time watching PUBG Mobile Esports, right? This is one of those tournaments where you just gotta tell people, you know what? You gotta check out the rest of this one because this thing has had twists and turns that none of us expected.
Yeah, this is absolute cinema right now happening in
Yeah.
PMGO Season 1. I'm enjoying the content as we look at the future, looking at tomorrow. Our 16 participating teams of Group B. And one team that we already said many times, because Alpha 7 are fully out, Loops, they have so much to play for in tomorrow's 6 games.
Unreal. Unreal. I mean, the chances of being able to knock Alpha 7 out of the Esports World Cup is
Crazy.
unbelievable. 7. I know you.
I'm absolutely speechless.
What's
What do
going
you
through
want me
your
to talk
mind?
about?
I mean, literally. I mean, I'm in the same boat. I can't believe this.
To be fair, I didn't have Alpha 7 winning this tournament. I was a bit skeptical of what happened with them in South America because they were not able to close out their tournament when they were very far ahead.
Yeah, true.
And I think the performance here just goes to show that there might be something going on there within that team that we just might be aware of. And I wouldn't be surprised if for some reason in the future, we might end up, they're used to it, we might end up seeing some roster changes. We see them a lot with this squad.
I know the answer, guys. Mafioso ain't here. All right? What can I say? Mafioso's in the building, they make it.
He was the lucky trinket.
That's what he did. You know what I'm saying? He was there when they end up winning the whole thing. And then now I don't see him, and I'm like, hey, where's Mafioso at? Boom, they don't make it. I could put the whole house on these guys making it to survival stage, right?
McGrellian and Squash are like, we're ready to get hired again. If you want us, we're free.
Unreal, guys. Well, of course, we got to give a big shout out to the Infinix GT50 Pro with that real liquid cooling system. You can see it. It is absolutely sick. And of course, with that, you're going to get that beautiful 120 FPS that you need at this point to play that high level of PUBG Mobile Esports, guys. Oh, wow. What a crazy, unbelievable day. I mean, what else to say, guys? It's wild. I said that like so many times, and I just can't stop thinking it.
No, I cannot believe what just happened in the last 30 minutes. That one of the craziest turn of events. We're not going to have our PMGC champions making it through, and S2G, one of the craziest comebacks here. Able to not just make it in right in top 6, but making it even over the team of Aurora, which I did not see coming at any point in time in these last 2 games.
It's like...
I'm excited to see what's going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be so exciting. We knew that this was going to happen. We knew that we were going to get surprises. Nobody, and I mean nobody, if we would have had a bracket to see which teams were going to get eliminated, nobody would have picked the reigning champions of PMGC.
Nobody. Nobody. I don't know what else to say, guys.
Everyone right here lost their prediction game, by the way. Everyone was wrong.
Everybody was wrong here. Oh, my goodness, man. Wow, what a tournament, guys. Make sure you got your calendars marked. Tell everybody here. Group B is going to be something to watch for sure. This was it here for day number 1.
People are just walking around shaking their heads.
Everybody.
What, they're looking at me?
Down. Oh, my gosh, guys. Wow. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the show. We definitely did. Again, for the last time, thank you to Infinix. Watch the Esports World Cup go around the corner. Mark your calendars. We'll be back tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.